That's the best thing in history. History. Yeah, he's out first. See what we got going on tonight.
Yo.
What up, man? You alright?
Nah, everything good, bro.
Oh, yeah,
I
for
was
sure.
just I was just in a different room. There was this one Christian lady screaming at everybody. Um, I don't know. It's weird when I meet Christians that are not like kind or patient, or they just fly off the handle. And it's like, dang, this person think that they good. Did they not read that one part that says, "Depart from me, I never knew you"? And then they start talking about all the things they did for God, and he's like, "Yeah, you thought I was the big homie for you, but I don't know you at all." Like,
Right.
so I don't know, man. I don't know if you ever see people so delusional and you start thanking God that it's not you because it's like, damn, that could have been me.
You
You know
could
what
have
I mean?
been, yeah, that's
Bro.
true. That's what made me have a heart towards people and stuff like dang, that could have been me. So that's why I was like, I got at least lead by example since they are not capable of doing it.
Right. And Shorty was getting mad at like things that people say. They're like, yo, we're around non-believers. You can't say certain things that might lead them astray. And it's like, yo, have a little bit more faith in God that somebody
Yeah.
might say some dumb shit that what they gonna go to hell automatically because they heard
Boy.
something.
Right, right.
I don't know.
Facts.
Some people like too protective with that shit. It's like it's like, bro, you act like we don't live 80 years, a lot of us, on average.
That's
You
true.
know?
That is true.
I mean, granted, some of us got 2 months left and we don't know it, but on average, motherfuckers get into their 70s typically.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what that is. Let me get some more people up in this thing. That's why I was like, well, might as well try to live the best. Keep it smiling. There's nothing to get mad about or stay mad about. So those are just moments. That's the thing. I got a couple more people I wanted to get up in there. Get me in this thing. Be a motivation, huh? Yeah, who that is?
Yo, and then yeah, it was a woman. And so at one point, a person there was like, yo, I don't think you're being too kind to other people. And she was like, do you have anything else to say? Because at this point, you're abusing me. This is abuse. I'm like, it's abuse to say you're not nice to other people? What the fuck? Like, yo, like, I'm like, yo, her perception is off. Like, I don't know. Sometimes like the way people frame things, I'm like, how did you get that from this? Like I don't know, bro. People be
Yeah,
using the wrong adjectives to describe shit, like
that's what it is, man. That's what I be saying, like, and I like that you mentioned that too, because it is a lot of us that say we're Christians and all that stuff, but then be like, it's just as I literally just made a post about this. It's like we're supposed to lead by example. If you still talking about I'm trying to match energy and all that other stuff, that's not how it's supposed to be. We supposed to look different from the rest.
that's why I try to tell that girl. Like, remember I told her I was like, "Yo, if Christ came here to match energy, you think he would accomplish?"
Be like, well, that's Jesus that saved. That Jesus forgive. That's not me. Like, is that a good way of trying to? That joke is so funny. So, what's that? Is that a flex nowadays? That's the reason why you miserable now. Because you keep thinking that way. That's crazy. Everybody act like you get a reward for being the toughest guy. So I never. Whatever. It's crazy. The biggest reward you get is being in the grave. That's how that always ends. Yeah, that's all that is. What up, Dynamite?
It's dynamic.
Dynamic, okay, gotcha. I was like, that's trying to read too fast to get it.
How you doing?
Good, man. How you feeling, man?
All right. Chilling.
What you got for me? I seen something on the topic that you wanted to hit on.
Yeah, I can read them all off. I'll just go through them. Women are less tolerant and they are more single. I mean, women have more options by default, so typically they'll. And I don't know if they're less tolerant. They're tolerant based on whatever guy, if they how much they like the guy.
Mm,
I'll say that would be more of an accurate thing.
okay.
But if they don't really want you like that, then yeah, they'll be way less tolerant because they have more options. At least they think they have more options. I guess you can say.
Mm,
Men tolerate too much. That's why they are desperate. Well, men are desperate. That's why they tolerate too much. I would flip that sentence, but yeah, because a lot of men don't have that many options. So when they get one girl, they just try to stick with her, stick out through everything. Yeah, so some of them tolerate too much because, like I said, lack of options.
mm,
When should and shouldn't you be patient? You should be patient when someone's constantly disrespecting you, or depending on how much disrespect they're even showing you at one time, the level of disrespect. Like I would say, for instance, cheating. There's no. I don't think neither man or woman should stick around through that. I think they should personally leave. Just because I think that's like the most highest level of disrespect. So I'll go with that for that one. Can you really love without being patient and forgiving? How important is it? Yeah, you definitely have to be patient and forgiving. Like I said, that depends on what the situation is, and I guess it will go based on whatever someone would take as being like a deal breaker. But then again, some people are with people who do things that are deal breakers, but stay with them because of emotions or whatever.
mm,
So I would say, yeah, it's definitely important. And how is it important? Is it super important? Because that's the along with accountability and a few other things, it's important to grow with somebody. Because if you're just so quick to be mad about any petty thing, then it's not going to grow, and just going to resentment's going to grow, but not anything positive is going to grow out of that. So that's
mm,
my stance.
mm. And then people think you're gonna get in a situation where you're not gonna get your feelings hurt ever. And so they first sign of them getting their feelings hurt, they be like, "Nah, I can't take it. This is abuse." But
Right.
you just jump straight to it because that's like that la la land stuff. People fall for that stuff though. It's because they always see people post stuff, only the good stuff they post and stuff, but they not really posting everything. And that's
100%.
about the time they cuss each other out.
At all. And my mother also like I'm black obviously you can see from my picture, but she be like, oh, you can see like the white women they're always posted like with their husbands. I'm like, you do realize white people a lot of times are more like they're gonna put on a show, especially because I they have like a big type of what's the word I'm looking for? It's like keeping up with the Joneses mentality. Oh, they gotta like show that they're better than others. So they always gonna put their best foot forward, especially on social media. I'm not saying only white people do that, but I'm just saying because specifically in that instance, she was talking about it. I'm like, people really sit there, and some black people think that white people have everything figured out when that's really not the case at all. They just stick together through bullshit. Like stuff that you shouldn't even be sticking together with, or oh, we stay together for the kids and all kinds of stuff. It's like it's not good stuff.
I think I'd rather go their route than how we do it, 'cause we tend to publicize our downfalls all the time. This
Yeah,
person did this, we embarrass each other and all this other stuff. So I'd rather fake it, if
yeah.
that was the case.
I
Yeah,
agree with the whole. Yeah, the perception. I agree. The perception is definitely worse on our case.
hmm It's just showing balance, man. That's no different what we should do in front of our kids. 'Cause you can't just sit there and act like y'all never getting disagreements and all this stuff. You gotta still show them how to get out of it. If you just never say nothing in front of your child or something like that, they ain't gonna know how to handle it when they grow up. I'm like, what the
Right.
heck? Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't talk to them, if you don't teach them how to express themselves, if you just look at them as children, so they don't deserve to, you know, have an opinion and all that stuff, definitely plays a part.
hmm
And
What
I
else?
really. Hmm?
Oh no, 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 no. I was trying to see what Rob get in on this one.
Yeah, I speak to a lot of people too, and I have before, even the girls I was with, and I realized I don't have like anything that was super traumatic to happen to me. So I realized that a lot of people do have a lot of trauma That's why I think I'm more like I'm able to hold myself accountable. I have humility. I have a lot of those characteristics. But when I speak to other people, I'm like, why is it so hard for these people to like, just take accountability for like things that they do or if they were wrong or whatever. But I realized, well, because they grew up a certain way where that's used that can be used against them, or it's just not the environment that they were growing up in. They can't just be was as vulnerable, so they build a shell to defend themselves. So something that I learned for sure.
Oh, I'm about to run down here and get my food and stuff. Hey, y'all keep on tapping to get these shares going with the live just started and stuff. Um, if y'all haven't, go ahead and join the team. That help push me on the popular lives and stuff. Get this thing going. Right, what you got for me, man? You can hit
Yo, that first one hit me in the soul, man. The white letters. Oh, dude. Because I ain't read it until like just now. That white part, I was like, yo, women are less tolerant. Give me a second. Women are less tolerant and more single. Bro, I don't say this often, but I think men believe in free speech way more than women. I think freedom of speech with them, our freedom of speech ends wherever their sensitivity begins, typically.
Facts.
That's just my experience, like holistically, man. Like I don't know, and that's what I was saying the other day. I'm like, yo, stoicism would be a hard sell to women because in order to be stoic, you have to accept the things that you cannot change, and not be so like desperate for it to be your way because this planet don't give a fuck about your desires. It cares about can you adapt. You know what I mean? About your desires. It cares about can you adapt. You know what I mean? And insane people insist that the planet adapts to them. If you had your sanity, you would insist that you adapt to the planet because there's more of the planet than there is of you. So that it would be more reasonable that you adapt to it. More of the planet than there is of you. So that it would be more reasonable that you adapt to it instead of expecting all of this motherfucking planet and all of its inhabitants to adapt to you because that's crazy. Like that's not gonna happen. So
Are you saying women are insane? Because I would
I'm
second that.
upset because they obsess over what should or shouldn't be. If you
No,
notice,
that's
yeah.
facts, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, but I've noticed that.
If you notice,
That's
yeah.
facts, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, but I've noticed that as well. I was
Notice,
speaking to a
yeah.
lady at my job about that. But I'll let you continue.
Yeah, nah. Notice their language. I think they use should and shouldn't way more in sentences than men do.
100%.
Yeah. Sometimes we'd be like, yeah, it should be this way, but we can't live there though. If we live there, like, yo, like we're not going to be in a good emotional state. For me, I could speak for myself. Like, putting women aside, like when I when I was at my saddest, is when I used to use should and shouldn't all the time. I was at my saddest. I was at my angriest. I was all the emotions I didn't want to feel. It was linked to those two words. Like I say this a lot, but I think in America, like if all of us stop using should and shouldn't, bro, our happiness would go up 50% like overnight, bro, because we would just live in the moment. We would change what we could change, which is ourselves, and stop hyper fixating on everyone else being different. You know what I'm saying? Because I have no control over that. Like, and when I stand before God, I don't have to take an account for what motherfuckers did wrong. I have to answer for me, not other people. So, you know what I mean? It's crazy how it's crazy how we make other people the focal point of our life for 85 years and then stand in front of God and have to account for ourselves. And then it's like, oh shit, I never accounted for that at all. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, it's time to account. Like, what was you doing all this time? Looking at other people? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I agree, and yeah, that should and shouldn't thing. I definitely noticed that, and I'm not saying there aren't guys like that. They are, but I think it's way more common in women. And I've even noticed when you do have like a fact based conversation, they
yeah.
don't listen to the fact. They listen, like you just said, they're very idealistic, so they go based on what they think the world should be, and it's like so hard to explain to them. That's not how the world is. No one's saying that the world shouldn't be this way. Your utopia, yes, that's fine. But the reality is that the world is the way it is. So we can only speak based on what the world is. And I think that's another thing because women are typically more coddled and they're expected to be more emotional. So they get away with saying stuff that like, and they can speak in the terms of should because they've been coddled. As a guy, you're not going to be coddled for the most part. So you're going to be way more grounded in what reality is, not just be, like I said, you can literally do nothing as a woman in your entire life and someone can come take care of you and, you can get through life basically just by being a woman, to be honest. So with that being said, as a guy, you have to, even those guys who can be with a whole bunch of women, or even just for that as an example, they have to get something. They have to have something to give.
You know, I
No
made
more
some.
ski toilet, so I left a poo-poo in her chocolate cake. This is Ohio Ho.
What the hell?
I don't know what that is.
Yo.
Fortnite legendary bush. Fortnite legendary.
Someone in the comments said, "Isn't that how men made it?" That's kind of just how nature is. It's not how men made anything, and I think people like kind of discount the fact that society was built on generalities, like based on how men and women operate a lot of the times. So that's why societies were built the way they were built. So if you're like, "Oh, well, men do this, women do that," yes, because that's how it was in nature, and we
Yeah,
just
but
apply
hold
that.
on. But you know why they say that though? They say that because men are in the dominating positions globally, so that's why they're saying that. I think.
Yeah, I
Well,
understand
I
why they say
say,
it, but I'm saying where it comes from. It's not just an idea that came out of nowhere. It kind of, like I said, even in the other animal species, it's like the man always got to do more for the woman to get. So it's like it's just the same thing applies. It's kind of
Yeah.
like a natural
hi,
thing.
Hold on. I
hold
think
on.
Black has a response. What's up, Black?
I'm gonna say hi, everyone. Thank
Hello.
you for having me onto the panel. I
Hey.
appreciate that. I do want to. I kind of disagree with your point there. Is it dynamic?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Because in nature, that's actually not how it is. In nature, most times the woman or the female is the dominant one. If you look at, lions or lionesses, you look at elephants, you look at spiders, praying mantis, ants, bees. Like literally, it's always the female that is ruling over the males, or is more. I don't want to say more powerful, but
I
in
said
some
that.
cases it is more
I said
powerful
that the
than
male
the
has to
female.
do more, and that still applies. Even when it comes to lioness, they only go with the lion who's can actually show that they are more dominant. They go with the most dominant of the males.
Well,
Gorillas do the same thing. Even like you said, that's what bugs, the praying mantis only go with like the one who can do a certain dance that shows dominance based on them being a male. So they still go for
right.
the most dominant. That was my point.
Oh, okay. Then I'm sorry, I missed that then. But
Yeah, maybe I didn't
I
articulate it
do,
good enough.
I do think that um, and I run my own panel, so I pose this question and I ask a lot of the men that come up, do you know the difference between an alpha man and a dominant man? Right? And I would like to ask you that as well. Do you know the difference between an alpha man and or alpha male and a dominant male?
I actually don't use those terms. I
Right.
don't
No,
use
no,
the
no. I'm
alpha
not.
male terms. So I don't.
Well, it's not about using terms. She just wants to know, do you know the difference?
No. That's all I was gonna get into it. Like alpha male, from my understanding, is what like the red pill space talks about, and they talk about money. Like I said, that's
But
that. I'm
that
just
term
trying to explain my
existed.
understanding of what the alpha male
I
term
mean,
is.
yeah, but even before the Matrix came out, I'm sure alpha male was probably used. You know what I mean? What do you think, Black? Was these terms? Because I think red pill existed before it was coined as red pill, like
Right.
before the Matrix,
It
before
did.
1999. Yeah,
Yeah, they didn't have a name for it, but
they
I
didn't
have
have a
a.
fucking
Of course, they
movement.
have a
Yeah,
name
that's what I'm
for it.
saying. Yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, so and it's fine if you don't know because they get used interchangeably. And especially on these online forums, a lot of the times, a lot of the men and even women will, they will confuse the two, um, or they'll, put them in place, put them in place of each other. But I think once people really understand, like, a woman wants a dominant man, not an alpha man, then you're gonna see, then you should see a difference. Or if men want to take charge or have
I got a
that
question.
ability to
Uh,
lead.
alpha, alpha man, is
Oh,
that a poser or something? My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
no,
want
no,
to know
no.
the difference too.
So, sorry, I should have went into it. So, okay, the alpha male, that uh I guess, ideology originated with, you know, um, early animal behavior studies, specifically in wolves and primates, right? And the traits of this alpha man, they're like often portrayed as the leader of a pack. They're confident, assertive, they're charismatic, physically strong, and, just socially powerful. So if you read books, or if you watch, certain type of movies, usually like mafia leaders, or the really the CEO billionaire trillionaires, those kind of characters. And the way that it's used in like pop culture or just social media is sometimes it's sometimes idolized as like the quote unquote ultimate man. um but we see how that's also criticized, and that's where a lot of the women call out toxic masculinity, because the reality of it is the the way that they make it is so that you don't give anyone, it doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman, as long as you are the leader, you don't really listen to the people around you, right? You're just the strongest. And if you think about it,
Sounds
like,
like Myron
in,
Gaines from Fresh and Fit, but go ahead.
yeah, yeah, if you think about it in like the terms of like
No, I used
animals, like gorillas and well, just primates in general, the reason why they are the leaders because they're the strongest and other ones can't find muscle. Even if they're hogging all the resources, it would be very hard for the other animals around them to get to those if that leader did not want them to have it. Um, and then you have the dominant male, and it's more of like a broader, more flexible term. And I think this is what more women want when they say, they want a man that leads. It's more like this dominant male may take control in certain situations, but doesn't have to be loud and aggressive about it. They don't have to assert that dominance loudly because it's there, it's in their energy. They could be calm and quiet, and you will still feel that. They will still command that respect, or in some terms of some men they'll say obedience, right? Just through their presence, their competence, and their confidence alone.
can I
And
extrapolate
yeah,
what my understanding what you're saying?
yeah,
It kind of sounds like you're just talking about a man who has fragile ego and then a man who's genuinely confident.
right. Well, it could be
Makes a
that,
lot
but
of
it's
sense.
also it's also like how they're responding, how they're in tune with their partner in terms of
You know what I was
relationships,
gonna
and
say? Not to cut you off. One sound like a communistic dictator, Fidel Castro, fucking Kim Jong Un in the face. The other one sounds more communal, like let me see what I could do for my people type shit. I am the dominant one,
right.
but
Uh,
also let me consider y'all and hear y'all out too. Even though I got the chops around here, but I don't gotta flex it though.
Right,
right.
right, right. That's exactly it. And when we look at Western media, especially, that is what's pushed. The alpha male is what's pushed, not the dominant male. If you look at a lot of these movie shows, TVs, even books, again, a lot of the times it's this really rich person. He just commands the respect of everybody, and he will hurt anybody. It doesn't matter if it's his lover, if it's his, if it's his children. He just wants that respect, and he's not open to listening to anybody else except for his own. But then there's other people or other shows, very few honestly, where you don't have to be that way to also interact with other people and still have that level of respect.
Hey, go ahead, Joey.
I was going to ask a question to Black Love, I believe that is. Um, I was going to say, so what would the male wolf be if he, like, lets the sick and lame eat first and then the kids, and he leads from the back? What would he be categorized as?
Okay.
Wolf. Well, I think
He's still alpha.
honestly that doesn't really fit. Again, that wouldn't fit into
Right.
the alpha male type. But I guess I honestly I couldn't put a label on it because I
That
don't know
sound like an
what.
alpha male still. Alpha.
I mean, if you're saying like he's putting his people first, or not people, but he's putting the others before him, that just seems like more dominant male, just because he's looking out for the needs of those around him
Mhm.
before his own, while still being able to maintain that level of respect and uh, power.
Yeah, alpha is literally self is centered around self and willing to it's
Hmm.
power based. So it's like what can I take over and all that stuff, and that's for their own gain and it ain't for everybody else.
Right.
Yeah, so that wolf thing he was talking about, they gonna care less. they they like, I'm just trying to dominate. I don't care about you eating or not. I'm gonna eat.
Right, and the equivalent to that would be, a man saying, "I don't really care what my woman wants. I want her to be in this kitchen, this house, this whatever he wants her to do, and I don't want her to talk back to me. I want to be able to lead without her, uh, what's the word? Kind of not even they won't even say giving feedback. They just say they don't want to hear her complaining. But really, it's
I got a
they don't
question,
want
right?
criticism.
Do
Hmm.
you think is it oppression if you submit to it? Like it can't be because
No, no, no. Oh, yeah. See. Here's the thing.
right.
It's not oppression if you submit because submission requires, what's the word? Yeah, submission requires permission. Um, and well, dominance. Excuse me. Dominance requires permission. True dominance. Uh, and you could kind of even think of it in terms of like BDSM relationships, in which they're both submitting to each other. She's allowing him to dominate over her, and he's also, being that dominant person, watching out for her needs, right? Or vice versa, however the relationship goes. So she's giving him that permission to dominate over her. If you are forcing your dominance over someone, that is no longer submission on her. Well, it is submission, but it's forced submission, and that becomes the oppression.
Gotcha. Right. Yeah. There's I think the word control is sometimes used too loosely by women. Like you could say like you could maybe let's say you repeat yourself twice or three times. Like why are you trying to force your opinion on me? Right? Let's say you don't even do it in the same day. Like let's say you repeat yourself three times in a span of 3 months, once per month. And she's like, you know what? Like you're always doing this. Like why are you trying to force whatever it is? Let's say they talking about religion or they talking about it's like, bro, you act like I got a weapon to your head. What are you talking about? Like I don't know.
That
Yeah. So
seems more like
yeah,
a communication issue. Like
a
if
framing
it
issue.
bothered
Yeah.
before,
Before you got here,
then
I was
that
talking to
could have
Kev. My
been
bad, not to
talked.
interrupt. I was talking to Kev, and I was like, "Yo, people use the improper adjectives to describe shit. The way they compartmentalize be fucking twisted. Their perceptions be off." But anyways, go ahead.
Oh no, no, no. That you're right about that. It's definitely like it's also how they view things, right? How they view it. Obviously, we intake information a little differently, and let's say they grew up in an environment where they did witness
Yeah.
something similar, and so that's later
I gotta give you an example. I probably, and this is my last interruption. I'm gonna mute up. I swear to
it's
God.
fine.
I'm just excited to tell you this. Yo, earlier, just like 30 minutes ago, there was a woman, right? Somebody came up and she was blasting everybody, yo. Like she's a Christian, one of them extremist Christians where like yelling and angry all the time. And it's like, how are you gonna lead me to your God when you're annoying as shit? And you're like, all you do is you know what I mean? Like just kick anybody out who disagrees with you, argumentative, combative, like no fruits of the spirit. Fruits of the spirit suggest that you're supposed to be kind, meek, humble, and gentle. And you have none of those traits, but yet you're following God and trying to lead me to your church. I don't even want to come around you. You think I want to come around with it? And then people avoid this person because they assume the God that they serve have similar attributes to the person leading them there. It's like, nah, the fuck you and your God. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I understand, like I'm a Christian personally, but I understand when atheists have had enough because like yo, it'd be poor representation on the side of the people that proclaim God, but they have the spirit of Satan. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. But anyways, let me go into the
You said
example.
Christian too many times. I see my triplet pop in here.
But real quick, like, and then this last thing, but so some dude got on the panel, and because she was like just yelling at everybody, like that disagrees, and telling people that they need to straighten up, and they're delusional, and just very like hostile like approach. Every time she speaks, she sounds upset with everybody and everything, and it's like, yo, are you good? Like, you know what I mean? And somebody told her like, are you in therapy? Because don't ever leave. Like, you need to stay there, like type shit. So, anyways, some guy got on a panel. He was like, I don't think that you're being very nice to other people. And she was like, do you have anything else to say, sir? Because if you're gonna sit here and abuse me, like, I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh,
I'm like, how is it abuse? Because he told you he doesn't think you're nice to other people. You consider that abuse? Like, I don't know. That shit threw me for that
so
threw me for a
that's
loop. But yeah,
Gaslighting and
there's
victim complex.
oh,
Yeah, people hide their traumas in religion, man.
Yo, I was like, how can she conceptualize it that way? Like he said, you're being mean to other people and unfair, and you call that abuse. His comment towards you, you think that's abusive? I don't know, man.
There's two things wrong. Well, first that I first like when you said that I just noticed like two things. The first thing is one the religion aspect. Okay, I'm not a Christian, but I do understand when people go towards it. You know, however, a lot of the times, well, in my opinion, there seems to be, especially with people of the black community, and I'm not saying the person you're talking to is black. I'm just saying in general, um, have
Nah, you good.
this
I'm not. I'm not
mindset.
gonna.
And
I'm not gonna personalize your generalizations. I think that's low IQ when people do that shit. But yeah, I'm
oh,
listening.
I'm offended.
okay, well,
No.
thank you. I appreciate that. But there's there's this adamant and yeah, it's like this adamant need to really kind of push people in the direction of the God and the Christian.
You talking about like turn or burn, like fire and brimstone gospel?
Yeah, kind of like that. And there's even like especially like the older women who are into it, they really heavily, it doesn't matter what you do. Any mistake you made is because you did not turn to God. It's because you did not go to church with them. So when you're talking to someone like that and they're feeling all sporadic and stuff, and you're surrounded by people that are like, no, I don't really like. I oppose your views. I respect them, but I oppose them. It doesn't really sit well with them. And then the second
Yeah.
issue I see, and that is, and I had a really good example on a post that I made on my page, where I was talking about the things that women can be their own biggest enemies while also being their own their biggest supporters, and I had added there, and I said, and don't let a man tell them you know something is wrong, or
Yeah.
point out something, even if
Yeah.
it's for their own benefit.
I got
And
blocked for that the other day, but go ahead.
it's gotten to the point to where like the person that there's a few people that comment under, and they're like, why does he need to tell me what to do, and we don't care about what men say, and just that whole thing. And I'm like, see,
Yeah.
that's an issue. That's an issue, because then you also want that man or want some man to care about what you say. And the fact that you're turning around and saying, I don't care because a man said it, or I don't care because that man said it is wrong, like they don't want to hear from men at
Yeah.
all. So it doesn't matter if that man that you're talking about, if he said, hey, you're not being very nice, he didn't even have to say it rudely. He didn't have to call her a not nice person, but
Uh-huh.
she already felt attacked because it was a
Yeah.
man saying
And he said it nice, by the way. He wasn't like, he was just like, I just think that you don't, he said it like this, like, you don't seem to be like fair or kind to other people. And she's like, if you're going to sit here and abuse me, you could leave. I'm like, what the hell? Like,
it.
yo.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but I also agree with can't see your name. What is it? Ray? I can't see. Oh, Robbie. Okay. I agree with what you were saying as well about how it's always the worst people who like end up leading. I think a lot of communities or things like of in general like movements,
Yeah.
they start off for a good cause, and then it gets taken by some radicalized group, and they like kind of turn into a cult, and then that's the face of what the movement is. Even I would say feminism, because there's a woman at my job who's a feminist, but she's like an old school feminist. But obviously, growing up in my day and age, only thing I see about feminism is online, and the type of women or people who are talking saying they're feminist. It's like I said, they exploited it, and they took the movement and they just changed it to women not just trying to empower themselves. It's about putting down men and shaming men and wanting to be over men rather than the whole equality thing. So like I said, I think a lot of movements just get hijacked and they get taken and spun into something else, to where now it's trying to be used as an advantage and trying to shame other people to their disadvantage to benefit themselves. how the women now are all about, oh well, they want all the benefits from traditionalism or whatever, but they also want to be independent and all the stupid stuff that I hear on the internet. And it's like a lot of women on, even on this app. I gotta kind of stay off this app because it'll start making you think the worst about women because they say a lot of stupid stuff on this app, and it's like, what are you even saying? And then you got other women in the comments who be like, "Yes, girl," and like she just said, they're the best, they're biggest supporters, but they're the biggest enemies because a lot of women will also say things to women that they want, that they know that the woman wants to hear, but they know they're not trying to actually help that woman. They're trying to keep that woman down, so they don't tell them things that are going to help them. They tell them bad things, but women think because, oh, it's what I want to hear, it makes sense. But if a guy tells a woman, "Hey, that's not good. You shouldn't do that," because it's a man, they just won't listen to it. And they, "Oh well, you don't have to tell me what to do." They take everything as what a man says as offensive rather than trying to use it to grow. And instead of caring about the messenger as much, listen to the message. And even what Robbie was saying with that lady, the whole tone thing. It doesn't matter what tone you use, especially with a lot, in my life at least, from what I've encountered. It doesn't matter what tone, because I know you say, "Oh no, you gotta like speak to women with a nice." No, 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 no. All that stuff is nonsense. Because
Yeah, I think
I've
so.
used the nice approach. It doesn't work. I use the mean approach. It doesn't work. At the end of the day, my ideology is if you want to change something about your life, and if you hear what someone's saying and you actually internalize it and think about what the person is saying, then that's going to be, and then you want to change, you're going to change. It doesn't matter what tone someone says it is. If you're locked into what someone's tone is, you just don't care about the message anyways.
Exactly.
You're going to use it as an excuse to not actually apply it to your life
Bro,
and change something about you.
you know what
Yeah,
I think, bro?
I've been saying that jump for years though. That's exactly
Right.
what it is. That's just an excuse nowadays
A
because you can
hundred
change
percent.
your tones many of ways, and they be like, "No, I don't care. I had my mind made up because you said it that way." No, they just don't want to change. That's all it
Or
is.
they'll be like, "Oh, that's
I
your
like
opinion." Yeah, I know, but the
But I
point
think
is, my opinion can have merit, so listen to it.
if you're that
I
guy,
like
bro, you could say
okay.
whatever. Yeah, Black. What do you think about this, Black? I think if you're that guy, you can say whatever the fuck you want. If they admire you, then you can say what the fuck you want.
Yep.
When they see you as a peasant, oh yeah, you're gonna get monitored, you're gonna get muted, you're gonna all type of shit. So it depends on how they view you. You know what I'm saying? Like I bet you Tupac got to say whatever the fuck he wanted. Will Smith is getting muted though. You know what I'm saying? So like, like it
I
just
think
depends
that's
on what
more of like
artist.
a
Yeah.
societal, like what do they call that? It's more of like our societal norm, especially here in the United States. We it's a weird filtered but not filtered kind of
Yeah.
uh, behavior that we all follow. It's because a lot we don't truly say what we want to say due to cancel culture, and we
Right.
don't want to be viewed a certain way. But if we can hide it or if we can get away with saying something, we're gonna be free to say it. So if a woman and I made that last post because I had saw something very similar. It was like a very obese woman, very obese woman, and she had the muscular partner, and yeah, she needs love too. Yeah, big women deserve love too. But it was the comments are like she's beautiful and all these things like you a good girl. Like I get that. Yes, she should love herself, but she should put more work into trying to lose that weight because of the fact that you're not showing that you love yourself enough to stay healthy. That's it. It's
Yeah.
not that you don't look pretty. It's just that it's not healthy to be that
Yeah.
size. So, and there was a few comments where they're like, "Okay, this is not okay. Y'all need to stop lying to her, yada yada yada." And of course, they faced a lot of backlash simply because they were saying, "Oh, you're jealous. You're jealous." And it wasn't even because of that. It was just because it's not healthy to be that size and then want people and then put it on the internet where we know negativity thrives, right? Negativity thrives on the internet, and if you're gonna put yourself in this, you were looking for some kind of response. No matter what you say, you were looking for some kind of response,
Yeah, so
and
I
you
was
got
posting, obviously.
it. That's why it was
Can I
posted.
ask you guys a question?
What up, Earth?
Yeah. I was gonna say something about the prompt because I was listening and I was just like, yeah, when it does come to dominance and submissiveness, the person does have to choose to be submissive to you. I mean, and choose that you're going to lead them. But I was looking at the prompt and I was thinking to myself, I was like, do you feel like women are now kind of taking a step back because people told them that they make the wrong choices in their partners? Because essentially, what it's saying is like, when you say that, it's saying women keep the balance. Like, men, it says right here that, you know, men tolerate too much. That's why they are desperate. But I'm just like, well, if a man is supposed to be reproducing and starting a family and things like that, he's going to try and seek finding a partner if it's in his DNA, right? So if a woman feels like she has the choice to say, this is not the person I want to lead me, is it them taking accountability by saying, I'm going to try and make the right choices now? So I'm going to be single and I'm not going to have kids until I find someone who can lead and have a family? Does that make any sense?
I get that. No, no, most definitely. I do feel like a lot of the women these days putting more time and effort. I think they're really, especially black women, they're really tired of the whole baby mama culture, the whole, and despite what we see online, because again, we see a lot of negative stuff that's pushed in our direction no matter what. Um, Besides that, though, they're really trying to break these generational curses that are, present in our community. They're going to therapy. They're raising their children. They're, trying to instill that confidence in their children. And they're also trying to give them more of that representation, be active in their life. I've seen the men as well, like men as well. They are also being, at least from what I see, they're very in tune with the boys, especially. Like I've just a few days ago, I was at a whole facility, not facility, but it was like an event. There was like bring your dad over, and a whole bunch of black men came out, showed out, and playing sports, racing, all this stuff. It was just a really nice thing to see. Um, I definitely think that we don't get to see a lot. We don't get to see a lot of that anymore. Not anymore. We used to see it a lot, but then that wouldn't play into the whole black men are deadbeat fathers. It wouldn't play into
Can
that.
I can I add something to that actually? I
God,
don't mean to cut you off or anything. What you're saying, is that okay?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Um, so I was looking at like a TikTok live and it was like single mothers make the worst parents and things like that. And I was like, oh. And they were trying to show me statistics on it, and I was just like, oh, wait a second. Because I was just like, okay, there was a problem with what I was. Okay, so I went and I researched it, and they did a 2024, which is a newer study on it. And they were basically on purpose taking the black father out of the equation, because even though there are a lot of single mothers or fiancé mothers or things like that, they will categorize them as single mothers, even though 60% of them, they found out the biological father, lives inside of the household. So I said, now, wouldn't that go against the whole thing about black fathers actually leaving their children alone?
Yes, of course.
And I was just like, okay, then. And then I said, then what is the real problem then if black fathers are actually in the home? And they said the real problem was the financial resources that black families actually had. And it wasn't about the mother being necessarily single, because 60% of the count that they did before equaled out to the same thing with the biological father in the home. But the finance made a difference, and the resources that were available to them and educational systems that were available to the children within whatever community that they were in.
Right. No,
So I said,
oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
no, I'm pretty much done though. But that's bad on both ends for me. I'm just like, you basically agreed that black fathers were not in the home, but really and truly, you're not giving credit to yourself. You are in the home.
So the
It could just be a
the issue
weaponized statistic to have a disparaging image on the black man. But go ahead, Black.
they always do that though. The black man not being in the home before, it was like, oh, it didn't, just because he wasn't in the home, it didn't mean that he wasn't active in the child's life, right? But they're not putting that in their statistics, or and according to your Joy, now it's like, oh, he is in the home a lot more than the statistics said before, but it's just about resources. So it's always to make the men seem like they're to carry that stereotype that black men don't take care of their children, right? But I think they're definitely they're doing their part. We get a lot of the bad stuff online, the videos, the memes, and news, and everything about it. But I've learned that when you start curating your page to things that you want to see, instead of what they will willingly feed you, you will definitely see a change in your mentality. So for me, I curate my page so that I see a lot of black stuff, black love, black romance, black financials, anything regarding the success of black people. Yes, I'll still get these I'll still get things on interracial couples. I'll still get things on, the unalivement of black men and black women, but it's much, much less, because that's not what I want. I've been filled up with that for years, and I'm so done with it. And it gives you this whole negative, pessimistic, and almost kind of anti-black mentality if you're just fed with so much of that negativity on a day-to-day basis, whether you want to or not. So I have to actively change my algorithms on a daily too. On a daily, because you stop for 1 minute and then they notice that you're not putting up there, keep pushing it, keep pushing it, keep pushing it. So it's a constant thing. It's sad that we have to do that, but you'll see how your mentality and the way you view things is completely different. And you'll also get to see a lot of successful things that don't really make it to mainstream news. You'll, like, just not too long ago, they had a bunch of like I think they were aviator graduates all coming together, taking photo shoots, and same thing with the black male doctors. They have a whole new was it the guy that made gasoline out of plastic. I mean, you just learn so many new things that you won't see if you're just scrolling. We have to be active and intentional in the things that we want to see. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to see it. They don't want you to see that stuff.
Yeah, true. Yeah, because if they could get you to think a certain way, they'll get you to talk a certain way, and then which will get you to act a certain way. So part of an elaborate plan.
You gotta be vigilant. Your your thinking part of your brain, the frontal lobe, because a lot of the stuff that they put on the media, it's all about activating your emotions, and they know if you can control someone's emotions, you can control their opinions, and you can control their perception on the world. Most people don't deep dive into anything they see. They see something. I've learned this. Don't believe anything you see on the internet. Even if you agree with it, don't believe anything, because you don't know the person who's saying its intentions. The news, you don't know their intentions, and don't ever assume that anyone's intentions are the best for you, especially now with this whole hustle culture and everything. Everyone's only looking up to get money. So people are going to do anything, and they're going to say anything to get paid. But anyways, like I said, I don't believe anything I see on the internet, because a lot of people are, they're just trying to sell you something, or they're trying to make you feel a type of way about something. If they can control the way you feel, they control your opinion. And a lot of people hold opinions of things that they've never experienced themselves. They saw someone on the internet said something about men or women. They've never seen that happen in their actual lives, but they apply that to their life. And yeah, so that's just how a lot of people operate, and even the government knows that. Like I say, even if you look at the elections and all kinds of stuff, if you actually deep dive into a lot of things, they lie about a whole bunch of stuff. Even on a local level, in my neighborhood, there's some kids or whatever, and I saw the news, and it would turn out it was those kids out from my neighborhood. It was saying that at the mall or at the movie theater, that the kid, I don't know if you say stabbed on here. Is that a censored word? Well, they poked two adults. That's what it was according to the article. Anyways, I see the kids in my neighborhood again. I'm like, wait, I thought they was in jail, but apparently they wasn't. Even though in the article said they were felons now. One of the kids my sister spoke to, I heard her from outside the window, and he said they lied in that article. No one ever, the kids never poked anybody, and the whole thing was that they were saying in the article that the people inside the movie theater told the kids to be quiet. They didn't listen, and then after they left, that the kids went up to the adults and they poked them. But apparently, from what the kid told me, it wasn't true at all. When they was outside in the parking lot, I guess the people followed the kids outside, and one of the kids beat up the two adults, and then they try to frame it as the kids poked no one got poked at all, which is the funny part about it. Nobody got poked, but it just shows you that even local news, they just make up stories. And I already knew like on a national level they did that, but when I found out recently that even the local news does that, it's more insane, because at least on a national level, when it comes to like elections or whatever, everyone talks about that stuff and you can find it. But if it's a local level thing, like how do you really find it? If it's your main state, the state's main news network, if they're reporting that, like, how do you really find what the real is? It's like you really can't, because they're like the monopoly of the news that you get in your area. So like I said, at least on a national level, you can go to other places and you can get more information and all of that. But yeah, well, like I said, this stuff on the internet is just all a lie, and I don't trust anything people.
All right.
Sorry, I got all quiet. But let
I
me
want to take away TikTok, because you get some real news on here, like actual shit. As soon as it happens, like
Facts.
I'm gonna actually answer the
Let's get it.
questions now. I didn't get to answer them. So it says women are less tolerant and they are more single. So this is a very general question. I mean, statement. Women are less tolerant of what? And they're more single since when? That's the first, thing I would ask. But if I'm just basing off of my own assumptions, they are less tolerant of men. Is that what we're saying?
Whatever you perceive it as, what do you take out of that? That's what I leave my topics kind of open for.
Okay. Well, I think I actually don't agree with that. I think women are too tolerant. And when it comes to them being more single,
Too tolerant of what then, since you just asked that earlier? What make them more?
well, I'm just saying of anything, honestly. It doesn't matter if it's in a relationship aspect or if it's in, just a work setting. Especially Black women, the way that
Who they tolerate?
really, we really have to hold things in, for the benefit of others, or not to fit into a certain stereotype. I would say we're very tolerant in those aspects. Whether it's a school.
Where those women at? What the heck? Wow. Where those women at? What the heck? I mean, do you watch Pop the Balloon and all that other
What you
stuff?
mean, where those women at?
Boy,
everywhere.
Why, if that was the case, they wouldn't be on Pop the Balloon then, if that was the case.
Well, okay. So, man. The Pop the Balloon, honestly, I just feel like that's just another tactic to really degrade the Black community. I don't think those women are really like that. It's unfortunate whether they were paid to be on there or not. I don't really care. The fact that they would, let themselves be seen in that kind of light or in that kind of setting, that's an issue. But again, that small minority of people, or that small, minority of women, does not, they don't represent the majority, and the majority of our women are pretty tolerant. And I think the happy ones, especially when it comes to like relationships, you don't really see them, talking on these things. You don't see them on podcasts and a lot anyway, unless they own it or they're talking about tips on how to keep your love alive or some stuff like that. But the happy ones, usually they're quiet, they're minding their business, they're living their life, and that's an issue. Well, it's not an issue, But the issues that it gives the single people, the people that haven't really been in relationships or have their toxic mentalities, it gives them room to step up to the mic and start shouting all this toxic stuff, whether it's against men or it's against women. We definitely need to see more of these couples, that have been together, married couples, it doesn't matter. Just see them talking about the hardships that they went through, um, and how they overcame them, and you'll definitely see like a shift in mentalities. You won't have the bitter or jealous or ignorant, sadly, people speaking up on things that they don't understand or things that they are uh, very biased against.
Hmm. So let's go. Let's get it going. Then anyone agree or disagree with? Like,
I
I
agree.
agree.
you agree? Okay.
You should go first.
I just simply disagree because I think women have a low patience. Meaning this is why you have older women out here who will tell you, hey, I don't tolerate no bullshit. I don't tolerate your ass coming over here trying to um, bring foolishness into my life. I don't tolerate disrespect. Some people are like that. They'll let you know what they don't tolerate. It's like, oh, I don't tolerate the bullshitter, but for some reason you're entertaining the bullshitter. Like what?
Yeah, like I said, I think women tolerate based on what guy they're with or who they're with. That's what they'll go based on. But to sit here and act like women are like less tolerant overall, I would probably say no. Like I said, it depends on who the guy is, how much they're gonna deal with his BS. If they really like that guy, they'll put up with a whole bunch of BS. If they don't like that guy that much, then they won't put up with it. They'll take way less than this from that guay.
I think
And I
whoever
say
has
they
the lower
tolerate
optionality,
less. I say they tolerate less based on simple fact is marriages show that women
hold on
have a
one
low
second.
tolerance,
Whoever has
and
the, go ahead.
this is why
You
they
said
leave.
marriage?
Yeah, marriage, relationship, shit. They have a low tolerance. They will literally leave that shit just to go sit up here and be happy.
I think whoever
So,
has more
well,
option.
I think
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
discipline.
Whoever has more optionality is going to be less tolerant because they could always get somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I said that as well before.
I think
Women
it's a
have
little bit more complex than just having tolerance in situations such as that, because it kind of, you, I mean, there are some women that will, like, they were raised a certain way, not to take anything from other people like in that way, no. But then there's the women that they they they
I think
they've
I
had
don't
to
know.
build up to a certain point, and now they're like, no, I'm not taking that. No, I'm done. And it may seem like they have less tolerance, but it's already because they've exerted that tolerance on a
For a
group
woman
of
to be more tolerant, she
another
has to be
other
more ugly.
people, or
Like, because
maybe
ain't no way
one
she's
other
gonna be
person.
beautiful and tolerant.
Hold on, official. Let her finish real quick. Go ahead, Black Love.
Oh, I mean, I'm just that was very. It's basically they. Ah man, I kind of
I
lost
think you said
it.
that they
But
just have
yeah,
a.
I
You
think
just said
y'all
something
got
about
the
they have
most
a
of
low
it is
tolerance.
based off of them. Um, they've exerted their tolerance on numerous other people. It doesn't even have to be other partners. It could be their family. It could be people at their job. It could be people just in their neighborhood. They've already exerted that tolerance out on all those other people. So now when you get to them, they're like, okay, look, I'm done. I don't really want anything. If you're not being serious with me, then we need to end this right now. Or if you play some games, then I'm not sticking around. I've been there, done that.
Oh, nah. Yeah, I only had like two sentences. I was gonna say if she's ugly, she'd probably be very tolerant. I can't see her being very tolerant if she's beautiful, because I'm sure she knows her marketplace value and she could go elsewhere and find somebody else. You know what I mean? So I think ugly people in general, both genders, are willing to deal with more shit, and also both genders, if you have low optionality, for the sake of not being lonely, you'll deal with some bullshit. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, but based on that, like I said before, but women have way more options on like in general, and we're speaking generally.
Right. I mean, I personally, I'm gonna sound lame as fuck because the old version of me used to be lame. I ain't gonna lie, but I've dealt with shit that I didn't want to deal with just because I ain't got nobody else. So fuck it, like you know what I mean, and rationalize that all the way through because it's like, who the fuck else I'm gonna get? Like I'm lame, like you know what I mean, type shit. So
Yeah,
yeah, that shit that I would deal with, there was like, yeah, but I ain't doing that shit no more. Fuck that, like, but yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I don't have women jumping at me constantly, but the last girl I was with, I definitely left her because I'd rather be alone than to be treated like shit or to have this girl out. She was just going trying to meet up with some old friends that were guys. That was what happened. And I was like, yeah, I'm not tolerating this bullshit.
I
That's
had a
the one thing I'm
reverse
not gonna say. I
mindset.
don't care about how much options or nothing. I've been
Bro,
alone
why
long
them
enough.
other two women leave like that? They wasn't tolerating it. Say no, I'm talking to the 4K. Say no, I'm talking to. Let's get a Mimi, a Fifi.
Yo, Kev be so excited to roast anybody who will leave. Like,
I love when my point get proven all the time. So I'm talking to. But go ahead, Fifi.
Hi, host. Hi, panel. How are you guys?
What's up, man? Welcome.
Thank you. So I disagree with the idea that women are more single today because they're less tolerant, and I don't think that's the full picture. I think women are just randomly walking away. They're walking away from either disrespect, emotional neglect, or broken promises and outdated expectations that no longer serves them. And it's not that women are too intolerant, it's that more women are waking up. They're realizing that they don't have to stay in relationships where they do all the emotional labor, raising grown men, or settling just to say that they have somebody. And I don't think that's being intolerant. I think that's finally choosing some type of self respect. And I think if women are single more now, it's not because they're difficult, it's because they're no longer willing to be miserable and married, and they're no longer willing to lose themselves for a ring. And I think that's just evolution. And the statement that official made that, ugly people are more tolerant, I disagree with that. Tolerance is not about looks, it's about self worth. There are more beautiful women who tolerated way too much because they didn't love themselves.
Good
And
point.
there
Good point.
are women in society would call less attractive who have the highest standards because they know their value doesn't begin or end with their appearance. To say that ugly women are more tolerant is just another way to avoid talking about why some men expect women to accept the bare minimum. Instead of focusing on who tolerates more, let's ask why women are having to tolerate so much in the first place.
So I got two questions here with that one though, because it's not a question. It's like a question and a statement. I don't know, but basically, have you not like I be looking at things like where we see that a lot of women think it's always better on the other side. That's one of their main things. So it's always something that they looking at or they comparing themselves to. Well, I can get more out of this. And then also I noticed that and you just mentioned something that I wanted to about.
avoiding, I should probably mention a part about avoiding the fact that men are like, sometimes insufferable, and maybe that's why they're walking away. It might have nothing to do with them being ugly. Insufferable, and maybe that's why they're walking away. It might have nothing to do with them being ugly, or something like that, right? Was that the part you was going to respond to?
Something like that. I'm gonna remember. I'll be back. But go ahead, yo.
Yeah, so what I've heard of, I agreed with the second part that she was saying about shit. Why my brain messed up too? We all got bad memory.
Hey, it's contagious in this live. I'll be doing it too.
God damn. But the first part she said something about oh yeah, how women are just learning their worth and stepping away. She probably didn't use those exact words, but that's how the best way I can remember what she's saying. And I partially agree with that, but let's not sit here and act like women aren't insufferable as hell and dudes stay with them, and or the woman will just leave because I don't know, like she just said, they're not emotionally available and this and that. So I think some guys are emotionally available,
Hold on.
and women sometimes don't like that still. So it's like women are very complicated in my opinion. It's like you can be emotional with them, then it's he's too emotional. Then if you don't show any emotions, then it's a problem. Or you do express your emotions, they don't really care. a lot of women I notice now be like, oh, men need to be more emotional, but then as soon as you show any kind of emotions, they kind of weaponize it against you, or they take offense to what you say about how you feel about something that they do to you, and then they get mad at you, and then they want you to apologize to them for something that they did to you. So, like I said, to sit here and be like, women are they're not emotionally. Women want a shoulder to cry on, but they don't want to be the shoulder for the man
Yeah,
to
you just
cry on.
yeah, you just had me thinking about it. That's what I was about to get to. Like they, it's funny because they want to be tolerated more than just tolerate. What I noticed though, I was gonna just come with this saying. They be saying like,
Yeah, take me
"I
as
need
I
somebody
am.
that put up with me," or somebody that put up with me, or put me in my plate, or stuff like that, or whatever. And it's like,
Take me as
but
I am. Really.
yeah, take me as I am. That's the type of mentality. And then it's like, well, if you don't, that's what I'm not tolerating because you're not tolerating me. I noticed that stuff. So it's like, if you're not gonna do what I want you to do, I'm not tolerating this no more. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I even saw something the other day where it was very interesting. It caused me to think. Where they're like, "Oh, women often leave marriages because of unhappiness." And I saw someone was like, "How come you never hear about women trying to make the relationship happy rather than they just leave?" Because like the women always expect the guy to do everything. I'm like, that's actually a good point. It's always that women leave because they're unhappy. But why did you try to put in work to make the relationship a happy place? It's always about, oh, he wasn't making me happy. He wasn't doing. He. It's like, and like I said, I have a friend who's married as well. I'm not saying that he doesn't have his faults or anything, but he tries to express himself, and like I said, women take everything as an offense. You can't express yourself to women
No.
because they're not listening to actually hear what you're saying to try to make a change. They're internalizing everything you say, and any you can just give an opinion about anything, and they're gonna internalize it and somehow make it personal, and then they're gonna get mad at you for expressing how you feel about something that they did. And I even see that based on when I watch like certain podcasts or whatever, and I don't watch those red pill things if that's what y'all are thinking. Just conversations in general, and the women often internalize things that are even if it's a general statement. I think of Bobby or what is it? Robbie, my bad.
Robbie.
Has mentioned something about like low IQ. If they someone takes a generalization as a personal thing, and from what I see and what I've experienced even in my own life, women take you can even make a generalization about women, and women know that what you're saying is true, but they're internal, like, because women know women more than they know exactly how women operate. They know how women are. But we're not going to sit and act like women don't know how women are. But if a guy says it, it's like they take super offense to it. It's like, you know how women are. So why are you acting like when I make this statement that is not a true statement? But anyways, like I said, it's like a lot of women don't want to hear no one's emotions or other guys' emotions. They listen to their friends or whatever and help them do things. But when it comes to a guy, not every woman, but more often than not, they don't care about how a guy feels at all. They'll sit there and claim, "I want you to be more emotionally available," and they don't actually care. What they mean by emotional availability, from what I've gathered, is they want you to open up to deal with their emotions, not that they want you to be emotionally available with how you feel to them. Because often, more than not, they don't care at all.
Yeah, let Fifi. Yeah, but there you go. She came in. There you
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Women are asking men to tolerate them. We're asking for mutual respect, and that's a big difference. The issue is a lot of men think basic emotional needs like communication, affection, or being heard are women being difficult. So when we speak up or hold you accountable, it gets labeled as us being hard to tolerate. But in reality, we're asking for reciprocity, the same patient grace and understanding women are expected to give. We just want that in return. And I think what's wild is that women have tolerated a lot for generations: cheating, emotional absence, financial instability, double standards, and silence. But the moment we say, I want better, suddenly we're the problem. It's not about men tolerating women, it's about men matching the energy they've been receiving for decades. And that's the difference.
So what you're saying is based on what women of the past went through. Women now are you saying that they're more tolerable, or they just want reciprocation? Is what you're saying? Basically, they want reciprocation from a man. Is what you're saying?
I'm saying we're not tolerating all the negativity. And the minute we say we're not tolerating it, you guys think that you guys have to put up with us because we don't want to tolerate it, and that's the difference.
Oh, so okay.
We
Y'all,
ask you guys.
With
I,
that
I
being
want to I want to
said,
say y'all do realize I don't know about y'all, but you do realize arguments are supposed to happen in relationships.
I'm not talking. I'm personally not talking about arguments. I'm talking about how women don't care about what men feel, and they play victim a lot. And even what she's saying right now is
That
kind
is
of
an
like,
argument.
say what?
That is an argument.
What? What?
Yeah,
Because
What
that's
we
a
not
good
even in the
listening?
So
present,
basically, hold on,
Are you
hold on.
saying what
So
I'm saying
basically,
is an argument?
all he literally just saying was that there is some women who will literally get the same information that he just said from him, and they'll sit up here and try to. It's almost like because they want to be right. It's like you can't accept the fact that he was right about the same thing that you just heard it from somebody else, and to the point where you respect their opinion, but you won't respect mine. That's a problem.
Yeah, that was one of my points from before. Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Like people realize arguments are needed. Even in that sense, if someone is not accepting your point, you have to decide how to deal with it. But a lot of
That's
people,
not what I'm.
a lot
That's
of
my
people
point.
don't.
That's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying that women do not listen or they don't care about
You know what it
men's
is, bro?
emotions.
I
That's my
got you.
point.
Yo, real quick, bro. If more women were like free speech absolutists, you could say whatever the fuck you want, however the fuck you want. I think they'd get along with men more because they try to filter like how it comes out so much to the point dude wants to talk to his boys instead. And she's like, why are you talking to your boys about our problem? It's because he don't try to mute me. And
And
I
then
can
I'll
say
just
it.
try to call you gay or something. Oh, he just like your
No, that's the type of
homeboy.
woman you're entertaining. Like that's disrespect. That's a whole different conversation.
Talk about DL. I'm just saying what I see
Right, right.
on this
Yeah,
app.
but
A lot of that's going on right now too. Like, oh, if a man wants to hang out with his homeboys, so like they don't even look into see like, oh, why is my man hanging out so much outside the house? They'll just say, oh, well, he's this, he's that. But like I said, it's just
Going over his head, yeah.
my
But
point is that they
we're
don't
talking about
care about how.
disrespectful women. We're talking about disrespectful women, which they're just gonna get disrespectful men.
No, I'm not, even if they're not disrespectful. My point is, I haven't seen women who actually care about how a man feels, unless it's regarding.
Hold on,
Do you
hold on, hold on,
demand
hold
it?
on. Wait, word. Do you believe in generalizations or not really?
I do believe in generalizations, but when we're like his generalizations are literally based on a minority.
No,
Generalizations need to be
no.
based on a majority.
That's a majority of women.
I think
No, it
majority. I
isn't.
think, bro. Go ahead, bro. My bad, my bad. Wait, word. I don't want to cut you off. I'm a mute
No, no,
up, bro.
sorry.
No, you're good. It's on you, bro. I want to hear your response. I'll go after.
No. But you said I believe in generalities, but generalities have to be based on the majority, not the minority. Because at the end of the day, if like you have to take out your specific lifestyle and look at outside of you, and outside of you, like what you're talking about, women don't act that way.
Majority of women do not care about male emotions.
Do
And
men
that's
do the
generally
majority of men care about women's emotions?
when men are typically with. I'm not saying that all of them do, but I'll say that more often it's more men that care than
Just
women.
answer my question,
I did
please.
answer your question. I just
The
did.
question is, I'll repeat it. Do a majority of men care about women's emotions?
Probably not.
More men do than women do.
That's tough.
If
Yeah.
women didn't care how men feel, we would have walked away from y'all completely and
You didn't
never
have to
looked
you
back.
didn't have.
We would have
No.
we would have matched your silence with silence, your distance with detachment, your emotional shutdowns with coldness, but we don't. Why?
I
Because we
like that you
care.
said that. I like that you said that. Women, yeah, when it's a guy who doesn't actually give a shit about them, then the
Yeah.
women will try to care. Then they'll have a care for that guy. But like I said, men who express themselves, women don't care when a man expresses himself. They only stick out with a man who doesn't express himself and try to force that man. Or they're like, oh, he doesn't express himself. He doesn't have show emotion. They'll stick it out with that guy who lacks any type of emotional intelligence. Because that's why I think it's funny how women say, oh, the men of yesterday and women get cheated on and got cheated on. Women go with the guys that are cheating on them, and then they try to make that guy the
Wait,
guy that
I
they
gotta
want
ask
to
real
be in
quick.
their
I
head.
apologize, y'all. I gotta ask Wayward a quick question. How often has a woman told you
Hold
to
on,
like
guys.
reframe? Okay, go
Hold
ahead.
on,
Go
hold
ahead.
on.
I'm sorry.
Word, real quick.
Go ahead.
I think majority of guys
You got
do
one bar.
care. Damn, Karen.
I think you should just say the woman you've dated.
I'm gonna generalize 100%.
So I was trying to say that I think that Hold on. I was trying to really say that I do think that a majority of guys do care about women's emotions because this is why they have their moms and shit. Because they'll literally try to meet a woman, what a woman feels like. Oh, she feeling sad. All right, let me be there for her. Let me be that man in her corner. Oh, if
Yes.
she feeling happy. All right, let me go buy her flowers. Hold on, let me go buy her flowers. Let me go get her chocolates, whatever the fuck it is. At the end of the day, let me take her out on a movie date. So yes, men, majority of men do care about a woman's emotions. That's why they trying to sit up here and please the woman to get up in her good graces, to make sure she is comfortable, to make sure her life is in a position where she's not stressing. So yes,
You.
it is.
So here's my question I was gonna ask. And the guys, this is for the guys. Do y'all demand that your women care about you?
Do I demand it? What do you mean?
If you say you need to care about me,
Do I
Why would
tell
you
a
need to
woman
say something like
to
that?
care about me?
it's there's a reason. So it's something you should expect already. That's what,
Well,
like, you expecting it in a sense is demanding it.
Yeah, I think you do. No, I think you do expect that. Why would you get
But
with somebody?
that's why I'm asking it. That's why I'm
I
asking it.
wouldn't say
I would say
demand.
in a
If
Demand.
you
relationship.
expect
The
something,
man.
you're not necessarily demanding it.
Demand would
No, we're not
mean.
I
talking.
agree.
Demand would
Huh?
mean if you ordered
You
it
ask
or something like
gentlemen.
that.
I am one of them.
What the heck? Can two gentlemen talk at one time? That's confusing me now. What's going on?
Nah, you go, host. That was the other guy.
What the heck is going on? But I was just saying that
Sorry, Ken.
demand, because you used the word demand. That means that's like you're trying to make an order or something like that. Yes, we have an expectation of somebody caring about us. Why would we get with somebody that's not going to care about us?
Yeah, he's trying to frame it in like a
As I
certain.
said, the way he tried to frame it is like, what the heck? Those are two different things. You can't do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
break
Haywood,
it
are you
down
here
to what
for
it
a
says.
genuine
Nah,
conversation, or are you here to like be a?
no. And the hostess answered the question, and Andre answered the question. What is your answer? Do you think you should demand your woman care about you?
Do I think I
No.
should demand a
No,
woman
Andre,
to?
don't let him answer. I want to hear his answer.
I don't think I should demand anyone to do anything. No.
So what about it being an expectation?
Yes, if you're with someone and it's a relationship, and the whole point of a relationship is to grow together. Yes,
Even before the
I
relationship?
expect to be respected in a relationship.
No, not respected. To
Why would you
care.
be in a relationship with someone you don't
Care is
expect to
part of
respect
respect, is
you?
it not?
No, it isn't. You expect your woman to care about you prior to the relationship also, correct?
Yeah, that's
I
how you
suppose
get
Andre,
into the
please, bro, come
relationship.
on, man.
exactly. That's how you get
I'm
That
into
trying to
one.
prove a point, and you keep
Wayward, that's
answering for
how you
him.
get into the relationship
Yeah, you're
Oh
by
trying
my
to you're
God,
trying
I'm
to
expecting
not
you're
that.
trying
gonna.
to frame a
If you
point.
don't expect that and you don't get that, you're not going to want
Andre,
to
I'm
pursue the
trying to get him
relationship
to answer the
further.
question.
You're just trying to frame something so you can get. Oh, well, see, I got you. That's what you're trying to
No,
do.
it's
Right.
trying to prove a
But
point, but Andre keeps
I'll engage.
answering it.
I'll engage. Continue.
There's no point. I'm just gonna like literally start answering again.
Well, you're gonna repeat yourself because Andre's not saying anything as of now.
Okay, so I'll start. Do you demand that your partner care about you?
No, I don't demand anyone to care about me.
But you expect the person you're with or person you're courting to care about you?
Of someone that I'm courting,
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not expecting someone who I'm courting to care about me. I would like for that to be built up. Yes, I don't expect them if they don't know who I am to care about me. No.
Okay, so if you're with someone that cares about you, right? Actually, and I'll go to official in a second. So if you're with someone that you're expecting them to care about you, right?
Yeah.
And wouldn't them worrying about your emotions and how things affect you a way of showing they care about you?
Yes, and my point is that women don't do that. So your whole line of questioning was kind of useless.
So if women don't do that, that means logically then, if that's an innate thing, then no man should date any woman ever because they don't meet that criteria.
Well, men like women, and they're gonna date. So I mean, I should and what's reality is two different things. And I wouldn't prescribe give that as prescription to men.
So
Just don't ever date women ever again.
So you think men should date women that don't care about them?
Sure. My point is that they don't care about men.
No, I'm gonna repeat the question. So you think men should date women that don't care about them?
No, and I don't think men go into a relationship.
There's no woman that cares about men by your logic. So there's men are only dating
No,
when
no,
men.
no, no, no. And when Fifi said something, I said yes. Women care about men who don't care about them. So the men who are putting them through all the emotional distress and oh, he cheats on me, he does this, he does that. Then they'll try to get that guy to open up for him to be the type of
One.
guy they want.
So
The
the
in their
Because it's a
question
project,
again.
it's an
what are you saying?
experiment.
Yeah,
Wait, wait,
they
wait.
want exactly. They want to try to tame this guy and make him into who they want him to be or whatever. But on the general basis, that's not what most guys are. So the majority of guys who actually do care about a woman's emotions or feelings in a relationship or any of that type of stuff, they don't care about how that guy feels. They don't care about him opening up because they don't care about him as much as they care about that guy who treats them like shit.
So once
And
again,
that's why
if
women
you're
are saying, hold up, and that's why I think someone in the comments or it might have been Fifi or something, they were saying, oh well, women been tolerating this since the past. Yeah, the funny part about that is women from the past, even if we want to argue that they didn't have a choice because they couldn't work, at least they didn't have a choice back then. The funny part about it is now in modern times, women are still getting with these pieces of shit when they have a choice to not get with them. So what does that show you? What do women actually like?
Dang, that hurt.
They
yeah,
like
so
they like
I'm
they
gonna
like
finish
hold
my
up. They
question.
like pieces of shit. That's the reality of the situation.
Okay, cool. So
More often than
so
not,
I'm
they
gonna
like pieces of shit.
so
That
back.
is crazy. One of them wasn't a choice, and then they choose and still choose. That's crazy.
Exactly. So it's like you
And
say,
I
oh,
like
you
to
with
ask the ladies too,
freedom and rights. It's
why
like
are
you
you
guys got
carrying
freedom and
someone
rights
else's
to still
burden
make
from
the
the
same bad
past?
decision.
Carry your
That
own.
is crazy though. They got all the men in the world. They still choose. That's funny. And then get mad at that. That is true. That's deep.
Hey
I'm
man,
I'm, I'm more
I think
so
accountability. It shows you
people
the
need to marinate
accountability.
that on that one. Back then they had no choice, right? And now they have a choice and still don't want it.
Facts, bro. I thought
so
about that a while ago, and that's one of the greatest points, bro. Just pull that one right out, and there's nothing to argue with.
That's funny. Though.
so
And you don't
I'm
have,
gonna ask my
and may I
question
just say
again.
too, these ladies don't have burdens from the 1950s because you didn't live it. Carry your own.
So I'm gonna ask my question again.
Carry
So
your own
you're
burden.
saying men should be with women that don't care about them
This guy is sheep trying to frame stuff.
because you went off on a whole tangent.
Can I ask something? If someone makes a demand, are you expecting them to follow through with it?
So just the demand question, I expected correction on that. You corrected me and the host corrected me because that's improper behavior. That's why I switched the word to expectations. I didn't. I only said demand at the beginning to see if you'll correct it because that's a control mechanism. The host immediately shut my ass down when I said that. I was like, nah, the expectation. And you also did,
Oh,
Andre. That's
that's
why I said you both
terrible.
answered.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah, and I answer the same way. I don't expect. I don't
You didn't
demand.
answer the question. I'm answering it. Asking
You
me again.
asked me if I
Do you
demand
think men
respect, and I
should
said
be with?
no.
No one said respect.
Well, you
Do
said should
you?
I demand someone to care, and I said that it's synonymous with respect.
So
That's what happened.
okay, no, it
You know
isn't.
what they
But
say
anyways,
about
I'm gonna
respect,
ask the
right?
question again. Do you think a man should be with a woman that doesn't care about him?
No,
So every single man should be single.
no,
How can that be possible when you just said women don't
because
care about men?
men don't get with women they expect.
Oh my fucking Christ. Fucking
Can I
Christ.
say something?
Men get
Um,
with that one woman that they find that is
Like
the
like
that
your
is
logic
adaptable
makes no
to
your logic
them.
is so
Real
That is
quick.
what
subjective and
No, because like I
men
said,
biased.
you're
go
trying to
for.
frame it a certain way. My
Real
point
It's
quick.
not
is,
framing it. I'm
men are
asking
not
you questions
Hold
about
on,
your
y'all.
Wait,
logic.
I'm gonna
men are
give you
not
the
getting with
keys to the
women and
game,
expect them
okay?
not to
You
care about
find
them
that
and
one
come.
lady that cares about you.
Go ahead, Fifi, real quick. I don't know if they can hear me.
yeah, I just wanted to say that I disagree that you stated that women care more about unavailable men. That's a lie. Men will chase women who clearly say, I don't want anything serious. You guys do it more times. You guys do it a lot. And I think some of y'all are addicted to the chase. You guys don't even like women. That's why you guys sleep with so
Out the
many
cap.
women that you don't even care about. So it's not true that you guys sleep with women that you don't care about. I'm lying.
I
No,
don't do that.
no, the part
Do
that we
some
don't
I've
guys
been
do
married
that?
like
for
women, you're
17
trying
years,
to
going on
imply a
18
rainbow,
next
and that's
month.
not
Hold
acceptable.
on, real quick. Y'all didn't even let her finish the whole thing. What's going on? I know y'all was liking it.
Listen, then she asked a
So
question just now. She just asked a question.
She just got cut off in the middle of what she was just saying. That was
you
crazy.
guys are addicted to the chase. You're more excited by the idea of conquering a woman who doesn't want you than actually being loved by the one who does. That's emotionally unavailable behavior on your part too.
No, I would
And
say
you
I can
guys
see
keep,
that. I
you
can see
guys
that.
are, you guys, and some men who keep going after women who only use them for money, attention, or sex, but stay because they think their role is to prove they're different. Isn't that the same thing women are accused of? So don't say women go after unavailable men, because you guys do it more. Women will stay in a relationship or get in a relationship because she likes you, but you men will stay in
yeah, my
relationships
thing
for
is who
I
she
think y'all
years
likes.
talk about. I think you talk
and don't
about two
even
different. You talking about
and
two
don't
different
even
things though. That's what that's what's going on.
no, it's the
So
same
so both of
thing.
y'all going extreme,
Chasing unavailable.
just like dynamic and you. Both of y'all doing the same exact thing. Y'all going to extremes. So I can feel it, right? I can say majority of men and women, right? They both have those issues, but no. Also, I gotta say this: what you're talking about, you acting like man can just get it that easy. That's not even
Right,
that's
right,
nowhere
right.
near
That's
true.
what I
You
was
now
gonna.
that's a small amount that you're talking about that act like they can have it because y'all reject more men than actually accept what y'all accept for the most part. So these
It's
men
because most men don't take care of
they
themselves.
hold up. These men they don't have it like that to say that they're just they looking for this and that. No, I mean dudes are really they trying to put up with things. I mean they putting up with some stuff for real because they can rarely get some punani. I mean I know y'all here to this day they women and men clowning on. Oh, this dude is an incel. I know you done heard that one a word 1,000 times on this app. As an incel. You don't ever heard no women get called an incel. Because it's obvious that it's so hard for these men to get anything. So we can't act like that a lot of these men got options like that. They just don't. We know a lot of women do have options. They most definitely do, and they think it's better on the other side. They think, okay, cool, you gonna treat me this way? I'm about to go ahead and get on somebody else that can treat me better. You know what I'm saying? But I can feel you. But like I said, it's horrible men and women overall. If we want to say for the majority, because even these men that can't get none, they still trash too. They
Yeah,
still
I
trash.
agree.
So there's nothing special about them because they don't even got they stuff together. That's why they can't find that good type of woman. You know what I'm saying? Which is rare for that type of woman because every woman think they good too. So it's like it's messed up on both ends. But when it comes to like looking for a certain smecks or looking for options, women have way more options than men is even getting accepted.
And like you just said, that to
We
my
have
point is that
options, but
it's
we
the
don't
same,
take them.
Go ahead,
it's the
Fifi.
We
same
have
There
men.
you go. That's what
options.
I'm saying. I'm glad you said that, Fifi. You're making the point even worse. You said you got
No,
options, but
I'm
you don't
not.
take
I'm
them.
saying
Yes, you are.
we have
Wait,
options, but a lot of women
Don't.
don't sleep around. Well, I don't sleep around like that.
Yeah, I
A
know you
lot of
personalize it
women
like
It's
are.
not
majority of
about
women do.
sleeping around. It's about the capabilities.
Yeah,
and
that's
the
what I said.
thing,
There, yeah, right. That's
and
what
the
that's the
thing
whole
All
is,
right.
point.
the
So,
women
Kev,
are
I have a
with the
question.
same
I have
guy
a
that I was
question for the
talking
young lady.
about. The same guy that I'm talking about who has the emotional unavailability and all that. He's usually the one who's sleeping with a lot of women, and it's the same man that she's talking about who are going around with all these women, and they're the same ones who the women are trying to chase to lock down. Trust me, I have a friend who's just like that, and he had
Why is that
multiple.
guy your friend?
Say what?
Why is that guy your friend if you don't accept that behavior?
Because he was my best friend since we grew up, and I accept. I don't. He's not doing it to me at the end of the day. And like I said, if that's what women are going to
I
accept from,
get what's going
if
on.
that's what women are going to accept from him, then
Wait,
that's
where you
their
don't have
own.
any.
I was telling him before, I was one of those guys like, oh, like I said, the guy who cares. Like, oh, don't do that to women. I was that guy before. Like, don't do that. You should treat women better. And then
Yeah. So
I
so
recognized the way he
what's
treated women.
going
They actually
on?
liked it.
What's going on is just like both of y'all. Like I noticed about because I'm just been just paying attention to what how this conversation going. Y'all both coming from like a hurt angle. You and Fifi. That's why y'all cannot see. Y'all
Correct.
speaking on
Word.
saying
You
these
guys
women is
don't
like this
see
and she
things.
like these men is like this and stuff. But it's like y'all haven't found y'all person. That's what it is. Y'all haven't changed yourself enough to realize that it is certain people that can align with what the way your way of thinking. Both of y'all hurt. I mean, we can tell because y'all haven't spoke on the certain people that is to know who to look out for. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep saying that it's the men that's like this, and then he like it's the women that's like this and all that stuff, and y'all have not. It's like y'all have been. It's like y'all unable to be able to find or recognize the ones that's actually willing to listen to you, the ones that you could be emotionally available for, and all this other stuff. But I just noticed on both while I'm hearing both of y'all both the opposite. That's what
Yeah,
it seems like. Y'all coming from
we
like more
move
of
and
a
talk
hurt type
It's
differently.
toughness.
it's confirmation bias. They're looking
No,
for it, and unfortunately, you're gonna keep seeing it. That's
Yeah.
why like everything the guy above me is talking about. I never like I've seen it maybe when I was younger, but as I've gotten older and the type of people I keep around me, I don't see that shit ever.
So you're telling me most of the women that you see in your life are, or actually, I would say
I gotta ask you, bro.
that you're romantically
Hold on,
involved
hold
with.
on. Wait, if I
Uh,
got ask,
uh,
wait, wait, just a quick question.
they care about how you feel, and you can express everything to them. And
Yeah, I was
They,
just
cause
gonna
you
ask
ask the
that, bro.
wrong ones, but yeah, I can feel you that a
Yes.
lot of them not gonna
My
care.
my my lady my
that was
lady
my main
has
point.
literally
I get you. I get you. I
so
get you.
so for me, right? Apparently, um, like she's stopped me and pointed out the way I respond in certain ways, and she's like, "Yo, I can see you're stressed. You need to go sit down because you're not saying that shit, but I noticed that shit." And I
How
would have been
many?
like, "Yo, what the fuck you talking about? I'm stressed. Like, what do you? I'll be confused as hell." She's like, "Yes, you are. You need to go chill out for a little bit, and then I'll just go take a nap."
Okay, and I got a question for you. How many women have you been with who did? Cause you're talking about this one girl that you're with. How many
All of
girls
them.
are like that? How many girls that you were with were like that woman?
All of them.
All of the women were like that.
Yes.
Where do you
How old are
live?
you?
I'm 35.
Where do you
Okay.
live?
I'm in Florida.
Okay, okay,
You're
Florida.
trying to find some argument from authority like crazy.
No, because my point is, I don't. I'm not saying that you're not telling the truth, but I don't believe you personally.
So I have always there's like I said there's a standard. Like I have my expectations and I stay by my expectation. When I was younger, I made leeway. As I've gotten older, is like, bro, if you do not care about me, you will be banished. Like
True.
I'm not gonna be around you.
Like a few.
End of day.
And how
So
many women did you
me,
have to banish?
You
what do you
don't have
mean?
to
A
look. You
lot.
don't have to do
Uh,
that
uh,
too much. Like if,
No,
if
no,
no.
hold
So
on.
the answer, I'll answer
No,
because you're
what
looking
you
for
just no wait,
the
because
answer. The
you just
answer
said
is a
you just
lot.
said that you had to banish a lot, improving that you had a
No, no,
smaller
no.
pool
Don't
of
run off.
women.
Don't run off yet. Don't run
You
off
had a
yet. Don't
smaller
run off
pool of
yet.
women who did care versus ones.
Wait,
Y'all
so,
need a moment. Like, hold on, because
ma'am.
seriously, what's going on? Like, Kev, go ahead.
yeah, and you got two bars too. But I was dang, what the heck was I about to say? Uh, freak. I guess I'm done.
All
Alright,
he was
so
speaking
Kev,
on more about like what you were bringing up, Kev, was every woman that you've ever experienced was coming from this
Oh
aspect.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's what you just reminded me, right? So the thing is that I like what Wayward said, what he said though, because the reason why he's saying that is because he only run into because the thing is it be all pickings, right? So same thing. It's obvious that Fifi and Janet, y'all must have ran through certain type of people that y'all have to keep on. I mean, he probably ran into people that don't accept his feelings. She ran into men that
who's talking?
whatever it
The
is, and that's the
host.
reason why. That's the reason why. That's all y'all kind of see. You know what I'm saying? So usually you avoid certain type of people if you're this certain type of person. You usually accept the type of people that you are. That's just what that is. So that's why y'all keep seeing these type of people and all stuff. That's why we were like, well, I don't be around these type of people that much or whatever. I'm not about to
Yeah, but
be
he
around.
lied though. But he because he's basically said, oh well, I'm with women who do this. I'm not okay. You can be with those women. You can choose between who's good and who's not. But his point, he still said that. Well, more than not, he has encountered women that I'm speaking about. So, like I said, most are like that. Are there
Nope,
minorities?
I totally don't
Yeah.
run off with it. Let me finish what I was saying. You were so ready. You were so ready. The ending is yes, I talked to many women, but other qualities made me not want to be with them.
Such as.
Can I
What do you
say
mean, such as
something?
there's a plethora of things. I have
I'm asking about
expectations.
women caring about emotions.
If
So
we're talking
that's
about
what we're.
specifically for caring about emotions,
That's
I
exactly
would
what.
Calm
okay.
down,
So
That's not my
kid. I
point
okay,
the
just
whole
asked a
time.
if we're going
question.
specifically purely by that, I would say percentage wise of all the women I talked to in the small time frames I was single, maybe 10%.
10% did or 10% did.
Some of them had trauma. Some of them had they were out of relationships they shouldn't have been dating. Some of them were different life
Well,
situations.
10%
They had
what? 10%
debt.
what?
There's a bunch of, but specifically about the caring level is maybe 10%. and it
10%
was
daycare or
and
10%
it was the most
babysitter.
toxic
And
ones
you
that
know,
didn't
I
care.
mean, I guess in a way I can get where, and even the way we're kind of almost like sound like we kind of agreeing with dynamic a little bit though, because I can see like the majority, right? If we talking about a big amount, like, because even society itself even made women not to really, we have to care more about them than anything, them and children. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was even mentioning this before. I feel like I talked about this a couple of days ago about that's the reason why men's mental health is so hectic because it's like a joke too, because it's like it always gonna prioritize women first. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why we hear women's stories
Man,
first. That's why we hear all these, all these things, and then it's like they so privileged that they don't realize that they one of the most heard people to this day. That's why the world is adjusted so many different ways because they're being heard. And even
Exactly.
on this app now, they be acting like they not getting hurt. We just want to be heard, and we just want to
Kev,
y'all so spoiled of being heard nowadays. Y'all don't even realize that y'all got it. And then when a man say something, I can get what John Nemi saying. When he say something, usually gonna turn right back to them because they're more of the emotional beings. You know what I'm saying? So they gonna like, oh, why didn't you tell me that I made you feel like this? And and then
Yeah, but
it's
they
back
don't
to
actually
the
care
That
how they make
like
part.
you
I even
feel.
seen
Kevin,
look,
if
I
I,
got one more thing too. Like I even seen in the like where that we found out it was a dude that found out that wasn't his baby in the court, right? They the baby mama or whoever that cheated on the guy was the one sitting there crying, and then the whole court was sitting there crying for her.
Yeah,
And this
yeah.
nigga, that's not his child. Like what the heck? But that's how society is in a way. But I do want to let Fifi because she was trying to say something real quick.
Thank you. Carlos, I just wanted to correct you or anyone on this panel. I think we need to stop assuming that every time a woman speaks up, she's hurt or bitter. It's kind of frustrating and dismissive. Women are fully capable of expressing opinions, setting boundaries, and calling out issues without stemming from personal pain. And I think this assumption silences valid perspectives and shifts the focus away from the message or the conversation. And I think women, like anyone else, can analyze situations and recognize patterns and speak truth without being tied to personal trauma. So I
Okay.
myself, I'm not speaking from a place of personal trauma.
Hey, if
So
that
I
made
just,
you
if
feel
that,
better, that
if I
made you
may,
feel
if
better.
that's
yes,
If that
it
made
did.
you feel better, that's
It
cool. Yeah,
did.
right.
It did.
But
if that's all that it
I've been
takes,
doing
Yo,
this
I'll
a little
Kev.
too
support you
long.
in your
Hey, I've been
Carlos,
doing
conviction.
this a little too long. You can try to convince me, but whatever.
Kev.
Kevin, I have an issue with that because if that's all it takes for you to lose sight of your convictions, then how much was it worth to you?
Wait, what are you talking about?
If that's all that it takes to make you hurt and offended, that someone called you hurt, then like
I'm
how?
not saying that whenever women are speaking, don't say that's coming from a place of trauma. Not
Women
Hey,
every
say that
woman
to men the
has
most.
it's
been
And
funny though,
if
through
and
cause
if
worse.
something
hey,
that
Hold
look,
on,
this
hold
look what happened
on.
in 4K though, cause it's like
Hold
I literally
on.
mentioned, I said both of them, and then she just only personalized.
Yeah,
Well,
but I was
don't say
just
that about a
no, but
woman
I was
though.
just correcting you. I was just
I
correcting you,
said
and that's
y'all
what it
both
is.
coming from two hurt talking points, right? And
But
she
I'm
like, well,
not.
don't say
But
that.
I'm not. But
That
I'm not though.
And I
no,
didn't
what I'm
cry. I
saying is
whatever
didn't
that
cry
make
if
you.
you
about
Hey,
it.
look,
didn't really
whatever
have a
make you feel
conviction for
better. I'll
something,
sit here and
don't
listen to
allow
both of
small
y'all
things
for the
like that
longest.
to
Because
Y'all
I
had
deter
the
can
you.
y'all
listen.
had the
I can
option. Look,
listen
look,
to
y'all
you.
both had the option to
But I'm
say how it's
okay.
about good men or good women, right? But y'all choose not to. And then I'm hearing you saying I and we and I don't. And when you do that, that means you're internalizing a general thing or whatever, and you
Mm.
make it seem like that you're the good woman, and then all rest everybody's like so. Like I said,
I'll,
I don't know if who you trying to convince, but I heard both of y'all talk. I let both of y'all talk. So if you don't
You
believe you
can't.
heard, you can act like that.
I'm
But I
just
know
gonna
what hurt
quote.
sound like because I've been the same people that say they not. I've been doing this stuff for 4 years. Y'all be coming with the same exact thing. Like y'all not
Mm.
tricking me.
I'm gonna point out.
Which
I've been up here saying the majority of women are good women the whole time, which is funny.
But you kind of went against that whole point because you just said most of the women that you met. But anyways, I don't know. You
Oh no,
sounded
no,
kind of
finish it.
Wayward,
speaking on
Nope,
it
nope,
though.
can I
nope,
ask you a
nope.
question,
Finish what you're
Wayward? Do you
saying.
believe
Please
that
finish
most
it.
men are good too?
You said that most women, if you had to banish most women for the whole emotional thing that I was talking about,
No,
even though you decided to include other traits, but I never said those other
but
traits.
that's why I corrected myself and said if we're going purely off the ability to care about me when I was talking to these ladies, I would say less than 10% of them. and
So
those
what
were the
that
ones
mean?
that were extremely toxic,
So what
which
that
means
being
majority
said,
of them cared.
so yeah, that's why I kept asking. 10% cared or 10% didn't care. That's what I kept asking you.
10% didn't care, but these are the ones that didn't. They were going through a lot of life issues, and I was like, hey, you need to figure out your stuff so I can move forward with you. For all of them, like they all, bro. You want to know the amount of fucking food that I got for free, bro? These women used to give me food. They used to make sure I was doing good every day.
It's not
Jesus
care.
Christ.
That's not caring about emotions, but okay. I'm
Making
not.
sure you're good every day is caring. If you're calling and
I'm
asking
not
about your
talking
day.
about buying you food and cooking for you because women will do that. I'm talking about specifically emotional based
I
things. If I
just
tell
say
you,
they call that.
if you tell a woman like, oh yeah, I don't like that. This makes me, or what you do, you're doing this and this hurts me. I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about buying someone food because women do that all the time. I had a woman who bought me
No.
food. That doesn't mean she cared about me speaking to her when it comes to a topic that they would deem as an
Okay.
emotional topic or expressing something that
Yeah,
bothers.
some people they do things looking for transactional things, so they only do
Yeah.
something because they gonna expect something back from you. They don't. A lot of people not genuine nowadays.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that woman buying me
I was
food
using the
because she wants to
example of
get with
cooking
me. That's
food
why she
because for
bought
me,
me
cooking
food.
food's a big thing, and a lot of ladies I've ever talked to understand. If you make food for me, that's a big thing because I love food. But outside of that, I did also mention, which you keep getting, you're so ready, you're so goddamn ready. I said you call to check up on me to make sure I'm good. You completely were so ready, you didn't hear the second half.
A wayward,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the thing is that we're expecting care to come from somebody else, but what care do you give to other people?
Who, me?
Yeah, how do you
Um,
care for other people?
so for me, so okay, so I do the same thing. So as I've gotten older, I've come to the conclusion I will never ask you for something or expect something I'm not willing to give the exact same thing, or at least close to. So it's simple like cooking food. I like doing that, so I'll do that for the lady. Checking up on you, making sure you're good, having conversations like, "Yo, what's going on?" If I know, like how I said with my lady, she notices I wasn't moving the way I normally did, and she pointed out something. She told me to go sit down because I didn't notice it. The same way as like, "Hey, I'm paying attention to you. Yo, I see." You're kind of you're not moving as well as you normally like. Yo, come sit with me. What's going on? Like I've actually done that before, my lady. And I was like, yo, what's going on with you? She said she just wasn't feeling good for a whole day. I was like, bro, just don't go to work. Stay home. I don't care. So
What happens
Abandoning your duties.
if what happens if the care that is coming into you can't tolerate?
I don't understand what you mean can't tolerate. Like what type of care would I
Hey,
possibly
isn't
do?
like when they had their periods though? Like, ain't that the
No,
biggest thing
that's
they can
not an
tolerate?
excuse.
That's funny though.
That's not
Like,
an
it'd be so
excuse.
funny that though, like society, they don't realize. That's what I'm saying. I can never take that serious when they be like, "Hey, man, it's the men that don't tolerate that and all this other stuff."
Yeah, but like what would be an example of something that I wouldn't tolerate that would
Well,
be
I don't know if somebody.
I,
Man, we gonna be having
I,
him.
I don't live with you, so it's like you're putting expectations upon
Oh,
care.
okay. Okay,
Yeah, so
I
I don't
understand the
live with
question.
you, so I don't
So
know. So
so
what is
the
something that you wouldn't tolerate if somebody else was
I don't
giving
really
you?
I mean and we're assuming like disrespect and all that normal stuff, disrespect and rudeness, that's normal stuff you don't tolerate. But like if you're expressing something to me, I think the only thing I would say is something I wouldn't tolerate is not giving me the opportunity to ask questions. That's something that actually very much irks me because if I care about you and you're voicing concern to me, I'm gonna ask damn questions. If you're not allowing me to ask damn questions, don't ask me to care. I think that's the closest thing I can really get
Okay,
to.
so I get you. So asking
Yes,
questions, but are you going to be able to receive their response?
I have to. If I care, I have to. And if I have to try my best to receive it. And if it's a situation where I'm not receiving it as well, then I need to ask more questions of how I should. There's something I learned from a book I read a long time ago. Well, I did this while I was single. It's like one question you can ask your partner is like, hey, in a perfect, if it's a situation where you don't, they straight up just aren't understanding what the fuck you're saying. You can literally say, hey, in a perfect world, what would be my perfect response? And then once they verbalize that response to you, you can say, okay, well, I might not be able to do this, but I can do this, or I can try to work on this because this is a breakdown in communication. All that shit boils down to fucking communication.
I got I guess I say the thing. It's only like two things. If we talking about relationship wise, I'm not tolerating is what's that cheating
Yeah, but
cheating
that's
and
disrespect. That's all
cheat-
disrespect.
cheating and abuse for the most part.
Yeah, and that's all disrespect. That's what I'm saying. Like outside of disrespect,
Hey,
it's
wait, man! You gotta be the center every time. I'm like that. I'm trying to
you
get
know
some
what? You know what?
time.
You're right. I'm gonna show my. I'm
What
gonna show my.
the
You're right. You're right.
heck? He didn't even give me a chance to get my own one. But I wanted to see. Dang, somebody did just leave. I was about to get them in there. I don't know if Fifi you wanted to go again and then get Andre in, and then lovely.
Well, you were going close. I wanted you to answer how can you answer the first prompt being positive? And I wanted you to give me an example since you said my answer was coming from a place of hurt when this
Yeah,
prompt
cause
is negative.
yeah,
And
That
the
must
answer
have
was
you
hurt.
be
switched the
loving.
whole first prompt around to make it seem like women was the innocent ones, and then you said that actually they were more tolerant and they are this and all that. Then you made it like the man was more the issue. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, this is the fourth time you brought it up, so I'm really not convinced that you're
I
not hurt.
don't think you were listening to me, to be
Go ahead.
honest.
You can do it. Go ahead again. You can go ahead again.
You heard me, but you were not listening.
I say you can go again.
I don't want to though.
Oh,
I'll
you
leave
can't
it. I'll leave
tolerate
it.
it. Sheesh. All right. I guess we get Andre in.
Hmm. It says women are less tolerant and they are more single. Hmm. Well, I would say the women that are less tolerant are more single. Um, yeah, pretty self-explanatory there. Men tolerate too much. That's why they are desperate. I'd say men we have a greater endurance for adversity. Which, by the way, I remember Kevin you saying something earlier about men doing these things, doing things for society, for your families in general, and then they're not shown at least proper respect for it. And I think that's why men are getting away from doing traditional things or things that were traditionally for the benefit of society, is because we are no longer seeing that men are appreciated and respected, at least respected, for our efforts in society. Say, for instance, there are a lot of women that'll say, "Oh, if you don't make 100K, you're a bum. If you're a janitor, you're a bum. You don't deserve anyone. You don't deserve happiness." Things like that. I've heard those things, and I'll always say to myself, "You know what? That person is the reason why your facility is clean. He's the reason why you're not, squatting over the bathroom to pee, ladies, rather than being able to sit all the way down." I believe it's proper to have respect for everyone in their profession, no matter what it is, as long as they are efficient at it, because it's everyone doing their job that keeps society afloat. And I think that needs to be respected more, no matter your, no matter how much you bring home.
Okay. Lovely. What you got for me? And then we're gonna get Mr. Crunch in.
No, go ahead with Mr. Crunch, my brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Let me know where you're gonna step in. Let me know. What you got, a crunch?
Hey, what's going on,
Hey, I
everybody?
got three people in the dang on. Wow.
I make it fast, man. Everybody wants to speak, man. We all just having a great weekend, man. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky, man. We got a derby. It rained out, but hell, I had a great barbecue, good dinner. I'm just hoping everybody's doing good. I don't know if I'm gonna be on target or anything, but what I was saying was is I don't know why women do what they do when they're or why they're more single. I won't stereotype, but what I'll land my plane on is I'll tell you about me. I tell you about what I see and how what I feel in the Midwest region. I'm single and I can't speak for no one else, but it's been bad. And the only reason why I'm single is because I hear about people making a lot of money and the expectations they want, and get that young lady. If you look in that mirror and you feel like, hey, I've seen people to where they just marriage isn't for me, or this isn't for me, and I want this, and I want to go for it, damn it, go for your dreams. But me, I spent $40 on a plate with a woman. I've woken up, I've done different things with ladies, and I appreciate it. It's different learning systems, different. I don't litter because of one woman. I go to farm, farmer, future farmer, the little farm markets in the morning, Saturday mornings, 10 o'clock and stuff because of a woman. But when I break down how much I spend, because a woman's a payment. Damn it, a woman's a payment. When I break down how much I spend, and I go to a simple place like the $1.25 tree, do you know how much I can get for $100, $40? And this is maybe spent on a Saturday night average with a woman. And when I look at the groceries that I have, and I'm not joking, I'm not trolling. When I look at the groceries that I can get for $1.25, and I put them next to me, and I appreciate every one, and then I look at this woman, and it's this low energy, this bad attitude, this sometimes is good, most of the times it's bad. I'd rather just keep my little money and just have a nice life by myself, me and my cat. And I think that's what I think it ruined me. And thank y'all for listening, and I appreciate you.
Well, Mr. Crunch, can you do me a favor, please, please, for me, for me? What was the name of that store again?
It's a $1.25 tree. Everywhere it used to be the Dollar Tree, but now it's a $1.25.
I call that
Y'all
too.
laughing, but go to the $1.25 tree with $50.
That sounds funny every
Put that
time.
bag of groceries.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna
Put
start
that bag
calling
of
it that
groceries
too.
next to a woman.
I'm gonna start calling it that now.
Shit. Yeah,
Ain't that the new name of it?
Hey, you know what that reminds me of when
Just
Walmart was
it's still the
all
Dollar
90,
Tree.
when Walmart was all 99 cents, but once they changed it to $1, it changed.
I always call it Dollar Tree, the place that's not a dollar.
Right?
Yeah, Dollar Tree,
I
where
like the
nothing's a
dollar. I
dollar.
like the
I thought that was
$1.25
just in
tree.
my city. I guess it done went up everywhere.
Oh yeah, no, nothing's a dollar. I think they be having stuff for $5 in there sometimes.
They
They
do
lying.
350, 250,
or
$5. Yeah.
Might
these
as well become Five Below at this point.
or
I
these
would.
guys
Even
that
Five
think they
Below,
can do my
even Five
job.
Below's not even Five Below anymore. They have stuff in there for $10 now.
Right, and I wanted to kind of expand on what Mr. Crunch was saying because Kev's first two questions, one says women are less tolerant, one says what men tolerate, but then the other two questions is talking about you. So we got men, we got women. So when do we actually recognize like those expectations, those realizations that it's like whether it's money, whether it's finances, whether we're going to the dollar. What if you tell your woman don't go to Dollar Tree, go to Walmart, or vice versa? It's all that concept. Like I think you were saying that Mr. Crunch is like, man, this single life is just different. It's like we have expectations that we're wanting from other people, but they're not giving them to us. But we're also not even moving them for ourselves. It
Look,
always
man,
go
let
back
me
down to
talk to you,
self.
lovely. Let me tell you
Go ahead,
something
my
for a
brother.
second in my wrestler voice, and I'm gonna break it down to you nice and raw, baby. Look, I'm 42 years old. I want to live another 15, 20, 40, 50 years, and you know what's gonna last that? It's about a fact that I date YT women. Okay, this lowers my blood pressure and this makes me a better person. And this is why I'm single. So if I'm gonna date them, I'm gonna date YT. And I really haven't found the right YT woman, and I'm just gonna chill by myself. I've been going. I just went through income tax season. I had a great season. I found every low income. I found every low self esteem woman that I could find, and I took advantage and I stacked up my money. I'm doing good. I got my vehicle together, my credit's right, my house looked good, new sofa. I'm trying to have a nice life, and I love the single life. I have two cats. They ignore me unless I'm smothered in treats, but that's okay. I've learned to deal with people through my cats. Cats don't really give a damn about you, but they need you just like you need them. So just don't have no expectations of no one, and therefore you'll never be hurt. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening.
My boy, a radio host or something. I know. All right, let's get Bobby in real quick.
Hey, panel, how y'all doing?
What's up? Welcome. What you got for me?
All
Hey,
right.
real quick before we even get this thing started, let's get the tapping real quick. We can get to 15K. It's 23 of y'all. Get some shares going. I know if y'all know how to do that, it's an arrow at the bottom. Y'all can do it that way. get some more perspectives up in here, or hold your finger on the prompt for like 3 seconds. Then you'll see a group of friends. Go ahead and tap that share real quick. Join the team. It's only 1 penny on the top. That little heart near my name. Y'all can join the team. Help push me on the popular live. And if y'all want to get that big belly down, go ahead and use some of y'all hot and ready money. You know, it's $5.99 to get that subscription. My man's didn't just got done spilling his guts out. Didn't want to leave after that.
He said
That's
it's
crazy
goodbye.
work.
He said thank
But
y'all for listening.
okay, he said I want to be hard looking at it.
And I'm out.
He has
That's
to get
cool
back to
though.
his
All right,
duties
but
because it's Captain
yeah,
Crunch, I guess.
yeah. So yeah, tap all that good stuff. I don't see it moving fast. I only seen John tap. Ever since I said tap, I only seen one person just tap. That's crazy work. I don't think. But yeah. Go ahead, Bobby. Go ahead.
All right, so the first one, women are less tolerant and they're more single. I feel like women are tolerant for the man they want to be with. If he that man, then women are tolerant for what is going on. Now the BS, no, we ain't falling for that no more. Men tolerate too much, that's why they're desperate. Well, if that goes back to the first one, if women's supposed to be tolerant, don't that mean they tolerating too much and they desperate? I'm just
Interesting.
saying.
Interesting. What y'all feel on that one? What she said right there. Hashtag what's up, bruh?
Yeah, what's happening, Chief? Let's see.
Before you even go, though, I was just saying what's up. But because John
Oh,
got to go too. John got to go.
Am I keeping going? Or y'all talking? Or?
No, we just only on the first two. That's all. Is that all you have for the first two?
Yeah, that's all I have for the. I mean, because I think we all tolerant for the person that we want. But if you saying men are too tolerant, then that means the women that's gonna be tolerant is too tolerant too.
Well, how do you? I was thinking about when you brought that up, Bobby. It's like some people don't even know how to tolerate themselves. It's
Right. Right.
it's like,
Well, I agree.
man, how can you receive another person in if you don't even know how to deal with your damn self?
If you don't even like yourself, but you want somebody else.
Well, that might be the great challenge. You might find yourself within that if you
Right.
work hard enough and care.
I agree, and I call it. I'm not gonna cuss here, but it's sitting in your stuff. You got to get to know you,
Right.
going what you went through. This is why we've talked a lot about like victim mentality mindset and accountability and all that. But if you don't do it for you, how are you gonna know what it's like when you meet that person who's ready and available to you?
I think
Problem
first
is
of
they
all, it ain't
don't.
about what you've been through; it's about what you've grown through and what
Yeah,
you learned on the
you
other
got to
side
go
of it.
through it to grow through it.
'Cause a lot of people go through BS and they still sitting in that BS. But if you done grown to the other side, you done grown through that and matured.
And unfortunately,
Do
they're
you,
not
do
being
you think
taught
they're
properly how to get through it too, or not how to get through it, but how to quote unquote find yourself early, right? They
do
don't
you
they don't
think
ever
your
learn how to do that.
tolerance level changes, Andre? Do you think your tolerance level changes based upon what you've been through?
You're asking me personally or general?
Yeah, like do you think that because of what you've been through, like you tolerate
Why would it
something?
be? That was funny. Why would it be? Why would it be personally though? He gonna ask you a question about
Because
your
I'm
personal.
different than a lot of other people. That's
Do
why
I
I'm
think
asking
that
it in
my
general
tolerance
or
change?
personally.
Yeah, I think that's a general thing though. I mean, based on how she asked it.
yeah,
That's
I
funny
think that
stuff.
second. I think that second prompt is probably the most true, and I don't think it has anything to do with whether men like women or not. I think a lot of men live scarce lives. They don't like most men are not interested in understanding women. Most men are not interested. I know I'm not interested in understanding women at all. I I I, I think that most men are not interested in even what's important to women. We just want to qualify well enough to get in your panties. And then when we qualify well enough with the basics that most women want, like, provide, protect, secure, or, provide, protect, look like a planner or whatever that is, right? As long as we qualify, we're like, okay, that's good enough, and then we'll work from there. And
Oh,
because
well,
we
you
we
just
just
answered all the prompts with that.
we we just don't see women as and I'm sorry, ladies, but I think most of you, not all of you, but most of you have helped us to see you the way we do. I think most women, when men deal with them, don't know how to act like more than children. And it's a shame, but I think it's kind of like the way that society is kind of broken you guys, you know? And I think it's broken men too, because most men don't know how to act like or treat women like more than children. And when we attempt to treat the majority of women like more than children, we're met with aggression from other men, and we're met with aggression from women. We're met with more scarcity from women, and then we're told that we are the worst men in the world, when we're just, most of the time, the guys who get a lot of the girls are actually treating them like they tell us to. I land right there.
All right, all right, all right. Did my brother John go before I go to Cam? I remember him going.
Nope.
I can't even all the way argue with you though. Like, okay.
Yeah, I can argue with that.
Yeah, let me get John in real quick.
Go ahead, let him argue that one. I got to hear this.
Oh, you think you gonna hear? All right, go ahead, Cam.
Hear this one.
Yeah, how we doing? Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with most of what you said. It feels like you were kind of playing both sides, but I'd say that no matter what, you still have to have a general understanding of women to deal with women. Like, you have to think, like, most of the guys that are getting girls, and even just to get a girl in today's day and age, and really always, you have to have a certain level of understanding of what a woman wants. So you kind of just glazed over and granted provision and protection, but that plays directly into, like, what a woman needs. So, I mean, I think I kind of see what you're saying, but I just disagree with that concept that, like, men don't have to understand what women want. But the reality is we do to deal with them. The issue, though, is that what a woman says she wants and what she actually does is different. And that's why we constantly see, especially when women are younger, you know, they're always going back to their cheating acts. They're going to the bad boys. That's a big reason why we see that stuff.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you hear me say understand, do you think I mean accept, or do you think I mean understand? Because when I
So
say
you're
okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, because before you answer the question, when I say understand, I don't mean figure out. I mean accept, right? But on the other side, when I say understand, I mean the desire to figure out. Most men don't desire to figure out women. We don't desire, like,
Well,
it's
why?
like it's a headache to figure out a
Yeah,
woman. It is a problem.
I agree.
To figure
I agree.
out
It is.
a woman. It's like
I agree. It is a headache, but I think most men want to figure that out. I disagree with that.
Yeah, I was
I think
almost
most men want to figure that out.
with the hashtag.
Like
I
no,
say
no.
it's
I mean,
fairly easy if you know how to read the room and read the situations.
no. It's not. It's not even that, right? Like, okay. So we could talk about like the basics, right? And I like we all kind of like know the basics, right? But when we talk about past the basics, that actual personality of that woman, that actual person. This is why, like, you have that honeymoon phase with a lot of women that you might be interested in, and then past that 3 months or even 6 months, it goes to shit. It's because the entire time you were just qualifying, right? You never
I
really
wouldn't
wanted
know.
to
Sorry.
understand her. You didn't get into her. You didn't. And if you tried to, it was either too vulnerable for her, or too hard, or too much of a headache for you. So,
Then you didn't really want that woman.
huh?
Then you didn't really want that woman.
No, a guy
Yeah.
could. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm trying to say is that I don't think a lot of people even want each other. I think they want to experience each other, but I don't think most people actually want each other.
The key to a woman's femininity is learning her, is knowing her.
The femininity.
Hey, ain't nobody asked you.
I'm
Ain't
trying to
nobody.
understand where your plane is landing. I'm having a hard time. So are you just saying that both genders don't actually want each other? Like, what's your point? I guess.
I'm saying, okay, so what I'm saying is that we just want to use each other. But we like overwhelmingly we just want to use each other.
Your
There will
transaction.
be there will be one, maybe five in your entire life, in your entire average 25,000 days of your life, that you will actually want a woman, or a woman will actually want a man. You might want five. And I'm just throwing that out like just random number. Like, but I'm just saying that it's really low, right? So, but overwhelmingly, we just want to experience each other. We don't really care about each other.
Wow.
What's the other side of that? Is the other side like actually caring? Like what I guess what's the
The other side would
does that
be
make
The
sense? What's the other
alternative.
side?
okay. So the other side would be actually like imagine a guy walking through life, and every woman he meets, he's actually interested in her. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen to that guy. He's gonna watch assholes smash her, and he's gonna be the fall guy or the shoulder to cry on to several women,
Not
even
the
if
nice
he
guy.
like he's
Yeah,
gonna be a
exactly.
nice guy, right? But let me tell you, this is why they finish last, right? And you know who she's gonna probably go to last? The guy who has tolerated her.
Mm.
It's the same way
Yeah,
of love
I
as
agree with
well.
that.
To the woman that gives in to every guy and falls in love in 2 days, that it's the same exact scenario for that
Nah,
woman.
I think they end up with the guy that
Don't
tolerates them.
worry. Life is a minefield. You'll be glad
Like,
this
well,
one will
nobody else
last.
want me. How about you?
Right. Like when you have poor self esteem and you're not doing the work, then you're not gonna
Yeah,
find nobody acceptance.
I
I
think
can
of
feel it.
life like a minefield.
And if you don't want nobody, then
And
that's
I'm not
fine.
If I'm
saying
gonna
that the
finish last, I'll be the
I'm not
last
saying that
one.
the guy, I'm not saying that the nice guy is a terrible guy. I'm not saying that. For all purposes and intents, he's a great guy. The guy is actually interested, right? He's patient. He's all these good attributes, right? That a woman would probably need in a long-term relationship, or a husband, right? Or a father. He's great, but he's just not going to be appreciated until the options have either gone out the window, or she is just like, you know what? She just decides, like, you know what? Let me just try chocolate. I've been eating vanilla my entire life. I don't know why. Let me just try chocolate. And she still doesn't like it. She's still more attracted to vanilla. But she's going to say, I want to try chocolate. And even if chocolate gives her the greatest, like she's healthier, all that good stuff, right? She's still going to be maybe 9 times out of 10 still admiring vanilla. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
weird,
yeah.
man.
So real quick, why is vanilla bad though?
I think it was a really
Well, it was
Well,
just a colorful
I
thing.
know, no, yeah, I know it's an analogy, but I'm asking why is like basically the other side. We're going back to the other side now.
Yeah, yeah,
Why
yeah,
is
yeah.
not being the nice guy a bad thing to you? Like, why
Um.
is the transactional thing bad?
Okay, so not being the nice guy is the bad guy, because that guy, he's what's the word I'm looking for? He he's he allows girls, or women, or whatever. He allows them to hurt themselves. Like there's a lack of like there's something about being a man that says you're responsible for whatever's around you, even if it doesn't belong to you. But just because you're around, you're responsible for it, right? There's something about being a good man that says that. But this guy, he's like, I'm not going to be responsible for things that don't belong to me. I'm not going to be in charge of things that I won't see again, or can decide to not see me again. I'm not going to do that. And that's why he's a bad guy, because he's not available. Does that make sense? He's not available for everybody's use. So he's a bad
But
guy.
why does that make you bad though? Like, why do you have to be
It's
available
I
to
mean,
everyone's
hey, I
what
didn't
does
make the
that?
rule. I didn't make the rule. Guys that aren't available for women are just bad guys.
Interesting. Okay,
Wow.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around. I'm not saying that's wrong, but that's really interesting.
And I think that you just created why the first prompt is up there. That's why a lot of women are less tolerant.
Well, what about women who aren't available for men?
Okay, but I'm what I'm speaking on is what
Women,
you
I don't know.
said.
In
We
my
was talking
opinion, I
about the
think,
men factor of it,
yeah, okay, like,
and
well, I mean, if, go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry, I've been talking long enough. Go ahead.
it's on me.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
just
Go
saying,
ahead.
if you say that you're not even willing to do the work and it's too tiring, then yeah, we're less tolerant of the bullshit.
I think, I think that women are not available, or women that aren't available aren't seen as bad, because women that aren't available, whether it's to a good guy or someone who's actually interested, right? I think those women, they're taught that there's something, that there's, like being virtuous or whatever is still wrapped into that, even if she's being virtuous against the guy who's better for her, right? I think like there's no wrong way to be a woman. Like if I asked the question right now, what would disqualify a woman from being a woman? It would be the hardest question to answer,
Right.
and it's simply because the standard of womanhood doesn't exist.
Well, but
That's a
that's
good
my
point.
point. Who teaches
Yeah, I'm following you.
who teaches that woman to be tolerable? The man, or the father, or the mother?
Well, I just think it's kind of like, I don't know who did it. I don't know who broke us all, but I think there's something that broke us all, that told women, the more you, like, even if you do think the guy's a good guy and would probably treat you better or whatever, the more you kind of resist that guy, the better woman you are. Like, the more a guy has to pursue you, the better of a woman you must be. It's like, that's like the worst rule ever. But I think it exists that way because
Yeah.
You
it's
know
like
where
the
it
worst rule
started?
ever, right? It's the worst. It's the
You know where
stupidest
it
rule
started?
ever.
Let me tell you where it started. It
I could tell
started
you where
when
that comes from.
we was playing chase on the playground. That's where it started.
Yeah, I could tell you where that comes from. That comes from feminism and sexual liberation. So like
That's the
when we give
stupidest
women,
rule ever, man.
Right.
yeah, but it's just a result of sexual liberation, to be honest, and like women having the bodily autonomy that they do in society. That's just a consequence of it, and you get that whole grass is only greener. But I love that point that you brought up, that there aren't any feminine virtues or feminine like standards that we have for women in society. Like for men, there's still that standard of like
Yeah, the
ideally
worst guy
protecting
knows
and
when he's being less
providing.
than a man. The
Exactly,
worst
but
guy,
for a
like the
woman,
worst guy, knows it.
exactly. But for women, we don't have that standard. Women can do whatever they feel like, and they'll still get their ass kissed. That's kind of the truth.
Well, they can
So,
still get their woman card, right? Like you ask a woman, okay, if I stood, let's think of like like probably the only thing, right? I will say this as a caveat. I think the only thing that gives us a standard of what womanhood is overwhelmingly would be the treatment of children. That would be it. But if you subtract children, there's nothing she can do to be doing less than a woman. By most women, like, they'll still say, "Oh, she's dresses this way. She's not less than a woman. Oh, she slapped this guy. She's not less than a woman. Oh, she has a bad mouth. She's not. Oh, she abuses herself, there's nothing she can do to be less than a woman. Overwhelmingly, like, if you put 10 women in a room from all different walks of life, they would all protect her, and they would treat it as if it was a phase that the woman was going through, not who she actually is going to stay."
Can I say
Right?
this?
Go
Whenever
ahead.
she's dealing with real women that have healed, that's not the case. Yes, you're a woman. We're gonna help you continue to heal over here. I'm gonna tell you about yourself over here, and we're gonna have a
Well,
private
see, it's only
conversation over
over
here.
there, though.
And you're right. You're right.
It's only over there.
Oh, also, don't correct my man in public. Right.
Yeah,
So I don't
like
correct
it's
my friend in
it's
public.
only over there. Like, I'm telling you, as soon as you walk across the street, it doesn't exist anymore. But
Uh,
you can talk to a man, and even if he is the worst guy, the guy who smashes several babes and lies to them all, and you say, "Hey, man, Do you think you're being less than a man for doing that? He's gonna tell you when he's truly honest. He's gonna say yes. He's gonna say yes.
And honestly, most women will too. When we're in the room and we having that heart to heart, most women will tell you, "I'm falling short. I don't know how to fix it."
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just this
Women
app
I
that
talk to,
has me looking a little
maybe
bit
we're on
differently.
two different
But
spectrums. But
I don't know. I really don't know if I can agree with you on that one 100%. I mean, maybe over there. But from what I've seen overwhelmingly, I don't see women creating a standard that they can hold each other to unequivocally. Like I could say, like I don't know any man on this panel, right? Like I've talked to a few of them, but I don't know them. Like I've never met anybody on this panel. But I could say 5 things that they will all agree to. I could say 5 things right off the bat, and they will all agree to them. And we don't know each other. So
What
how
are them
can that
five
happen when
things?
huh?
What are them 5 things?
Oh, okay, here we go. A man, right? A good man. Okay, I'm gonna start every sentence with a good man. A good man is going to, a good man should be responsible for the people in his life and the things that he took charge of. No man's gonna disagree. A good man is like a good man would never hurt a woman or a child unless he was saving them from themselves or from something else. No, probably no man would agree. I mean, would disagree with that, right? A, a good man knows to keep his poise. No. Let's switch it off. A good man is resourceful and has a skill or access to a skill all the time. No man is going to dispute this, right? Like it's like I mean, and I got at least 2 more, right? And these are just like top of my head. It's because overwhelmingly we have a pretty clear, even if we're bad men or choosing to be bad men, we have a pretty clear idea of what a good man looks like. But if I asked women to do this, by the time you got to the 3rd woman, she would disagree. She would be like, no, like she would create all these exceptions. It's because men live in a world of electric fences, and women live in a world where the voltage should only hurt some people some of the time. You know?
Yeah. Let me try to simplify this for you too. So like, what we see in society is like, and throughout history, is that men are the procurer of resources and really the providers and protectors, and that's kind of like the masculine virtue or standard or duty that they're expected to meet. But I want to ask, like, I'll ask you, Bobby, since you've kind of been talking on the panel as well. Like, what do you think the equivalent feminine virtue is? Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, I don't think we're in a place in society where there is an equivalent feminine virtue. There should be. Like, I could tell you what it should be, but we don't have that in society, and most women can't answer that question.
the equivalent, I think it should be accountability. Where we're at today, I think any woman that has not took a deep look at herself and been able to stand in her true femininity. I can't say the word, so y'all don't say that.
You knew it. You
I can't
knew
say
it.
the word. Sorry. Whatever. But I think first and foremost, it needs to be accountability. You have to be able to take accountability for you before you can say anything about anybody else. Before you can even begin to love somebody else, you have to know who you truly are. And the only way to know who you truly are is if you have done the accountability work and you know that. Like you've taken a deep look at yourself outside of yourself.
Yeah, but I would say that men need to do that too, but that's not really what they provide to society. Like, that's something on an internal level. What I'm asking is, like, what is a woman's duty to society? Like, a man's duty, like, for example, like, you can even say with the whole enlisting thing or the selective service, like, we have to sign up for that. We have a duty to protect this nation. Well, yeah, what's the equivalent feminine duty for a woman? We don't have that in society, and I'm curious if like that's something anyone can answer.
To nurture.
Nurture what?
The men in our life, the children in our life, the people in our life, period, to nurture other people and uplift them and bring them up. We have a natural ability to nurture other people, our children,
Yeah,
our friends, our
yeah, I
men.
agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. And that would be my answer would be to reproduce and nurture, sure. But yeah, that's the big thing. The equivalent duty should be, and what we should really be pushing in society really is, yes, reproduction. It's to raise the next
So
generation. There's no job that's more important than raising children.
but men nurture too though.
They do,
Men
but men nurture on a. I'm not taking away from anything from men because please, I'm not doing that. But women nurture on a different level. We have the ability to heal from a hug. We have the ability to calm our man's spirit just from hugging him. We have an ability that we don't tap into because we're so busy worried about if he's talking to Sari, Sally, or Joe over there. Sorry, I had to put the last one in there. But we have an ability to nurture people and the people that are important to us, and we don't use it. And a lot of men don't grow up with that because of the way these generations have been raised to where you had kids that were like us, and then you went to the gentle parenting, and now the kids got either too much or, in our case, not enough. Boys wasn't supposed to cry. Fix your face, you better not cry. You can't have no feelings. You can't have this, but you better get out here and do this. And it just created a warped sense of what we're supposed to do. Whenever the entire generation at that time didn't have fathers in the household.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, if you, I would say men and women are different, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if we have different roles. And I'm just speaking in general. I know every family, every dynamic can be different, but in general, like again, men. All I'm saying is men have like an expectation in society. Like we have duties, we have things that we're expected to do. I just think women don't have that same like, a lot of like women that do stay home and raise their kids, they're kind of looked down on
Right.
looked down on in society. It's like better and more promoted to go be like a boss babe. But when we're
Right.
talking about what makes a virtuous and good society, I think we need to actually be pushing women back more towards like seeing the value in reproduction and in raising the next generation. And I would argue that women are better nurturers than men. I do think that it is more ideal, and I think men are more suited for going out and doing laborious things to earn and provide for their family.
And I can't say even the women that have something going on that they can't reproduce can still nurture and do the same thing as, I mean, all women, naturally born women cannot reproduce. Not all.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree. There are always women that obviously can. I'm just speaking in general, but also you have to keep in mind that a big reason for that too is because of feminism. Like we're pushing it for women to go pursue
Well,
their
some of
career,
that is
pursue
medically.
further education, and then they're trying to have kids in their mid to late 30s, and
No,
obviously it's much harder
what I
than.
was speaking on was medically. When they have, where they can't, there's some women that have nothing more than to be a mother and give birth and actually birth the child, and they can't.
Yeah, but that's an exception. But I'm just saying in
I
general,
just
like
want to
that's
throw that
not the
exception
case.
out there. That's all I was saying.
Okay, I got you. Someone said that they agree that women are single by choice. Would you guys say that you agree with that? Like this idea that women are single by choice?
I don't believe nobody be, for the most part, especially if you already been in a relationship, they're not single by choice. They single by circumstance. That's what something I learned.
I think some people are single by choice, but it's because they don't want to do the work. Because,
That's still circumstance.
I mean, that's the thing is like, I can say I can be mad and in my anger stage, and I don't want a man, I don't need a man, but just I don't need, realistically, I need a man. Okay, so I don't need a man to lay down with me, but when I take my car to get the oil changed, who is changing my oil? More than likely a man. When I call a plumber, I can guarantee you 99.999% of the time, it's a man showing up to fix that plumbing issue. When I pull up to get my tire changed, 98% of the time, it's a man changing that tire. Whenever something happened in the store, I'm looking for the man. Who is in here gonna protect us?
I
We're
don't know.
not
It's
going to fight.
Yeah.
And that whole ideology of let's fight. You choose the bear. I'm not choosing the bear. Give me a weekend. I'm look. Hey, we gonna work this out together. Take this. But no, I'm not choosing the bear. You
I
use men in your
Hey, that's
everyday life.
crazy though. It's a lot of black women that doing it, and they would expect that from white women. I ain't gonna lie.
It's a lot of white women too, and Mexican women
This
too,
it is though, but it's
Asian women
majority of
too.
black women
No, but I'm
that
sick of
claim
that
to it.
narrative too. Like it's all women. It ain't just black women.
Yeah, it ain't at all. It
Who
ain't at all. You know the
who?
one
Hold
thing
on,
though,
hold on.
like
I don't know if somebody can hear me. I said that it's a big amount. I said majority of them. If you look at, especially look at this app, a lot of them is they are one of the main ones pushing it out, of saying they choosing the beer. I ain't gonna
And
say
maybe that's the ones you're looking at. It's a lot of white women that I see choosing the bear. It's a lot of Asian women choosing the bear.
that's all I said. It was a lot of them. That's all.
It's a lot of all of us though, in every race. And I think the old story of the white woman that was docile and didn't argue with her man and was quiet and didn't talk back. Yeah, that I don't know where she went, but she ain't here no more.
yeah, she like walked away and went into the shadow.
Right.
But the thing, okay, like
It's,
I
we're not
think
talking
the
about like all women are the same. I'm not gonna say we're the same, but we are all dealing. We all about on the same page. Somewhat. Now I'm talking about women. I'm not talking about these little scallywags. I'm talking about women. All women are pretty much on the same page.
I I I think the answer is kind of in the question. Choice, right? And I think that at first I used to think that that no, they couldn't be single by choice, right? But then I started thinking about what this choice is. And this choice is like having options, right? Because choices are all about more than one being present. Like you got other options. Like there's more than one, and so I think it's a decision. If we replace that word, meaning like they have cut away like they've cut away other options and have only decided to be with this particular kind of guy, I think that would be like way more true. So I understand why people say women are single by choice, but it's really by decision. It's like they know that the options that are available don't favor them. It
If I
don't
may
like
cut
them,
in,
are not going to get them what they want. And so they say choice as if there's the same kind of options in several men when there's not. There's like they know that hey, if we did it, if we really calculated men, straight men,
hashtag,
all
hashtag,
this, yeah.
decision is a choice.
No,
Decisions before you make a choice. You have to come to a conclusion. When you decide something, that is the choice you made. You can't get around that. That's
good
simple
point.
logic.
Good point. Good point.
So when they try to pull the stunt, I'm single by choice. No,
It's because there's no other options that you want or that would serve you.
Well, I said
it's
that's why I
it's
use
It's
the
about
I
you
use
are.
it's about it's
Hold
the
on,
about the
hold
options
on,
that
old.
hold
Women
want
on.
can
I've
have
you.
been
choice
keep.
just like
Hold
some men are
on.
single by choice.
Hold the hell on. I've been quiet the longest. It is not. It is a choice they made because, like Bobby's been saying, they ain't took the time to heal their damn selves. They go from one jacked up situation to another, but they're too busy blaming the opposite sex that goes both sides of the table. When we get hurt so many times, we blame the other person. It is our natural and innate decision that we make, the choice we make, is not to blame ourselves.
And the only common denominator is you.
You, no matter how many relationships you've been in, good, bad, or indifferent, you are the only common denominator with all them people you've had a relationship of some sort with.
Mhm.
So I've always called bullshit when women say I'm single by choice. No, you the goddamn problem. No
I feel
different
you
than
on
a
that,
man
John.
saying I'm tired of this about women. No, you the goddamn problem.
Right.
Both parties got to fix themselves.
If you meet somebody
And
and all their exes
I've
was
been watching
toxic,
this shit for 6 decades. Everybody loves, and especially on TikTok, they love blaming the opposite gender, regardless of skin tone, for why they got the problems they got.
preach.
Decisions you make, choices you make, landed you in the situation you in. There's no way around it. My father taught me this at 14 because I was famous for blaming everybody else. It was never my fault until my father stood me in front of a mirror and he stood there. Make a pew pew with your hand. See that finger you pointing forward? You blaming that other person. You see that thumb is shooting up in the air? Now you're trying to blame God. What the hell are the other three fingers doing? They pointing right back at you. Every one of us has been through everything we've been through. We have been 3/5 the motherfucking problem.
Ooh, John, you just said a mouthful there.
And my father came from the 20s with an 8th grade education. I've been carrying that since age of 14 and I'm 62 now. It's the same shit I taught my kids. Accountability is one of the major problems in this country.
Facts.
Everybody's so this, that, the other. 1 minute, oh yeah, man, that was my fault. 5 minutes later, oh, you see what she did to me? But what'd you say in between time? What did you do in between time? Vice versa. Just like this bullshit women that come on this app talking about you guys spend 5, 6 a rack to spend time with me. Know what we called that back in the 70s, in the 60s?
Killing coochie.
No, you a high price call girl.
Right.
Streetwalker got more respect. You knew what you were getting. You knew what they was offering. There was no BS in between all that. Women are less tolerant, and why they are more single because they won't get out their own goddamn way. I got daughters in this generation from 22 to 37. They won't get the hell out the way. They think everything they say has got to be the right thing. You run your mouth too many times to a man, the man ain't gonna deal with you. Now you wonder why you alone. Why can't I find a man? You hear it so many times on these apps. Why can't I find somebody? It's on both sides of the table. Look at yourself.
Right. I
Funny
tell
thing
people.
is, and I can speak from experience because,
Hold
oh,
on,
wait a minute,
Cam. I
I
got
have
something to say
spent
before we
most of
go.
my adult life married. Some worked, some didn't. There's an easy model to live by. There's someone else out there who will.
Right. With a
I've been
smile
married.
on your face.
I've been married 4 times now, and I'm going in 10 years with my current wife. I learned from each one of my marriages where I went wrong. I took my accountability and then moved on. Never blamed the ex-wives for why the marriage didn't work. I took my part. That is part of the problem with today's society because I look at my kids and they blame me, they blame their mama, they blame this person, that person, but they don't pay attention what the hell they doing.
Right.
And this all started with the feminist movement back in the 60s. It was designed for the white woman, the white teen woman. It wasn't designed for all the other races.
It was only because a white woman couldn't vote.
Well, blacks, we couldn't vote at all.
That was the only reason why black people was. That's the only reason why that movement happened was because white women wanted to vote,
They
and
they
they
got
had to
all, they
include
got all the other
everybody.
women to jump on board.
And
Right.
you know what, John? And I love that Bobby and John is talking about this because as a YT woman, what so many people would call me is like, have you ever lived with a YT man?
Nope.
You know, like the YT man that everybody is against because we've got this patriarchal system that is feeding off of the matriarchal law. Like why are women going after men after their own children that they laid down together to make? Why are they using the same system that they don't even agree with?
Right.
And the other part is too many
System that
women.
works.
I ain't gonna say all. I'm gonna say too many women do not recognize the privilege they have in today's society. All the laws are set in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't
Mm-hmm.
set for the man.
Mm-hmm.
You can be in a sexual act as soon as she says no. That's considered what?
Great.
Exactly.
Can
And
I
she
ask
ain't got,
y'all?
and she ain't got to prove it. That's the worst part. She ain't got to prove it. She just got to say it.
It's a story I wish I could tell
No,
on this
you got
panel
to
right
prove it,
now, and I
man.
can't even tell it.
There's grape kits and things like that there that could be non-admissible in court.
But the
So
thing,
it
and
can't.
that's
It
the
It's
doesn't
no
thing.
matter.
longer the case where you
You're
can just
already
say that,
guilty.
and
You're
that's
already
You're
it.
guilty
right.
before it gets
You're
there.
right.
Your
There are things in
reputation, yes,
place,
but in terms of legalities, you could
and then
become
when
innocent,
you don't
and that's
have,
usually via.
if that man ain't got no money for a legal defense, he going to jail.
That's where he ends up from the
So
get
you
go.
can be
Period.
appointed attorney to you if you're indigent. So
Yes,
Right.
but
But
you
you're
think they
sitting
really
in
going
jail.
for you? You think they really gonna rock for you?
They sitting in
No, they
jail.
not. They gonna tell you to
due
take this
process
time.
is
Go on, take
21
this
to 30
plea.
days.
They gonna tell you go on, take this
But where
plea.
you sitting? Hold on, Bob. Where you sitting for 21 to 30 days?
Mm,
You just lost your job. Now you can't pay your bills.
right.
All off of a lie. Doesn't have to be true. It can be a lie. Your credibility has been shot and attacked without even a chance to try to prove yourself innocent.
Mm.
This is how
When
this
you're
world
innocent,
works.
get your restitution. That's all I can say.
You know
That's
what,
all you can say, but that's the damage already done.
John? I'm gonna have to tell a story real quick, and I'm gonna leave
Go ahead.
names out of this. But I need, and this just happened about a year and a half ago. I had a friend that was married. They had two beautiful children, and he did what he did. She did what he. Well, I don't know the ins and outs of their marriage. It was failing, right? She had been talking to her ex from way back. They talk about getting together, whatever. And I'm not saying that the dude was right integrally. Um, she calls him and says, "Hey, let's work on this. Let's work on this. Let's fix our marriage." They got a beautiful house, two beautiful children. He comes over there. They engage sexually. She goes to the store, calls the police, and says that he raped her. Right? There's video recordings of this. The interaction before she left to go to the store, and immediately he was charged with rape. He couldn't be around his children. He had to leave his house. He lost his job, making six figures plus. Everything. He's sleeping at his friend's house in a one bedroom apartment. Immediately. No, nothing was proven. Immediately, all of these things happened. He had to bail out of jail. And he's sleeping on a one bed, and he went back and unfortunately he unalived her and himself. Um, but there was no proof that was needed, and that was his wife.
And that's what I stated.
No proof needed.
There's been
And I
many
didn't say
high school kids
to
that
go
are
to
sitting in
court,
jail
maybe,
because of
but
it.
he lost everything that he owned, everything that meant anything to him. He lost in a matter of minutes,
Roger that. Gotcha.
And that's
just because
what
of
my
what was
point
said.
is. You read
And,
about it
and
all
by
the
no
time.
means am I saying that anybody should be unalive. Please, y'all don't come for me. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what he did was right. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying in that moment, the false allegation caused him to lose his entire life immediately.
Gotcha.
See, and that's the
Yeah,
thing.
we see that all the time.
Yeah, I mean that's an everyday possibility for a man, right? And like the thing is that this is why like um a man's like one of our responsibilities is to like you're guilty for whatever circumstance you put yourself into. It doesn't matter if you were just trying to help someone. Like this is why like with nurses, for example, some nurses refuse to help people that they don't know or that whatever simply because
Liability.
they don't want to lose their licenses for
Right.
even
Good
saving a
Samaritan
person's
law.
life.
Right.
Good Samaritan law. Good Samaritan law.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of them are afraid of losing everything, you know?
Again, good Samaritan law.
Right. I got one more question for the panel. Can I ask a question for the panel real quick?
Kelly.
Yeah, that's the question.
All right. So as I'm gonna say more so women, but men too. We go to work and we deal with a boss that tell us just and he's just horrible, right? And we deal with it for the money. And we go home and we continue to deal with it. And then we go home to I'm not gonna say we because I don't, but and I'm not saying everybody does, but you go home to disrespectful as kids and you deal with them and you love them and you give them grace, you give your boss grace, and you still continuing to show up to work every day. But whenever it's somebody that you have committed your life to, the first infraction, you out.
Why have you raised your kids to be disrespectful
Well, I'm not. No, hold on. That's a whole
in that
nother topic.
scenario?
What I'm saying is, you'll deal with it from your children. You'll deal with it from your boss. You'll deal with it from the people in the church house. You'll deal with it from the auntie that's completely disrespectful. But when it comes to the person that you chose to spend the rest of your life with, the first infraction, you out, and you talk to them like they a piece of dirt.
And that kind of goes back to Kev's questions was, what are you going to tolerate?
And
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
think
think
we
that.
tolerate way more outside of our household than we tolerate inside. But when it's the person that, because social media has, oh girl, he did that, oh you better leave him. You better
Yeah,
not mess with him
exactly.
no more.
Yeah, and I think
Nah, but
this
I'm,
all
I'm
kind
gonna
of.
mess with the boss that messed over my promotion and gave it to old girl over there. But I'm gonna stay working at
Yeah,
this job. I'm gonna keep staying here. But if it's
yeah. I
your,
think
come
this.
on now.
Yeah, I think this ties in with what John was saying too. Like you're right about even the social media thing. Like the thing is with social media, this is a newer thing. Where for one, like women have access to unlimited options of men all across the world. Technically, I know that's not the case for necessarily every woman with their DMs flooded, but it is kind of just the truth. Like we do kind of push this propaganda on social media that the grass is always greener, and that's another big reason why we see so many women, being so intolerant of a lot, and mostly leaving relationships. Like women initiate over 80% of the divorces for a reason. So I'm not sure if your question was more so directed to women, but if we just look at the numbers, it is women that are the ones that are mainly leaving relationships and marriages.
And that's and I'm glad that you brought that up, Cam, because it reminds me of like we're talking about tolerability, and if you're tolerable with one person or another person, everybody talks about red flags. When do you leave? When do you not leave? When do you stay? When do you go? And it reminds me of this whole platform. It's like, when do you decide that you no longer need to be there? You no longer want to be there, or hey, I found a good group. I found a good group. Like, can we talk about that? There's a lot of good people that are out there though too, so that we can tolerate, that we can experience, that we have actually good conversations with, and we're tolerable with those.
Well, like imagine like cuz to combine the two scenarios, right? Being tolerant and then also deciding to spin a narrative on someone. Like crazy enough, a lot of ladies are very good at emotional manipulation. And what that looks like is deciding that the other person is treating them a certain way simply because they want to create the narrative that's comfortable enough for them to leave. Right? So, for example, like I've seen these things happen in like real time, like on these panels and in real life. Like all of a sudden, the person will decide that they don't like you or that they don't want to make you out to be like a good person anymore. They want to ruin your reputation. And suddenly they will begin to tell you how you feel. They don't accept how you feel. They begin to tell you how you feel. And this is how it looks. This this is how it looks, right? They say, I don't know, we can use something simple and stupid. You kicked the ball to hurt me. You want to hurt me. You must have wanted to hurt me, right? The person say, hey, look, I kicked the ball, but I didn't do it to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. Yes, you did. You meant to hurt me. I can tell that you wanted to hurt me. You wanted to hurt me, and they won't let up on it until they convince more. They need to infect people with their emotions and then make you out to be the bad person because their emotions are the only one that's valid. When we look out in the world, men have very little emotional real estate. So when we're moving and navigating the world, we have to be extremely careful um, to get in and out of conversations with certain women because what they will do is decide to manipulate you and get a gang to help them do it.
Oh, I can tell you men do the same thing. I was married for 18 years and I did a very good job of making it look good from the outside. When I left my ex-husband, everybody was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you just left. You're the most horrible person in the world." Because I never let anybody know what was going on inside the house, what we were actually going through.
I'm sure
He
there's
was the best
female in the
person in the
room.
world in public. So women, that goes both ways.
They go. You said it. Of course. Of
I
course.
could have manipulated the situation, but he did. And he ate that shit up. That I was the most horrible person in the world. Don't you know what it was?
Not you using your one example for the masses. That's funny.
Can I say something? Hey, Kev. Hey, panel. Please
What's
forgive my voice. I'm a little sick. I'm so sorry. Um, what I'm gonna say is, and this was kind of a topic the other day. Um, Women cannot get into relationships and expect a man to react emotionally how they want them to. Men are going to act and respond differently than what we want them to, and I had to learn that because the way that they think and how they maneuver is different. So we have to accept the way that they're going to it. I'm not talking about being belligerent and being stuff like that. If you want affirmations and if you want this, you cannot expect a man to do it the exact way that you want. And women have a tendency to get into a relationship and be like, I'm the woman that's going to change him. He's going to do what I say. And that's not it. That's not it. They show their love and their affections differently than the way that we show them. We're more emotional. But the problem is we want them to respond how we want them to respond to the way that we feel that accepts it. Because if it's not exactly how we want them to respond to us, we have an issue with it. That's the problem. We have an issue because it's not exactly how we want them to respond because we're looking for a word, a phrase, a sentence, and if they don't give that, it's wrong. And I seem to get that because you can't go into a relationship automatically thinking that I'm going to be the one that's going to change you. You can't do that. And that's the problem. You have to understand that men and women function differently. They express their feelings and their emotions differently. And until you understand their body language, how they talk, how they react, until you understand that, you're not going to be able to cope. You're not going to be able to accept how they are because you want them to respond how you want them to respond. And that's not how it works.
Right.
That's not how it works.
And that's the same thing, my love. There's it's like, how you gonna ask for a man? I want my man to be soft and sweet and kind. I want him to be like me. Well, what are you gonna do when you want him to protect you? You don't want to, like, maybe I don't have those same skills that he does. It's like we want you can't find everything in somebody else that you don't have within
But it's
yourself.
men that do it too. Somebody about to say it.
Yeah, go
But hold
ahead,
on.
brother. Go
But hold
ahead.
on. As women, we choose a man and we are constantly looking to change him, but you chose him just how he was. And you're constantly looking to change him. I'm not saying y'all, me too. I was in that place too. Where you want to
You
change
chose the man thinking that you were that one woman that can change him into
that's a
being who
you
you want to
issue.
be.
That's a woman issue. That's on the woman.
That's you issue. That's an absolute you issue. Cause I've done that. I'll be the one to change him, and I felt like Boo Boo the fool after it. No, it don't work that way.
Just like
It doesn't.
Ain't nobody gonna change except for the person they want to change for.
Well, and that's what I always say, Bobby and Kelly, is like, and Kev's heard me say this before. People will put expectations on other people that they don't even know how to meet themselves.
Right.
So it's like, wait a minute. I'm asking for and Kev's heard me say this a million times. I'm asking for a man of God, but do I read the Bible?
Expectations is selfishness. Expectation is selfishness. You gotta understand. Some people's expectations is selfishness. If you expect something and you have expectations, expectations are meant to get broken. Expectations are also a form of a failure. You can have expectations to a certain point, and this goes with, you have to understand, I expect you. Okay, well, why is your fucking expectations and your standards so fucking high? You can't do that. You have to have realistic expectation, and nowadays men and women don't have realistic expectation.
Well,
They
and
don't.
that's the thing, Kelly, is like, what are people basing their expectations on? Which will lead you into, like, what is going to make you tolerable or not tolerable of, if the expectations aren't being met. Is it a you thing, or is it a the people that you're around thing?
It's a you thing, because usually your expectations
right
reflect what you're failing in. I want you to do this because I can't. I want you to be this person because I can't.
That's where the entitlement or the expectations comes. Like, I want everybody to do it for me. So now I got something. When it don't go right, guess who I blame?
Everybody else's fault.
Well, actually, this is kind of why I tell people all the time that when they say, "Oh, men should cry too," and things like that. Of course, at the right time, you should not be bursting out into tears every single goddamn moment of the day about something. You have to be the rock and foundation for others as a man.
Somebody eating on some paper or
something?
Oh, I'm hearing some noise. It sounds like somebody eating on some paper or something.
Yeah,
it's the cornerstone of our foundation. So, what you have to do as a man is learn how to regulate those emotions properly, harness them, and then redistribute that energy into something that you can use for your benefit and for the benefit of people around you. You should not be sitting there moping and crying like a little bitch. Sorry for the explicit language.
Andre,
That's just not
I said that
attractive.
the other day. It's like, you look. We all have a past. We all have trauma. We've all been through some stuff. It's like we don't want to dwell on it, but we can reflect on it. It taught us something. It taught us something. We're getting there. A lot of people aren't even reflecting on their own self. They're just identifying themselves based upon what other people told them that who they are or how they should be. So everybody's just trying to figure themselves out. But while we're trying to do that, we also have to see people where they're at too. So it's like that balance that
Where you should be at is beyond the emotional level of a 10-year-old.
Right, exactly.
And
Exactly. That maturity.
women and men
Yep.
think differently. That's just that. Like we're gonna have to come to terms with that because women think from A to Z, men think from A to B, and
I don't
that's
even
just
think it's a. I don't
that's
even
just
think
how
it's
we're
a.
wired.
It's a gender thing. I think it's more of a mentality thing. There's a bunch of 50, 60-year-old men and women that act like children.
I agree. I
No,
actually agree
I
with
agree with that. I'm talking about the way that we communicate. We're bringing up things from 15 years ago that like women think differently and
It's
process
15 years ago.
emotions
What are you going to do
differently.
about it? Change it? Can't do
Right,
that.
but women think differently than men.
that. Well,
Women
Can't change
I
it.
think we talk
legitimately
about
think
women.
different than men.
We talk about women thinking
And that's why
different
we
than men.
compliment each other
But
because
how?
I'm this way and you're this way. So you're the better part of this and
But
I'm the
that,
better part of this. And we
you
come
know what that
together.
reminds me of, Bobby? Though it's like go back to the mirror. Do you ever tell yourself, "I'm thinking this way. I'm not thinking this way"? Like we
Hmm.
could talk about men and women, but when do people actually talk to themselves?
Oh, baby. Look, I'm gonna tell you, one night me and my sister had a conversation, and when I realized I love unconditionally, everybody, the people I love unconditionally. And when I looked at myself
No, you
talking to
don't.
my sister, and I said, you know what? The only person I would have ever walked away from is me. Like, I'm
That
not who I need to be right
once
now.
you said the people you love, that mean you don't love unconditionally. Does that mean only
Mm.
love under the condition that they're your people?
No, I was saying I love unconditionally, but I
No.
wasn't treating people correctly. So, in a sense, I guess you're right. And the only person I would have walked away from was me because I was in a horrible place and my mindset wasn't right. And the way that I dealt with everybody around me was not conducive to the life that I wanted to live and the person I wanted to be. So I had to fix that. I had to dig deep within me and look at me, not the person that did this when I was 10 years old, not the person that did, not none of that. I had to look at me as a person. As a 43-year-old woman, I had to look at me and say, what are you going to do? How do you fix this? Not mama, not daddy, not auntie, not nobody else. How do you fix this and move forward?
Yeah, man, that self-awareness is important. I mean,
I agree.
it's so funny because becoming more self-aware made me a made me a better everything. I was not only able to communicate to people better about them, but to people about me. And I was able to tell them and be honest with myself about what it was that I could not create for myself, that I needed help with them to create.
Right.
And it was that was the wake up. That was the wake up, for me, because then it was like, hey, um, I was like I was able to be courageous enough to say, you know what? Um, I don't know how to do this for myself, but I do want this feeling. I do want this whatever it is that's gonna help to create some kind of wholeness. Could you help me to create this feeling? And I didn't hold anybody else responsible for it. I just asked people to help me create it. And
Y'all
on
don't
the
drop me.
flip
I'll be
side,
right back.
yeah, on the flip side, I stopped letting other people hold me responsible for their happiness too. You know?
I'm glad you brought up that self awareness and that because I had this conversation and Kev's even brought it up in his live even years ago. We were talking about selfishness and selflessness and self awareness. But at what time? What like there's tolerable levels that actually come in with that. It's like, am I doing it for me? Am I doing it for the other person, or am I trying to balance it out? It's like that self awareness and that selfish. I'm glad that you brought that back up because I think that has a lot to do with tolerability. Like, what are we tolerable of? It's like, because a lot of times when we choose something, people will look at us like we're selfish, but we were actually being self aware in that moment.
Well, probably one of the first things I did was I looked at my results, my consistent results, and I looked at I'm like I'm able to produce this consistently with my like for myself, regardless of whoever is there or not. And then I realized that, hey, I'm only able to produce these things for myself when I have this much help or when someone's here or whatever the case may be. And so I like doing that inventory really helped me realize my own shortcomings to my own happiness. And I could be happy. I could be honest with other people and say, hey, I really have a hard time with getting this right here done. And I want this feeling. When I can't get it done, like, can you just help me as much as you can? You're not responsible for it and like that, but like, can you just is it possible for you to be available or are you even good at this part right here so that I can maybe get to where I want to go? And whether or not I made it there, like, let's just say it was organization, right? I wanted to be organized because I wanted to win or finish or whatever, right? And I realized that I was, lacking in that area. And I say, hey, I started basically picking my partners based on the strengths, their strengths that, like the strengths they had that they just did naturally, like, so that I wouldn't be pulling teeth when I did need that thing. You know what I mean? It was like what they were already doing or whatever. And so I could ask them, and they had so much of it that they were able to extend themselves to me. Like it wasn't because what I noticed is that a lot of times people ask people for things that they don't have enough of to extend to you. And then now you're mad that they don't have it available. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like how guys be wanting girls that that are good in the sack or whatever. But then at the same time, this same girl that they want has a low body count, right? It's like she don't have experience, bro. Like she may not have a comfortable her relationship with that idea or with Smex, it may not be present. So if she's not already doing it and is very, if she hasn't proven that to you, like you can't expect for that to be available to you. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like it's one of those things. Now, I mean, that's just a wide example, but what happens a lot of times, what I noticed, and this is probably going to turn the page a little bit, is that most of the smexless relationships are the ones from the women who had low body counts, not from the ones who had high ones. Go ahead.
Wait, can you say that again? Hashtag. You said
I
most.
said,
Go ahead.
most of the smexless relationships, right? The smexless marriages, they're not from the women who weren't putting out. I mean, they're not from the women who were putting out. They're from the women who weren't. You know, they weren't putting out to begin with. They didn't have a comfortable relationship with their bodies or disconnected relationships to where they can just like actively do it like like a pleasurable act or a function for them. It was a deeper, maybe more meaningful thing or whatever. So the person that, I mean, what I notice is, and this is just amongst my peer group, right? The guys that are having issues with getting it from their wives, they're having those issues because their wives didn't have a healthy appetite before they were married.
I beg to differ on that.
Elaborate, Andre. I'm trying to hear.
Well, me and my wife met each other when we were both virgins. So maybe it's just a personal. Don't
Okay,
mind me.
I'm sorry. What is the topic? I mean, I can obviously see it, but what are you exactly trying to like say?
Are you talking to
The host in general.
Well,
Do you need a recap, Ashon? Because I didn't see you in the comments too much. So, are you listening to the conversation, or are you just listening to the prompts that are on
Right. I'm just
Lack of
listening to
Learn?
the prompts and I just want to make sure that I'm like reading it correctly because it sounds kind of I don't
Yeah.
know.
So what? What
Hey,
hashtag
what
was
do it sound like?
digging on? Go ahead, my brother.
What do it sound like? Go ahead.
What?
What do it sound like? I'm curious.
What do is? I'm sorry. What did you just say?
You
What
just
You
said
does
just
you
it
was
sound
just
like.
sound
about to.
like?
I don't know what the heck am I not speaking English. I said, what do it sound like? You the one that said it sound like something. So finish what you were saying.
Oh no, I'm asking like what is the main topic of like
And say it
the
right on in there,
Start with
white
just one and
words.
work your way down.
And that's what I was asking, Sean.
Oh my
Did you
gosh, I'm
listen
only
to the
talking to one person
conversation?
right now. I'm talking to one person right now because she is obviously sick. So, what do you get out the topic? What did you want to know? What's your perception?
well, it's kind of like vice versa. I wanted to hear your input on the
Why
topic
you? The
itself.
whole point is not for me to talk about it; it's for everybody else's perception of what they felt about it.
Right,
So, what
and
do you?
that's why I'm basically saying like I would like to know like,
And tell me
your
what you
comments
think.
on, the
No,
topic.
I'm not the person that's getting asked. I'm saying I'm asking you. What is your perception on it? I can't guide you and hold your hand and tell you
No,
how
you
to
don't have to
act.
Get
guide
on my
me at all,
nerves.
obviously. But I'm just sitting back and I would like to hear like, everyone else's response on the topic
So
in
you don't
All
itself.
right,
have
all right.
your own perspective of anything in life. You can't read some sentences and answer.
Obviously, I can read.
So answer the first one.
Do
So,
you
as
agree?
in the first question you're asking, well,
Yes.
there's not really any the first question that's really obvious would be um when should and shouldn't you be a patient?
These trolls get on my nerves, and y'all just let them go. Yeah, I'm a mute.
Patient as in like patient towards like people that are bothering you, or like patient towards like, it comes down to um there's different aspects of being patient towards certain things. So where are you actually trying to make
If
a
you read the
statement?
first prompt, you know where they're going.
Women
So
are
at least do
less
that as a
tolerant
troll.
and
At least read the
they
first one.
add
At least read the first one. Like stop playing with everybody's time. Everybody on
women
here
are
then gave
women
in
are
and gave their
more
conversations, and you over here playing. And everybody else gonna let you play.
women
So
are,
read the first
you
one, hands
actually think
down.
that women are single because they are less tolerant?
There you go. Keep going, baby.
Is
I'm
that
a
true? Men tolerate
It's
too
for you to
much
answer
that
the
they
question. It's
that
for
that's
you to answer the
why
question.
they are desperate? No way.
She
When
can't choose
should
what she's
and shouldn't
saying.
you be
Y'all are giving her
patient?
way more
Can
time
you
than she should
really
have.
love without being patient and forgiving and important?
The host should say, "Everybody go camera live right now and see what
That's
happens."
insane. So it
Everybody go
honestly
camera
seems
live
as
right
if
now. These trolls get on my damn nerves, and I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't. I'll leave the panel if y'all gonna keep on here. I can't.
I'm sorry. I'm just like geeking
I'm
out
in
with
uniform, so
what
You
no.
I'm
right.
just
I
confused
can't.
with
I
what the
can't
confusion
because y'all
is
get
with
on here with this
the
bullshit
questions that are
every
being
damn
asked.
night, and you really ain't saying nothing, but you want to get everybody on the panel pissed off, and you want to start a fight. Go live or drop her. Period.
No, I get the prompt. I honestly do. I
So
do.
read them from one to four. Read them.
Beginning to end. Okay.
Yeah.
So, women are less tolerant and they are more single. Men tolerate too much. That's why they are desperate. When should and shouldn't you be patient?
But
Can
you
you
gotta
really
answer every
love
one
without
after
being
you read it.
patient
Answer
and
every
forgiving?
question after
How
you read it.
important it is, or
We
is
can
it?
all read. Everybody above the age of 10 can read. Answer the prompt once you read it.
Okay, so starting from point one, which isn't really a question, even though it says women are less tolerant and they are more than single. That's a statement, correct? So the first
Yeah, that's
question,
what the
that's
You
not,
period is
agree or
for.
the
Yeah,
disagree
next
with
one
the
isn't
statement?
even a question, but it says Men
Do you agree or
tolerate too
disagree with the
much.
statement, with
That's
the first statement?
why they are desperate.
Agree or
So the first
disagree with the first statement. Right.
She just wanted to come in.
Y'all get these trolls too much damn time on these panels. I can't stand them.
And like, I'm sick and tired
I'm
of
sorry,
like
I'm gonna
people
call him
that
out every
like
time.
saying like all the like goddamn time. Learn how to fucking speak.
Andre, I so agree with that.
Jesus Christ.
And
Oh
what
my
pisses
God.
me off is 9 times out of 10 they get in on a black conversation and they have a black picture, and you know that I don't look the way that I don't talk the way I look. I get that, but you know damn well that wasn't what that her picture wasn't her. She on here trolling to get everybody on this mother arguing, and then she out to
Well,
go to the next one to do the same
I'm pretty
shit.
sure there's a Lord of the Rings
And
TikTok somewhere. She can
guess
go
what
find her
I
they do?
troll.
call him
And
up as soon as I see
hey,
him. I call him out. I'm sorry.
hey, Rachel and Kev, you know how we always talk about it and hashtag, you know, we've been following each other for years. They always come back. Guess who's in your box now?
Right.
They
No,
always
I
come
was
back.
the I
They
was
always
the
come
one that
back.
dropped it. She ain't drop herself. I dropped her.
And I just got on this panel. I'm sorry, host. I didn't mean no disrespect, but I'm gonna call him out when I pick out his
You
one of
good,
them.
Bobby. Like our
I'm
spirit,
calling
I
their
spirits
ass
hey, no,
out.
move.
but
But
the
hey,
thing is, nobody was lost. I've been doing this for too long. I already know the deal, though. I just was gonna let her. I was gonna let her rock. But whoever answered though, somebody else answered. Oh, go
Wait,
ahead,
what?
babe. Go ahead, babe. I know you can.
Wait, everybody answer?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
We stopped at the second. I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
what
we
we
was on the
talking
first two. We did the first two for.
yeah, we definitely did the first two.
Oh, okay. Women are less tolerant and they are more single. Absolutely, women are less tolerant. I fully believe that women have a perfectionism issue. I know I used to suffer from it. I'm still a recovering perfectionist. So, yes, so perfectionist. So, yes, so we have it. Okay, I'm much better now. But that is an issue for a lot of women. And I think it also comes from like the overthinking because we are more holistic thinkers and we're just thinking about everything all at once, thinking about the future, the past, the present. Go. Yeah.
I would. This thing would mess with something. My baby started talking. That's crazy.
It was. It got me
It
a
kicked
little.
me out.
Oh, okay. Are they more single? I'm not really positive on that statement because if they are single, does that mean that the men are single too? Because doesn't it take two? So I'm not sure if I can tell if women or men are more single. Um.
If our numbers
I
went
think
up,
that
we
so the
would
angle I was
even.
coming from with that the reason why they they rather it's like because so I think I'm coming from an angle like men will be in relationships so long out of desperateness, right? So, and then what I'm coming from with that one is that that's why they quick to being single because they tolerance is so dang on low. You know, they be like,
I
yeah,
was
your shoes don't tie the way it want to. They just come with anything nowadays and like, I'm single or something like that. That's the angle I'm
Yeah,
kind
they
of
get
coming
the
from.
Well,
ick real quick.
genetic. Well, whether
I
you
was
believe in
actually
genetics or
wondering
you believe
why
in God, it's the
I was
reason why
actually
men.
wondering why you put those two questions together. Or not even questions because there's not a question
The
mark.
statement, they both
Women
statements.
are less tolerant and they are more single. I was wondering why you put them together.
Uh,
Do you get it now, or are you saying that you're still wondering?
No, I was just asking, well, like, what is there a description on why? Well, like, do they relate?
Oh yeah, I think that's what he
Yeah,
was just
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
that was my thing. It wasn't
That's
two
what I
different
was.
statements.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's like they relate together. It's like because if they're not tolerable with certain things, they're gonna be single. But then if you're but then you're seeking a
I was being
relationship
funny. I
state,
put less and more. That's all I was doing. I
right?
was putting less tolerant and making them more single. That's what I was trying to be. That
Yeah,
way.
and it's like, what are you tolerable with? And when you're single, you actually have to tolerate stuff too. You know, just because you're single doesn't mean you're not tolerable. But are you tolerable? Is it because of the other person or yourself, or vice versa, or both?
Right.
See, I think when people choose to be single, I think they are just avoiding the fact that they don't have patience.
Yeah, it kind
They
of
don't have the skills. They don't have the skills necessary to be with another person.
right. Like
Yes, they're making
they don't have the
excuses.
tolerance level. They don't
Correct.
have
One
the
thing that
tolerance
says too is
level.
Yeah,
patience is a
so
virtue.
yeah, so
Patience
instead
is
they're
a
making
virtue.
excuses and saying, "No, I'm choosing this. I'm happy. Oh no, it's the men. They're trash out here." Instead of actually working on their
You know, now that Kev brought this up, this tolerable, it reminds me of compromise. What's the difference? Like you're compromising, you're tolerating it, right?
Compromise
You're
to take two people.
right. It requires both people. Like I'm
Right.
putting
With
up with
patience,
you
you
and
can
you're
be
putting
patient
up with
with
me.
one person could
And
be
that
patient.
it goes back into that patience. Yeah. Yep. It goes right back into that. Look at that's why I always say there's levels to this shit.
Right.
Like, you know, it's like you got to be all at once. Sometimes you fall off, sometimes they're there for you, sometimes you're by yourself, sometimes you're not by yourself. Like it's all coming. I
You
don't
know
know.
what's funny?
Hmm.
Like I don't think. Well, well, I think what's happening is that a lot of women are being they're being pressed with the burden of proof, right? They're being pressed with the burden of proof that says, why should men choose you? And it's probably like the first time it's happened in like history, the
Right.
first period. So when they're
Agreed.
being pressed with the burden of proof, like show me why I should choose you, or show me what makes you any different from any other girl I could choose, or
Mm-hmm.
what makes you special. I think women are having a hard time with this idea.
Well, and
Guys have always had to do that.
it's
We've
like
always
the
had to do that.
pressure, because
Yeah.
now what we're seeing is women fighting other women for
No,
Yeah,
that.
guys have always had to do that.
because you
Oh,
know what?
go ahead, sister. Sorry.
It's always been we are the table. We are the table. But what is the table? If your table consists of bullshit, or does your table consist of loyalty and prayer and uplifting in a household and all of the things that nurture that man? Whereas before it was just women showing up. And these
Right,
grown
right.
men
Like
that have substance are no longer, because we've
they're
had
not doing
women
it.
that raise these
Well,
men.
and women like
Men
us,
just aren't doing it.
Go ahead and say
women,
femininity again real time. One more time for me, Bobby.
like women like Rachel or like me or Bobby or whatever, that will actually speak to other women and say, no, man, we'll call them out on their accountability. We got to
Is it
build up
time?
the community as women too, so that we're raising good men, being around good men,
Right.
appreciating good men. You know, it's like we got to do our part too. We can't just
Hmm.
expect a man to do everything,
Right. And you
because
can't be
you're expecting a
disrespectful
man to give
to
you
your
something, but
nephew.
what is the return?
No,
Right. And these, I'm
that
sorry, I just got to
no
get
no no,
one
it's
more.
cool.
I'm going to land it.
That
You
burden
can't.
of proof though, that like I'm telling you, like that burden of proof, I think that is everything. I mean, imagine the date's going well, food's paid for, everything's fine. The conversation has been good, the whole 9 yards. You think that this person is just going to take you on the second date. But instead, before the date's over with and they ask for a kiss or whatever, they say, hey, so, you know, everything went well. You enjoy the food? Yeah, 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 okay, okay. Um, so why do you think I should take you on a second date? You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Like,
Right.
Imagine a guy saying something like that. So what makes? Because I there's a few other women out here, obviously, that that because we're all on the same site or whatever,
Either
right?
end with like that though.
Like no, but just I mean that's kind of
I
like
would
what
love
like
that.
that's
Man, no woman better not be telling me that. Why should I take you, man? I'm like, F
My
you.
no
thing is, guess what? If you after
Maybe
the
why
first
should I
date,
take you on a
everything went
second date?
well. If
yeah. Why
everything
should I
went
take you on a
well,
second date? Like I don't
Yeah, I'll
like
be
no.
like, all right, and he goes.
This my thing though. If everything went well, and you ask me why should I take you on a second date, and I don't have an immediate like, I'm probably not gonna answer that question. Because if the date went well enough, you're not gonna ask me that question
You ain't
anyway.
gonna ask that, right?
Right? You asking for my number? Like, hey, can we go out Tuesday? Can we go out Thursday night? Like, if the conversation is what it is and everything is going well, I don't have to prove for you to ask me out. If it didn't go well, it just didn't go well. And that's, I think, where a lot of people think sometimes a date is trash.
a, a,
And you could be a great person, I could be a great person, and we just didn't vibe.
what they're doing now though. Instead of the assertiveness that most of us older men were like given to say, hey, so we're gonna go out next, just to kind of assert the next date.
Right.
Guys like this new generation is not asserting the next date. What they're doing is they are passive aggressiving the next date. They're like, hey, so things went well. I hope you understand. Hope you got food.
Have a
Okay,
good night, boo. Love
yeah.
you.
So they're doing their approach
So
is
funny
passive
that you bring up
aggressive
that assertiveness with talking about the first date. It's like the same
because
shit.
well,
The
it's
assertiveness
because the assertion
well, think
okay.
about what some women are doing. If you don't get my nails done and my hair done, then I ain't going out on a date with you. So it's like, wait,
I'm gonna
women
say
are
this.
doing like
I'm gonna say this. Any woman that needs a man to pay for her nails or
she is
anything else
wrong.
to go on a first date is giving broke energy. I'm sorry.
I agree.
All
I
day
My
long,
definitely
nails stay
all
agree.
day
done.
long. Super broke.
I
I
do me,
definitely agree, Bobby. Yeah.
regardless of a date.
Look, my
Look,
husband don't make my appointment and
I've
he don't pay
never had to go
the
get my
bill.
nails done for a first date ever in my life.
Wait, say that again.
I have never had to go get my nails done or buy
For
an
a
outfit
first
for my
date.
first date. First date. I'm gonna say first date.
You
Yeah,
Never.
said a broke
because she
My
should
man.
nails
always
stay
be.
done.
She should
My nails
always.
stay
She
done.
should.
And I got an
A
outfit
person
to
should
follow.
already
I
Like
come.
swear.
That
hashtag is about to say, it's like you, if she can't take care of herself, why you trying to take care of her?
Right.
exactly. Like, well, I mean, because standards are supposed to be not what you project on other people,
I'm
but what
sorry.
you project for yourself.
Right.
That's what standards are supposed to be. You don't hold me to a standard that you
That you
can't
can't even
reach.
keep.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, what?
That is broke energy. Like
Exactly.
standards are for you, not
If in the
for
middle
other
of the
people
day,
to arrive with.
if in
You
the
know what I'm
middle of
saying?
the
Like,
first date, let me tell you something. If in the middle of the first date we decide we don't like each other, baby, I'm paying for mine and you're paying for yours and we're leaving. Or I'm
yeah.
leaving. You can stay if you want to, but I'm out. I'm gonna pay for mine though.
But
Yours is on.
some people act like the standards are to be projected on other people to make happen. Like,
Right.
oh, you know what? Like it's
Like
the
my oil
weirdest
change, light ain't been
thing in
on
the world.
forever.
It's weird.
Here's what. Hold on, I'm not understanding you. Why should you not have standards for people who arrive into your life?
On
No,
a
no, no, no,
first
no, no,
date
no,
though,
no. You should like okay, all right. Uh okay, here it is.
Uh-huh.
All right. So standards are for you.
Well, yeah, you
How
should
you
obviously
have
have
been
standards for your own
how
life.
you are like standards should be in the direction that you are already going in, not for me to show up and take you there.
right?
Right? I shouldn't show up while you're walking and pick you up in my limousine. Especially if you're not even going that way. I should like you shouldn't be dependent on me to create your standards. They should already exist. And you say, hey, I was going there. Since you're going there, you can help me get there faster. But you're already going there. Like let's just say like a girl can only afford like a regular, just simple gloss paint on her nails, right? No French tip, no special designs or all this special stuff, right? But she has a desire to save up for the next supreme pair or whatever, right? Gold tips or whatever it is, right? Well, if she's not going in that direction, I'm definitely not gonna take her there. Like what? Like what are you doing? It's the
What you're
weirdest.
saying, hold on, what you're saying like completely removes people from like actually liking them. Like, do you not actually like that person for who they are? Regardless of where
No,
they are in life and what direction they're going in. If you
That's
no.
actually
exactly what
like
they're
them,
saying.
then you're
Like,
not gonna be
he asked you out, right? If he asked
I
you out and
I
your hair
asked you
gets
out.
done and your
Apparently, I
nails get
like you.
done,
okay,
he
so
shouldn't
then
have to
what is
pay for
this
your
whole
nails to
like
get done
why are we
now.
getting so caught up on this whole idea that like, oh, I can't do too much for you because you're not headed in that same direction? Then you don't like me in general then. Like, do
So
you not
because I won't
Hold
do it, I
on,
don't
Can
like you.
I say something really quick? Can
what
I
do you
say
mean
something
because you
really
won't
quick?
do
You
it,
can
you
get
don't
that
like
double O
me?
four.
What was said was, if he
Go ahead.
asked
I'll
you
wait
out
till
and your
Hold
everybody
on,
get
real
nails
done.
quick,
aren't
y'all. Let's get
done,
double O four, and
that's not
everybody
the
else can.
standard you carry for yourself. He
Hold on,
shouldn't be obligated to.
who's just
I don't
talking?
know.
Hold
Can
on
y'all
one
hear
sec.
me? Oh,
Go
y'all about to
ahead,
say, I don't know
Kev.
if y'all can
Yeah,
hear me.
we
All
can
right,
hear you, Kev.
go ahead.
Go ahead,
Double O
Kev.
four. We go. Trying to get some new people in here, man.
You can't say
Yeah,
my name, right? It's like this.
go ahead, Kev.
I try to make it easy for me. Go ahead.
You trying to make it easy? All right. Um, no, what I was gonna say, I think what hashtag means. Well, I don't think I'm pretty sure this is what he means. When you meet somebody, you're not just because you like them, and if they're not like if their goals and like their overall like they're not aligning with what you want in that person, then yes, walk away because if that person is
But you
stagnant,
don't like
nobody's
them
gonna
at
want
that point.
somebody. But listen, like love isn't even enough. Do you think like is gonna be enough? Because you can
I'm
be
not
with
I'm not
somebody.
I'm not trying to negate that. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying you don't like them at that point.
I don't think we're
It's not
trying to
that you
argue.
can
I think
like them, but you
everybody
can
is
still
just
walk away,
expressing
just
the
like you
point.
can love somebody and walk away. It's not that you don't like them
I
or
have,
love
a,
them.
I have a
It's
question. I have a
just that
question.
you
I have a
can.
question.
Because give me 1 second, really, really, really quick,
Okay.
and then
Okay.
I'll
Cool.
let you.
Cool.
So,
Go ahead.
like, no, because you can actually, lose somebody trying to help them. If you're pouring into that person's cup, who the heck is pouring into yours? You end up losing
Well, then you
yourself.
should have standards to not overpour, right?
That's what I'm saying, though. You're prioritizing that other person. So why
You
in the
shouldn't
first?
though.
But that's what you're contradicting yourself because you're like, oh, well, if
No,
they're stagnant, take them.
I didn't say that.
Well, he
You're
said
you're
he said if they're
no.
not
Okay.
going in
So
the same direction.
Hold up.
I
Let
mean,
them 1v1 for a minute. Y'all been talking for a good minute. I like this little conversation. Go ahead, y'all.
Go
you're
ahead.
I know what you're doing. Laugh. I get what you no, but what I'm saying is I know what you're
What?
doing. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
What am I
But I got you. Don't
doing?
trip. No, what I mean is if you're not like I mean, that's what he said. He said they don't have any aspirations, no goals. So it's like, well, why am I going to waste time with somebody that's complacent?
Is that not a character trait, right? Like that's what I'm not understanding. Like
no.
this
No.
is a
Okay.
That's a
character trait.
flaw.
It's a character trait. It's a
So
flaw to you. If another broke person goes to
Ash
sleep,
just
they'll be
can't
like,
let them
yeah,
do it.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
character.
then they're complacent
Okay,
as
hold
well.
on. You
They're
guys.
accepting somebody.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where they're at. They're just like happy they caught a fish. Doesn't matter if it's
Okay.
big or small.
Right.
Like if I
Here's what
pick
I'm
you up
asking.
walking
Oh my gosh.
and you
so I have
look
a.
like, then why do I have to pay for you to look like something better than more than what you look like when I picked you up and I wanted to take you out on a date? Now,
So
why does your hair need to be done now? Why does your nails need to be done now? Why do you need an
Okay,
outfit
so
now?
you're telling me if you were to be in a, this is not even like the point I was trying to make at all. So don't let this be the whole you're contradicting yourself or whatever, because that's
No,
not
go
the
ahead.
point I'm.
I will let you finish.
Um, but the question I have for Bobby down there is like, okay, so you're telling me you're in a situation with somebody and you can't afford to give them more than what they had before. You're gonna sit here and be like, no, you didn't need your nails done before, you didn't need your hair done before, I'm not gonna give you that all in the name of a principle.
No, what we were
Like, do
talking
you
about,
We're
not
talking
like
about the
them? Do
first
you not
date.
want
what we
to
were
wish
talking
them
about
good things in
was
life?
when a guy meet you wherever he meets you at and ask you on a first date. That's what we were talking about.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we're
If
only
he
talking
asks
about
you
first
out
dates?
initially,
Yes. Maybe that's where the
initially,
lines got crossed.
not that we've been dealing with each other for a minute. Initially, he met you. Your nails weren't done, your toes weren't done, whatever.
And then
Then
on
Why
the
he
is he
likes
first
not
date.
that. Does
obligated?
he
If he
not?
asks
He
you out
likes
on a
that.
date, oh, I need my nails done, I need the outfit, I need this. But if you wasn't looking like that when I asked you out,
It
Okay,
doesn't
but
matter if
like,
she
if
likes that. Who the heck asks for all that stuff on a first date? I'm not
a
asking a
lot.
man for nothing.
That's
how
what
many
I
people
have, I
are
have a question.
asking for that on a first date,
Oh,
guys?
there's a lot of women.
it's
let
women
me
that ask for to
hold,
pay for
They
the
haven't
date.
hold,
I
even
ask
gone
you to
on a
pay for
date and they're already
daycare.
asking for
hold
stuff.
on, hold on, because my question is gonna hold on to what we're saying, right?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
all right. My biggest question is, when a man and a woman get together,
Mm-hmm.
uh, do you think that she would appreciate him changing her life or improving her life?
When you say change, what do you mean by change? Because change can mean anything.
Okay,
Yeah.
so change is a sudden existence of something that was not there.
But
Right? That
in
means the
what way?
aspiration.
Like,
Hold on. It's a sudden
I
existence of something
mean,
that
you
was
could like
not
a man could
there.
change a woman's life in all types of ways. It doesn't
Hold,
really have
hold,
to be
hold on. Hold
financial.
on. It's but it's. I mean, before you get to, I'm just asking a question, right?
I know,
Do you
and I'm
think?
trying to get clarification. That's what I'm
Okay,
doing.
okay. So distinction, right? Do you
Hmm.
think a woman would appreciate a man coming into her life and changing her life, or improving her life?
I
changing
think
for the
either party.
better or
I
the
think,
worse?
yeah, like I feel like either party would be grateful if the change and or the improvement is positive.
Exactly.
Like if the
If
change
the
is
change is
positive,
for the
obviously she's
worse,
gonna
heck
be
no.
like, yeah, like she's gonna be very grateful. But if the improvement is also positive, I mean, I'm assuming it's an improvement, so you're doing well anyway, then they're both gonna be grateful depending on what that change is. And that's what I'm still trying to understand from him. Like, what do
Well,
you?
the change and the improvement is the same thing. Because wouldn't you say an improvement is a change
No,
from where she
That
was
is
at?
true. That is true.
No,
No, I definitely
they're
agree.
no,
not the
Not a
no.
same thing
change. It is.
because
No, I
Okay.
because
think
Well.
that's true.
Okay.
I think
Not the
she's
same.
It
right.
is. It's a change.
they're not
So
the same thing because
okay. Then
one is
in what
being
context do you mean the change? Then can
Because
you?
she could get pregnant, and that's a huge change in her life. It's not necessarily an improvement, but it's a
so
change.
change was something that wasn't there and then it
Right. But can
appears.
you
So
give
it's
me a
pregnancy
Improving
though.
scenario?
is upgrading something that's already there. So one is improving
Okay.
something that's
And
already
then when
there
is
and one is
something
making
complete?
something
Oh,
that's
okay.
already
Okay.
there.
Gotcha. All right.
I like
I
to
mean,
use the term
there's still
progress.
there's still a lot of like room for error in that question. Like I'm not understanding
No,
because you
but
can
what
have
do you
so many
think though? What do
different
you
forms.
think?
So
Oh my
listen,
gosh.
can I like
It's not
I
really
think
complicated.
no. So what he meant. So let's say somebody already had like they meet a woman. She already had a business. She already
Hmm.
had that business, and he helped it grow. So he improved it, right?
Right.
Because and then the difference would be him meeting somebody that didn't have a business and helped her, with the business. That's a change because it didn't exist.
Would they not both be grateful? Like
Yeah,
both
that's
of
what
those
he's
parties
asking.
should be
That's why he was
grateful. Like
asking.
whether you grew
Yeah.
your business or helped
Some
you
people
start
are
your
not.
business,
Well. That's
both
the
of those
question,
parties
right?
would be grateful, would they not?
I mean,
Unless
well,
the
I don't
change
know. I don't
was
know.
she
That's what I'm
had a
asking.
business
The reason I'm
and
asking this
That's what I'm
question.
the
answering is
change
that both
No,
was
no.
parties
she
should be
lost it,
grateful.
The reason I'm asking this question is because we always hear women don't like control or they complain about a level of control. But if I came into your life and changed your life, am I not controlling your life?
No.
No.
Oh my God.
That's helping.
Yeah,
That's
like I don't know why
that's
would you all
you
of a sudden
helping
because
me.
you helped me like now you have control over my life how?
But hold on, let me
Unless
rephrase this.
Like
unless
Let me
how?
rephrase this
Like
unless
question.
you change my life or improve or what to
Let
your
me
like
rephrase this
what you
question.
consider improvement.
No,
But
okay,
if
Let
it's
so
me
look,
something
rephrase
so
this question. Hold
so if you
on.
have a small restaurant, right?
mhm.
You have a small restaurant, and then suddenly
Right.
I say, you know what?
I have money and I have more resources and we're going to blow this restaurant up. It's about to become a franchise. This thing is about to pop. I'm not controlling your life. Your life is still going to go the way, it's just going to get
Exactly. It's
bigger.
not
That's it,
controlling.
right?
You're
No,
leading.
no, it's just going to get bigger. That's it, right? I
Yeah.
mean, you would think that anybody who is doing anything wants more of it, right? If they're, especially if they're doing it on their own, right? But if I came into your life and I'm like, hey, I got an idea. You ain't doing shit, right? This is what you gonna do. You gonna, look, I got access to resources, franchises, everything. You are now about to run the franchise and the resources. Now, which one do you think? I'm gonna ask the question again because I think you guys are afraid of the answer here, right?
Afraid of the answer.
Yes, I
Wait,
think you're
we're the
afraid
ones
of
that are
giving
supposed to
the
be
answer,
Come
answering.
on, let him
right?
talk. Let him talk.
Hold on. I think that there's some fear behind. I think you guys want to create all of this comfort and all that stuff, or discomfort, or however. But I think that there's a really truthful answer here, and I would love to
Okay.
hear it.
That's a great
Right?
assumption, but can you ask us the question before you
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
answer?
Okay.
You know what?
Yeah.
Hashtag.
Okay.
Let me
He
put
made
it
all
in
these
Hold on.
people's
I'll
assumptions.
understanding.
ask the
Great
question
assumption,
Does
again.
Betty.
like
I'll ask the question again. Okay. If
mm-hmm.
when a man comes into a woman's life, overwhelmingly, I'm just trying to get a consensus. Do you think women appreciate him coming into her life and improving it, or coming into her life and changing it?
They should both be grateful. Period.
Again, I don't understand how
Like
we
if
weren't
the
clear.
change is positive, they should both be grateful. That's the only
Exactly.
answer.
Unless the changes
So
for
Like
hashtag
I'm not
just
understanding why
I'll
More,
just
you don't
answer
get
it.
more,
that.
It's
like
they
more
rather them
grateful.
change it than improve it.
what do you
What you say,
mean? If
babe?
it's
Hold up, babe. I
You're
hear
improved,
my
saying
baby
that
talking.
as
I hear
a
my
man
baby
though.
talking. Hold
no,
up,
he
y'all. Y'all
said
That's
you
talking
I
too much. Hold
appreciate
up.
both.
I know y'all
Okay,
hear
give
me.
me 1 second. Can I say something?
Hold up, man. Y'all going what the heck? When y'all hear my voice, y'all already know the deal. I don't know what y'all acting like that. I
Oh,
heard my
sorry, I
baby
didn't know
talking.
it was you speaking.
Oh no, no, that's all right. That's all right. Now, yeah. 004. I'm gonna call it 004. Say
I get excited. Sorry. No, because I was gonna say
But
well,
something
it's
really quick.
but
triple O
babe,
Can I say
four.
something really quick?
you was saying something real quick. I'm gonna let you go right after.
Thank you, baby.
I got a
You're
part.
gonna let him answer after we got asked the question? Cool.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not trying to be petty. I'm just saying,
I was just
then you shouldn't ask the women questions, because you should ask
He
each other.
about to let you go 004. Just let my baby talk
No,
real
no, no,
quick.
no. I
Dang.
answered it,
I know,
and
hold
they
on.
were if they and they didn't
I
accept the
just
answer.
I was just trying to get some clarity from hashtag. Are you asking which one would uh be appreciated more?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I think that's the clarifying question. Go ahead.
Now do y'all thing. Dang, my gosh.
Well, then where does that tie into the whole like the control thing? Like,
Well, just
because
answer it first, and then maybe he can chime
personally,
in.
I still stand by my first answer. Like, they should both be grateful
Not an
regardless.
answer if he said which one would you appreciate more.
I'm not gonna appreciate either one more. Like, because at the end of the day, you did better than you were before. So you should just, or you're gonna be appreciative. Like, that's the answer.
Exactly. They
I'm not
wouldn't
gonna
be.
appreciate one more than the other. Like, if I'm doing better in life, I'm gonna appreciate it. Period.
Okay, so I'll answer. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, Trinity could dodge bullets in the Matrix too.
um okay, can you ask it one more time? I just want to make sure. But I do just one more time,
Okay.
please.
You know what,
Okay.
Rachel?
No,
The confidence.
I got
I
an
appreciate
answer. I
that
just
confidence. You're like,
yeah.
I'll
Okay.
answer
No,
it.
I like to
All right.
make sure, you know what I'm saying? I don't like to
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. If and when a man comes into your life, would you appreciate it more if he improved your life or if he changed your life? Which one would you appreciate more?
And this is also assuming though that the change is positive. Like,
Lava,
just so we know
let
that the change
Rachel
is
answer.
positive.
Rachel,
No, I'm
we
just
need to shut
clarifying
up.
what I'm
Damn,
You
Lava
can't
saying.
don't
shut
like
up.
this
Hey, I'm
You
not even
question.
gonna
can't
lie.
shut
We
the
need to
fuck
shut up.
up.
Why y'all don't like this question so bad?
No, I'm
No, it's
saying
I
not
just
that.
mean,
I'm just
let
telling
her
you, like,
talk. Like
because
at
earlier
some
we were
point,
debating whether change
for
had to be
me,
negative or positive. So I was just saying, like,
she can't
assuming that
answer
the
the
That's
change
why
is
question.
Rachel
positive
It's
answered
for
for
it.
actually
me,
an
you.
I
excellent
mean,
You
question.
can't
Lava,
shut up.
we already answered. Let Rachel answer.
yeah,
Right.
so yeah, for me, I mean, I've always been a very independent person, but I would appreciate far more if somebody completely changed my life. Like
Mm.
for me, like what? That's amazing. And it could be in so many aspects. Like you could give me perspective that changed my life. You like
Hey,
so I would choose that.
Hey.
You know what it reminds me of, Rachel? And I love that hashtag ask this question is like, is it gonna, but what are you gonna add to improve my life? Maybe you don't have to change my life. You can help improve it.
And the improvement
Ooh,
is
two different women
change.
right there. Two different women. Okay.
But
mm.
She said, I
but
want to
wouldn't
get
you say an
improved.
improvement is a change, regardless of where you? Because at the end of
That's
the
what
day,
I
it's
feel
still
like. That's what
adding
I was gonna say.
value.
Like
But
those
we're
are the
looking at the
It's
same.
still
val,
change.
but there has to have a value that you have within yourself that you're willing to invest into that other person to add to that improvement.
Here it is.
Is
Okay,
that
the reason.
is that not
I
instead
Financially
of
got
or
some. I got
however,
some.
improving
I
it's
that
got
life
some.
still
Let me
too,
go
though?
next,
So,
please.
so the reason why I asked this question, the reason why I asked this question was because we were talking about the whole dating thing. We were talking about like a guy investing a certain amount of time or whatever, and we were talking about also like the way that guys are not asserting dates onto women anymore, right? Like they're passive aggressively saying, "So give me a good reason why we should go out on a second date," right? And the reason and so the reason why I asked this question was because what I'm seeing is two different people. One person wants to be told what to do and what's better, and the other person wants to literally just go in the direction that they're already going and be comfortable enough to say who they are, right? What I'm and initially this whole idea came from the idea of um because I kind of gave it to this point. I said I seen that a lot of people, and this was just in my life, I seen that a lot of people that have smexless relationships, long-term smexless relationships, they were also with people that did not have a previous relationship with smex. They didn't have a good, like, in other words, they had super low body counts or were rarely ever involved with people or just weren't involved at all. And and later these are the same people that have issues with getting it from their partners. And so that tied back to the original idea of whether or not people want to actually show up as themselves already in your life, or they want to show up and for you to tell them who you need them to be.
okay. Who are you asking, or is there like a certain rotation? I don't want to.
Well, okay, no. Go. Do you think people want you to show up as yourself, or do you want them to show up, or like, I mean, how do you show up? Do you show up as a person who says, "This is who I am. Could you continue to add to me?" Or do you show up as somebody, "Hey, this is who I am. Fucking change my life, Mister Wonderful." You know what I'm
I
saying?
think that's what
like, what kind of
hashtag
woman
is
are you?
saying is that what value are you going to add to somebody else? You know what value you're adding to them. We're expecting a lot of things to come from other people, but what are we adding to ourselves too at the same time when two people come together? You know, what is our investment in? What is our value in? What are we tolerating? You know, just like what Kev's prompts are. Like what are we willing to put up with, and what are we willing to let go of?
I'm gonna change the dynamic for a minute. So let me tell you. So Lava, all the women on this panel, your boss comes to you and says, "Guess what? I'm gonna make you the VP tomorrow. The rules are you can't talk no shit. You gotta shut up, do what I tell you to do. I'm gonna give you $1 million a year. I'm gonna
I'll
need.
probably stay there for a year if
Hold
I
on.
can
I'm not
handle it.
finished. I'm not finished talking. Hold on. I'm not finished talking. I'm gonna give you $1 million a year, and you do what I tell you to do.
I would try my hardest well, wait, do what they need to do, like work wise, like other like little,
Your
you know.
boss currently like is I'm gonna give you the VP of the company.
Yeah, but like
I'm gonna
just
need you to
work
shut up,
wise, I have to
do
do
what I
everything.
say do, and I'm gonna give you $1 million a year. But I need you to be here when I say be here. It could be 90 hours a week. It could be 30 hours a week. I don't know. But I need you to be here when I say be here. Shut
Oh,
up
like on
and do what
call.
and progress my thoughts onto the other employees. Make that work. I'm gonna give you $1 million a year. What you doing?
I would
Honest.
try my hardest to at least make it through that year. But I'm not. I don't know.
But
I
that's
mean, I'm
exactly
telling
what a
you.
She sound
marriage
like
is
she
when you
ain't gonna
let
make
someone
it.
come in your life and
I'm gonna
change it.
try my
That's
hardest.
I ain't
exactly what
gonna
it
lie.
is.
Wait, hold on. Here's my question. Like,
Try
if
real
you're
hard.
giving somebody, hold on, let me ask her. If you're giving some, like, hashtag action, I'm really asking hashtag Loki because he's saying a man comes into a woman's life, hypothetically, and he's now changing it. So now he has all this control and he gets to tell her what to do. Then he did not actually, like, benefit her. Like, that's not true benefit. Like, he didn't pour into her. Like, are
No,
we a little bit lost here? Like,
But
he
how do you
didn't
know he didn't
pour.
pour into her?
He's
because if you actually
Proven.
poured into her, then she, at the end of the day, even if she left, she
you're
could
not.
still do what she was doing
That's
before.
not adding value. That's being
None of y'all
how do you
answer
say it?
my
Like
Yeah,
that's
question.
like
not being
you're
a
adding
team.
like a
I'm gonna land my
dictatorship.
plane because no female on this panel answered my question. So I'm gonna land my plane.
I did. Sorry, Bobby. I don't know if you heard. I mean, I did.
See how that went? Like that's how I
Everybody got
felt
to
the whole time. How you
overtalk and
just felt,
everybody
Bobby,
else
was how I felt the entire time.
Dude,
talk
we
over
answered
us.
your question. You just didn't like the answer.
No, oh no, lava.
Nobody
Answer
gave
the
me a
Come
straight
on now,
answer.
question.
lava. You
Everybody
did not
ran.
Answer.
answer.
I
I'm
did.
not
Now
talking
But
about
if
you,
somebody
Bobby.
else
I'm
hashtag.
talking
wants to
about
answer, you
hashtag.
know what
I'm
though?
talking
She's
about
right.
hashtag.
Nobody else did answer though.
Yeah, it
I
was
mean,
just
I
V.
know. I'm not talking
Well,
about
you guys,
Bobby.
you
I'm talking
everyone that
about
guys were
answered.
hashtag.
talking, so I'm not gonna
Yeah,
interrupt.
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey
I
V.
mean, she's not wrong.
I mean, in
Welcome
my
V.
personal opinion, I mean, I mean, I don't know. It would, I don't know. It would have to, I would have to be in this situation. I mean, I had a guy once. Um, I'm good at networking. I'm a social butterfly. So he was like working with celebrities and shit. And the way he approached me, and he was like very I don't know, how do I say it? Like, it sounded very desperate to like help me out and get me a job with him, whatever. Like, I denied that shit because in my in the who I am and my business that I had grown out here has really made me who I am today, and it gave me pride in what I was able to accomplish with myself. So the reason why I said no to the guy is the way he approached me. And I can give a damn if you were, working with, freaking, I forgot what freaking celebrities he was working with, but he showed me pictures. And I just said no because at the end of the day, I go off of morals and character and who the man is and how he carries himself and how he approaches you. So for someone to tell me, "Oh, you're going to do as I say," I don't know. I have control with who I am as a woman, and I'm not going to let someone control me. Like, I don't know. I would have to be in a situation, but honestly, it just depends on the person, and how they approach me and how they come at me. But at the end of the day, in my opinion, I think you will get more out of, you're going to have a sense of fulfillment of joy and pride and, love for what you did more than being handed anything. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
But
I guess
you're
it
not
just,
being handed anything if you're working for it. But like, because there's a difference. Like, I think, can you explain like what you meant by depending on how they approached you? What if it was
That
anything but
blew my mind
control?
right there. That blew my mind.
What if it was just control?
It
Did you
sounded
mean
like
like
she
he
was
came
still in
at
the
you like
middle of
in
the
a
road.
demeaning?
It
Like,
sounded like she was still in the middle of the road. It was like I'm gonna be honest, V. Like what I heard from you, it was still in the middle of the road for me.
what do you
On
mean?
hold on, okay. On one side, and I'm gonna try to be as close to what you were saying as possible. I'm paraphrasing.
Oh.
On one side, you said it depends on who the person is and how they approach you. And then on the other side, you said that you have a higher respect for yourself when you just follow what you've been doing, right? So that's the middle of the road. That's not deciding. Like let's just say all odds were good. The person approached you the best way possible, and you still love what you do. Is it important for you to meet a guy who is going to change your life or a guy who is going to improve your life? And improving just means taking what you got and blowing that shit up. Or someone who is going to come in your life and say, I don't give a damn what you got going. This is what you're going to do right now.
wait, I'm
Oh,
confused. I
so
don't think
I
that's
can
what
see
she
how
was
that made it
answering.
hard.
Okay,
Then
well, when you say it like that, then obviously I'm gonna pick the person who's gonna blow up what I already got going on.
No, but it shouldn't matter. It
What do you mean
shouldn't
it
So I
shouldn't
can
matter.
get
matter?
now. I can get both the answers now because I was kind of not this.
Lost.
So that one that is kind of hard to answer though because I can get like well, when my babe said like if somebody's trying to change because like say this right. If I did want to do something whatever, but because I want to compromise something, I would probably want somebody to change. You know, maybe something that I already probably like maybe I wanted to do. I'm trying to think of something like I wanted to be a rapper or something like that. I'm just saying if that was the case. And maybe that I wanted to change something up to where maybe I should do something better instead or like be a preacher or something. I don't know. Something like that, wherever. I think but it's just case by case, you know, because like you talking about like a career or something like that. I
It
think
doesn't
you want somebody
matter
that may
like
want
want
to
to change.
change that, but
Yeah, it
improve.
doesn't matter. Like it
That's
doesn't
still
matter
a
how
change
they
and
change
So
your
it's
life.
just
improvement.
depend
Want
on
to
where you
change it.
talking about because it's things you might have to improve in, and so might be some things you want to change, or you may change for the family or for
Well,
your.
the
Improving
question was, which
requires
would you
change.
rather?
Improving
Which would you rather?
requires change.
That's what
Yeah,
I
that's what we were
said.
trying to
That's what
say.
Lava said too. It's a
Yeah, that's
change.
actually true. When you're improving yourself, you're
Yes.
changing daily, you're becoming a better human
Like we've been
being,
saying
you're
this.
attracting
Yeah,
Yes. Oh
better,
yeah,
my
and
gosh.
yeah,
eventually you're going to change yourself and you're going to attract different
yeah,
people. And yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but we've
I
literally
think
been
that's why
saying
yeah.
this.
me and
But
And
Lava couldn't
I
hashtag is
think what
acting
just
like
stay
that's not what
quiet.
we've
I
been saying.
think
Why does
what
he
Because
what
not
they
there's
get
no in
say.
that?
between, right? There's
I,
growth mindset and then there's a fixed
Hold,
mindset. You can be
hold on
content
one.
and settle,
Wait,
or you can
Katie,
grow and change.
hold on one sec, Ree. Go ahead, Kev. I heard you speaking. Go ahead,
boy,
my
my
brother.
voice there. I need my old mic back. I curse. But I
Oh,
was about
sorry.
to. No,
Go
I was about
ahead.
to say
Yeah,
that
you trying to.
I could feel what y'all talking about with the and improving thing, but it's the reason why they two different words. I believe like improving is just basically being better at what you already was doing or something like that. So I wouldn't say that change. I think when they say change, it's like basically saying that you're changing your whole entire thing for something let me see. I think they just talking about the core though. So I think that's the reason why they're using those two different words or something like that. So you're not
Yeah.
really changing from your core thing that you wanted to do. You're just improving in it. You know what I'm saying? And changing is like, okay, I was doing this, so now I'm not doing this no more.
Right.
Wait,
It's,
It's
it's more
can
like
I?
it sounded to me. It sounded to me
you're
Am I?
transitioning. You're
all I was
transitioning.
seeing because okay, look, okay, we have to understand the difference between growth and change. And people, I know that in some ideas of it, that one is in like that they're inevitable. I get that, but if we just really understood the words, you would know that. Well, we could figure out that growth it already has to be there in order to grow, right?
Yeah.
Change, it doesn't have to be
Be
there
there.
in
Yep.
order for it to change. So like for example, right? A baby arm to a adult arm, I would have already had to have an arm. Okay? But
And
a
then the
baby
arm
arm to,
changed and got
hold on.
bigger.
But a baby arm to
That's
a
strange.
wing, I didn't have a wing before.
I
You know what
hear
I'm saying?
you. I hear you. But here's my thing. I still need you to like relate it back to that whole control thing. Like,
Okay,
it's not
okay.
making sense
So look,
because
so
when you
look, so
ask
look.
the question, hold on. When you ask the
Okay.
question like that, I'm going to pick growth. I need someone who's going to improve what I'm already doing because that's what I love doing.
That's
Whatever it
why
is
I
that
was
I love
at.
doing, that's what I would more appreciate is somebody helping
That's
me.
what I was talking about right there, right?
So
I
then
was
where does the
see now you
control
gave me a
thing
clear
come in?
answer, but
Right,
I
now
but
you
think
when
the
you
gave me
ask
answer
it
gonna be
like this
different too,
though,
depending on the one. Depending on women,
Exactly.
because
Everybody's
yeah,
perspective is
yeah,
different.
because like I can see
the
what my
perspective shouldn't be different when we understand.
yeah,
what?
because
So we're
like
all supposed to think
imagine
alike.
if you get
Imagine
in
if we all thought the same. All the
No,
way
no, I'm not
around.
saying that we're all going to answer the same. I'm
Hold
just
on,
saying the
Kev.
perspective shouldn't be
Kev is
Wait,
different
talking.
if
but
when
you
we
said, but
understand.
you
Hold on,
said cage
everyone
means
mute up. Everyone mute up. Kev, go
that.
ahead, Kev.
And you know what's so weird though? It's like ain't no way my minds can hear and they can't hear it. Ain't no way y'all talking that dang on much that y'all can't hear me though. That's crazy. And I don't even be talking that much. But
I'm
I was
sorry. You
I
talk
be
kind of
just
low
trying
and
to
I'm
get
loud.
in
Sorry.
where like to try to help where the conversation is at though. So it's like so I knew I was gonna forget too because also I'll be trying to get in too also. Is that y'all was talking about okay, damn. So all right, y'all go ahead, man.
Growth and change, right? So look, so
Hold on.
improving,
Can
right?
you answer my question still?
Go ahead, go ahead.
My question was where does that relate to control? Like you were talking about, all this like overhead and
Got it.
control. Like,
Okay. Look. If I'm coming into your life,
right, you
and
come into,
I change what is happening in your life,
and you change what's happening in
who
my
is
life.
in control?
If I don't have control after the fact, then you didn't really do anything for me in that moment. Like, because I feel like if I don't truly have the ability to walk away and still continue that lifestyle, then you didn't do much for me.
I don't understand how hard this question is. If I come into your life,
you come into my
right,
life, you change my life,
and I change what is happening in your life, who is in control?
The man.
I don't think that's true. I think
The man is.
no, here's what happens. Like, he changes your life. Are you not up there next to him now?
Wouldn't you say that's the man leading?
I think
I'm
what
not
he's
Because
saying
saying
that
is
he's
I
like
not
think that's
leading, but like
control.
the man,
once he's
because
led and you
men.
got to the door, you got to the water hose or whatever they say with that leading the horse to water or whatever. Once you get there, are you guys not side by side now?
So look, this why I get and I remember now. I was about to say it is different though, because some women still want to be, I guess, even with the men. So I can get why, because I was thinking about what my baby said. I need some. I would probably prefer somebody to change, even though I say, man, I would rather improve my girl. But I can see, like, depending on the case, right? Because I do believe women and men, or depending if they looking for a leader or looking for what they call it, a partnership or something like that. That's these new term for women. That some women, just like she said, you ain't gonna be looking to improve what you doing because maybe you want to follow after your man and maybe help him improve at what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to require a change, or a change in mindset or thought or something like that. So I can get, why, why, especially, like my girl, like she would change. She said she was willing to change, you know what I'm saying? Cause if I was to, like, say if we both was to help each other improve, and she was like, you know what? No, I want to just do this, and I'm like, I want to do that. Then where do y'all meet at? You know what I'm saying? Especially um some dang, what I'm trying to get to. Basically, like, some people like, okay, I'm willing to follow my partner because I want to see where he going or something like that, and or vice versa. So some men willing to change for their woman, they be like that, but it's kind of hard to, like, all right, I'm about to help him improve in his business while I'm trying to do a business at the same time. Now, sometimes y'all gotta take some type of uh compromising, and sometimes it might take a sacrifice also. Like, all right, forget it, I was gonna do this, but now I want to do this with them, and so I want somebody to kind of change me from what I originally was about to do, something like that, so I can get that though.
Well, I think
That's
a lot of
different though.
people look
That's
at
like, wait,
No,
hold
hold
on.
on one
Wait,
second,
I
real
was
quick.
Talking
next.
about
Hold,
partnership. You described the
can I say
partnership.
something
I
real
was
quick?
next.
Real quick. Go ahead, Rachel. Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, you said real quick. If it's real quick, go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, like what Kevin's saying, a lot of people think that change means that you need to be a new person. You don't lose parts of yourself. You're also adding value to yourself too, so you lose your whole identity.
No, I
A
agree with
lot of people
you.
think
It's only
changing
like
equates
when control
that
is
losing
like,
self.
yeah, that's a difference.
So go ahead, Rachel. My bad, sister. Go ahead.
No problem. You're such a sweetheart. So, from my understanding, right, how I understand his question is that, do you guys, um, have you guys ever thought to yourself, I don't want to owe anybody. I don't want to have to pay anybody back, right? I think that what his question is showing that more people are more likely to choose the one where you are going to improve what you already are doing, so that you don't feel like you owe anybody anything. You're already doing it. All they did was give you a little boost or whatever. But when somebody like gives you something new, like they have built something for you, and gives it to you, it's not a matter of like you didn't earn it. Like, we're all thinking like, oh, we didn't earn it, but that's just us talking because we don't want to have to owe them back. But when you have a partner, you should be okay with them giving you something, because like if you fully trust them that they gave it to you because of how much they care for you and they love you, you should be okay with that. You know, but I think it just shows how more people are more drawn to keeping the things that they already have going on.
Rachel, can I ask you something though?
Sure,
So
Lava.
the way that you're describing it, I understand how you're describing it, right? So are you trying to say that like mentally you're gonna feel as if they're in control versus them actually being in control?
No,
Maybe she meant like tit for
No,
tat,
I'm
hold
like
on
let,
now.
let him
Yo, now I know why they call you Double O, because you be quick. Pow, pow, pow.
sorry,
You're
my
funny.
ADHD, my bad. My
Rachel.
ADHD be going
Yeah,
on.
you
Sorry, I
got that for
apologize.
real.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. Okay, so Lava, can you say that one more time?
Like, okay, so the way that I understood what you were saying was because they gave something to you, like oftentimes people don't want to feel like they owe somebody. But if
Mhm.
they give something to you, then you're gonna feel like you owe them something, which I'm assuming would probably be
Yeah,
obedience or something like that. But
that's where it
mentally,
goes.
like mentally, you're feeling like you owe them something.
Mentally, you're feeling they're controlling you, but it's
Yeah,
not out of control. It's out of love.
and that's what I'm saying. Then you're not really being controlled. Maybe you're mentally controlling yourself.
I mean, but
But
there is.
but hashtag is not saying that though. He's saying that you are now being controlled by that person.
I mean,
The
but
way
there
that
is
you're
a sense of like of that person having something that they could hold over your head, right? But I mean, that's where trust comes in.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so people can control other people without them knowing.
Then those are just mind games. And
Right.
then
But I don't
and
think
if
we're.
if
okay,
if
I
I'm
feel
Here's
gonna
the
be
thing. Okay, I think I understand now. Okay, so obviously if it's a man that I met and we did fall in love, yada yada yada, I will definitely appreciate someone who is willing to change my life. 100%. I'm more old school and traditional, so if I'm gonna happen, like best believe I'm the man to my man, and best believe I'm going to, you know, grow one another and
see something going
help
on with
him out the
your
best possible
audio.
way I can.
You're
There's
chopping.
something going on with
You in
your
a
audio.
dungeon?
Yeah,
With
Reed.
that
Oh,
one bar,
Yeah,
V.
Reed.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Reed, you're chopping up.
Okay, I'll talk in a little bit. Hold up.
um,
Let's get Gary in
hashtag
real
like
quick. I
still
haven't heard
though
Gary say nothing
you're
real
not.
quick. 'Cause y'all gonna be going
Hmm?
back and forth. We gotta let some more people talk real quick, then y'all come back. Let's get Gary in.
Thank you. Um, Women are less tolerant and they are more single. Um, now, I think we're more tolerant. I think we're more final. So when we do leave, there's kind of no coming back from it. But and that's why it is so final when we leave, because we are so tolerant. We kind of try to figure it out, hope you'll change, and then we just kind of wash our hands of it, and we're done. We're very serious about it. Men tolerate too much. That's why they're desperate. I disagree. I don't think that they tolerate much at all. I think the
Oh,
patriarchy. Can I finish? I think the patriarchy tends to have things in their favor. I'm not blaming that on y'all. It's not a system you necessarily designed, but it is perpetuated by a lot of y'all and your boys and or boys. Um, and I think that you guys generally benefit more from marriage, maybe less from divorce. Let's not conflate the two. So,
That's the question, bro.
not right now. Was that the host?
nah, that ain't me. I do got something for you
Okay.
though.
Yep, that's fine, but I just want to finish.
Of course, I'm just gonna let you go.
Yep. This is your panel. I got all respect for you, but I don't want anybody else to interrupt me if it's not you, please, and thanks. Um, so yeah, they benefit more from marriage, but I will say you guys benefit a lot less from divorce. I'll give y'all that. Um, when should and shouldn't you be patient? You should always be
Oh, we're
patient.
not on that part yet. No, we're not on that part yet.
Oh, you would just
We just on
okay.
the first two though.
Okay, I'll
I
end
think
with
my question for you before hashtag go 'cause I think you said what you say. You said they're more. So if that's the case, like, why they like the main ones divorcing? Then they go all going through the same exact issues.
Women,
Yeah, it is.
women,
They got the highest divorce rates. Like they the main ones
it's
that's
the
divorcing.
patriarchy. It's the
Oh, it's patriarchy.
patriarchy,
Okay, I
the
got you.
internalized misogyny, the fact that people have a lot of men have pride and ego, and they're hell bent on leading and having all the say, and this is what I want, opposed to hearing their partners. This doesn't apply to all men. I like a lot of men that really love their spouse and hear them and listen to and value their opinions. But if you're the type that you become complacent and you kind of check out and you just, as long as you're going to work, you think that's enough and you end up left. I mean, I feel bad in a sense, but I guess sis, and I'm there with it.
Okay, I have a great question for you. Do you think relationship is a skill? And if so, or if not, well, mainly if so, do you think some people just never develop the skill of relationship?
No, I don't think it's a skill. It's not something that can really be learned. I think we like to teach that it can be, but
Oh.
can I finish? I thought I was asked. If it's not my turn, I'll go on mute. I don't think it's a skill. You're dealing with individuals. Everybody is different. And you know what I mean? I think people like to generally say we're asking for the same things, but we're shown every day that people prioritize things in different orders. So I don't think it's a skill. I think some people are naturally a little more blessed in that area. I'll give you that. But I don't think it's a skill, if that answers your question.
I don't know if anybody heard the ambiguity right there in that last statement. That was a little different for me, but I would love to hear other people's take. And Guri, that was your perspective. I get it.
Well,
I would
I'd
love to
hope
hear.
that you wouldn't try to brainwash people against me by
No,
asking for
no, no,
personal.
no, no, no. I
I
respect
thought
what you're saying. I'm not
if
brainwashed.
the
It's
host
not
wants to
personal.
poll, if the
It's
host
not
wants to
personal. I
poll, let
promise.
him take
It's
the
not.
poll.
I'm just asking.
Yeah,
Did
but if the host
anybody?
wants a poll, let the host take a poll. You don't
Okay.
need to ask me
I'm
in a
I'm I'm
crowd
I'm
poll
I'm
if
just
anything.
asking the panel. I'm just asking the
What was
panel.
ambiguous
Does
about
anyone
it?
else have an I like? Does
Okay,
anybody
but
think?
what was ambiguous?
What
I'm
is any?
sorry, what's ambiguous.
Okay,
You said,
okay,
"Do I think relationships need
okay.
skill?"
So
I
the
said
part that
no.
was okay. So
Ambiguous means there's
okay.
no
So
clear answer. I
hold
told
on.
you
You
no.
asked me a question. You asked me a question. You said
No, no,
what was
no.
ambiguous, right?
What's ambiguous mean?
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
listen.
Okay. So you asked me what was ambiguous about your statement, right?
Uh
Okay.
huh.
So at the end of your statement, I cannot quote you, but I can paraphrase
I'll tell
phrase
you
you.
what I
And
said.
okay. At the end of your statement, you said some people are better at it than
I said
others.
some people may be a little more
Oh, Jesus.
talented.
Okay. Let's maybe are whatever word is comfortable.
So where's
You,
the ambiguity?
okay.
Ambiguity. Where's the
Okay.
ambiguity?
Maybe are all of that stuff. I don't want to straw
No, no,
man
no,
with
no.
you.
You're wait, hold on.
I just want to state the ambiguity, right?
Wait. Let's rewind. You asked me, do I think people are skilled? And I said no.
You
I
said
flat
some
out
people are
said
better
no.
at it than others, right? Correct?
I flat out said no when you said skill. I flat out said no.
Hold on.
Ambiguity means an
Past
unclear
that
answer.
statement. Hold on, past that statement, because I don't want
No,
to.
you're
I'm just
trying to
asking you.
gaslight me. I flat out
No,
said
no,
no
no. I'm just
for
making
skill.
sure of what you said. Okay, I'm
And I'm
asking.
telling you, when you
Okay,
asked me about
please.
skill, I flat out said no.
Okay, you said
And then
no,
I
and
said,
then
do I
later you
think
said some people are better at it, right?
no, I didn't. I said some
Oh,
people are more
Jesus.
talented. I mean more
Jesus.
talented.
You did say that, girl.
I did not.
Look at my
Jesus,
And if
comment
you
down
man.
want
there.
hold on,
I
hold on.
just
Come
You
said
guys
that.
you guys
on.
ain't gonna jump me, ID. I'm not talking to
I'm
you
not
right now.
no, but you did say that.
So mind your business, please.
Said it.
The
Excuse
question
me, this is
Said
was
an
it.
open panel, homegirl.
there's a difference between skill and talent. Do you know the definition of skill and talent? They're different
Well,
words.
He
Oh,
wants
we're
to
hey,
very
straw
Gary,
man you.
aware.
I
Okay. All
think
right, I get it.
Hold
one
I
on,
get it.
hold on.
thing
Can
I
we
get it.
just stick?
When
Unless the
did
host wants
get
to
brought
stop
into
me,
this?
can
Yeah,
we
yeah,
just
no,
stick
no.
to me and
I know,
hashtag right now?
and a lot of us are very, very familiar with this host. So, and
That's
we know
fine,
how he
babe.
works.
I'm just saying, like, I
Yeah,
was asked about skill.
yeah.
Skill and
And then you
talent
were
have
asked
different
about,
meanings.
yeah, and that's why we were bringing up relationships. So when hashtag was saying, it's like, is a relationship, is it something that that you're grown into being, or are some people not
That's not what he said. He said
willingness?
skill.
Oh, no, he said, yeah, is it a skill to be in one? But we
And yeah,
also all
skill
come,
and I'm
we
telling you,
also
honey,
all
skill and
come,
talent have
we,
different definitions. And what
but
I
we all,
said
All right,
to
so
but we
let's say
all,
that.
hold on.
Okay, let's do this then.
but
What's
we
the
all
difference
come from
between
a
the two?
relationship, right?
What's the difference between those two? Since you said they different, then maybe we can get on the same plane. What's the difference
Talent
between?
talent is something that is like more organic, where skill is something that you kind of can like practice and play.
Okay, so let's re-say his question over then. Do his relationship take talent then?
I think they can work better if you have talent, but that's not what he asked me. And then he said I was being ambiguous. You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say that he said that I gave an unclear answer. That's what ambiguity means, unclear. And when he asked me about skill, I flat out said no. But I do think some people can be naturally more talented.
You said some people could be better at it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
We all heard you.
No, you didn't. I said talented.
Okay.
No,
Yep.
Maybe you
you
said it
said
in your head and
skill.
not out
You
loud.
said skill, girl. It's okay. You said
No, no,
It's
skill.
he
okay.
said skill. He
No,
You
said
said
when
skill.
skill.
when you
Who
responded
knew
though,
that
you
lava
said
was gonna be out the
He
hot seat
said
nine dirt?
skill. He said skill. I
So do
said
you do
talented.
why
you
was I
think
gonna be
it
on
do
a
you
hot
think
seat? I
it's a
didn't do nothing.
natural thing? Do you
Now
think
she's
it's a
saying that I
natural?
said skill when he said skill.
Hey, Gert, do you think it's a natural thing for people to want to be in a relationship or need a relationship? Do you think
Not
it's
need.
natural?
Not need, but I think everybody wants to be in one.
Where did you come from?
I'm sorry?
Where did you come from?
I just said I think that most people want to be.
Who
Not
slept
need.
together with who? What did mom and dad do the night that they created you?
What does that have to do with the price of tea in
They were
China?
in a relationship.
You just I already said yes to you, ma'am.
But
You
that
said
but
a
but but that's
want,
the
not
thing
a
is like,
need. That's
You
crazy.
asked me, do I think that most people want or need to be in a relationship? I think most people want to. Everybody wants to. I don't think
what keeps
people
them from not
necessarily
wanting to be
need.
in one?
I
I
said
know,
I don't think they
honestly, I'm
need.
coming to
Want
you
and
with
need
a
are different things.
well,
Okay,
I'm coming to you with a lot
please.
of respect, sweetheart.
Yeah,
I
I
really
know,
please
but
am.
you're
come with her
acting like
with
I'm
some
not
Yeah,
respect.
answering
no,
you.
I really am coming to you with
Yeah,
a
but
Yeah.
I
lot of
answered you,
respect.
babe.
So,
I said I think they
what
want. I
is
don't think
turning?
they all need
Well, what is turning people away from them?
from
People
relationships.
skills, girl. I think personally in today's time, people don't have people skills and they have so many addictions and they don't know how to talk to a woman or a woman's not confident enough to just spark up a conversation. I mean, there's a lot. I think it's just social media. A lot of people don't know how to communicate anymore, in my personal opinion and my experience.
So, but a lot of people, like you brought up addiction. A lot of people are looking at what's going on in social media and everything. A lot of people have relationships with those things, but they can't have a relationship with the person laying next to them.
Yeah, girl, it's a thing. I mean, I've gone out multiple times, obviously we all go out, but like when I would just go out to like Starbucks or something, you see a beautiful family with their kids and everybody's on their damn cell phone and all I can think is like you should have just stayed home. Why do you even go out? Like you're not even conversating or having conversations with your kids. You don't even know them because you're so caught up on Facebook, you're so caught up on all these social media platforms. And then that is why the divorce rate is so high. People have corn addiction. They're having more smacks with freaking by themselves and their freaking wife or their girlfriend. And they think that's okay. And it's just not okay. Like it is scientifically proven when you're watching corn, you lose gray matter in your brain, hence why you can't be creative with your woman. And now you just got to go on these online platforms, try to get creative. And it's like, that doesn't spice your smacks at all one bit. You have addictions, and that's an issue.
Everyone's so creative. Oh,
All right.
It's
So
so funny. Ha ha ha. Baby, I laugh.
get somebody do it. Dang. All right, but I was about to.
Wait, what I missed? I'm
Excellent,
sorry.
Kev.
Nah, I was boiling. I was just
Go
boiling.
ahead, my
All right.
brother
I missed.
Kev. I
I
hear you.
missed it.
So, okay. So the other part then, I think was it girl or lava? No, I think it was girl. You said men tolerate. You say that you don't believe they don't tolerate anything, or wait, I gotta make
No,
sure
no,
you said.
no. I don't think that they tolerate like too much. I think that they benefit more from relationships slash marriage. So
Explain that.
they
Explain
don't
that.
want to leave. I think they're generally happier.
Hmm. How they benefit? They don't want to spend all their money and stuff. I don't get
That's
that. Explain.
divorce. Marriage and divorce are two different things.
Oh, how they?
I think you guys lose more in divorce. I'll give you that. I said that
That's
earlier.
about. That's about in a marriage though. Like they spend
I,
money in marriages. They don't spend
and
money in
yeah, but
relationships.
that's not. But the real world is the vast majority of people have both parties working, and then you have a mom
Hmm.
who's working 40 hours to match her husband and doing more of the daily tasks, momming, housework, etc. Overwhelmed, and it's usually applied to gender roles, and people can become comfortable and complacent. And some women are very passive and don't drop the hints. Other ones more assertive and try to drop them subtly initially, and then they become a little more outspoken and they're not really being met. And that's why most women generally leave.
Hmm.
So I think men tend to
Well, I'm
benefit.
saying how they benefit. You never said how they benefit. Like, how do men
Well, you
benefit off
said
of
they
that?
tolerate too much. But I will answer your question about why I think men benefit more because we're just in a world of patriarchy. We have a lot of men, even women,
What do that
where,
mean? I always hear that all the time. People say patriarch. What do that mean?
where men kind of set the tone for things.
Yeah, but,
I
but, but
really just want to hear the benefits though.
I
Of
was just gonna
Well,
yeah,
he
say,
I
just,
just want to
but
hear that.
wait, but before you interrupt, the host himself said, "What does that mean?"
But
So
he also asked you what are the benefits. So
yeah, but you're interrupting. I answered his
Oh
second
yeah, she. Oh
question.
no, she can interrupt. That's the.
yeah,
I
That's
know,
just
the.
but you
That's
did.
the.
I
That's the
answered what
queen
you
right
asked
there.
you
me.
didn't answer it.
Yes, I did. He said, "What
What
is
then? What are the
patriarchy?" I always hear
benefits,
that.
babe? Can you ask her what are the benefits again?
All
Okay,
right.
because he interrupted me to ask me what does patriarchy mean. But go ahead, ask me the question again.
Yeah. So yeah, I was just wondering what the. Yeah, because you said you did just
Host,
say
you have
patriarch.
permission from her. Ask her the question.
Okay, like yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think I'm being respectful to you, host. Am I not?
Facts. All right.
Just
But
because
you,
they have a problem with them, I don't owe them anything, and I've been decent to them. They're interrupting me, but I've been more than
it's
respectful
all
to
right,
you.
man. That's what happens on the
And
internet.
yeah,
We
I'm
that's
and I'm
all right.
okay with it. But what I'm saying is they're trying to gaslight me as a disrespectful when I waited my turn, and I've
You were
not
disrespectful to
interrupted
Lovey
anybody.
for no
Look at you
reason.
again. Look at you again. This is you. I
Yeah,
waited
and
my
this is
turn.
you
I
too.
sat on
Otherwise,
mute.
you wouldn't have been arguing with
Look, see,
Lovey.
see, see.
Yeah, see?
This is you.
Matching
You're the
energy. You see?
disrespectful one. You're trying to
Yep, you
gaslight
too.
me
Oh
into
no, homie,
being.
I'm calling you out on your BS.
I'm not
But
your
okay.
homie. I'm not your homie.
Okay then, stranger. I'm calling you out on your BS.
Uh
You're
huh.
being
I'm
disrespectful
not
to
being
Lovey.
anything.
this
I
All right,
is
so
waited
let
my
let's
most
let,
turn.
let's not shift
immature
again. I
panel
do
I've
I
ever
do
been
want to
on.
get to I want to
But
get to the
anyhow,
bottom of this. So besides the
Yeah.
patriarchy,
Thank
right?
you, host. I was
Besides
on
the
mute.
yeah, besides the patriarchy, you said they benefit. So what do they benefit? What do men benefit in marriage?
Well, so most men's roles, when you think about gender roles, you guys are generally taught to provide and protect. And we know the provide thing is kind of not so much anymore, being that most of you guys are being met 50-50, 60-40, something of the sort. It's usually requiring both parties to work. That's the average, the vast average. There's a very small percentage of men that do all the providing and mom stays at home. um Mom may stay at home temporarily, like maternity leave or the job's giving money, but it's a very small percentage of men that do all the providing and mom really stays at home. So you're usually being matched in the provisions part, so that kind of cancels out provision. And then we go into the protection, and the bump in the night theory is kind of disrupted, and I hate to dismiss that because there are people that have survived or lived through that, and when it happens it's very serious, and we're grateful for you guys. But it's almost next to never going to happen. So you're general duties will be bi-weekly, monthly, yearly, and almost next to never. When women are doing daily tasks and chores. So you guys tend to benefit more.
Can I offer something?
Chores is the benefit.
Yeah, chores is the benefit. That's crazy. Can I, can I offer something? I mean, a lot of men that I know, they're very project oriented, and a lot of women that I know, they're very task oriented. And what that sounds like or looks like is when a man says he's cleaning the kitchen, that includes everything that's in the kitchen, but he just says, I'm cleaning the kitchen. When a woman says she's cleaning the kitchen, she says, I mop the floor, I wash the dishes, I put away the dishes, I wipe the counter, I swept the floor, I dusted the mats, I did all of these things, but it still comes out to just cleaning the kitchen. It's just that she's itemizing more of them than he is.
Dude,
But
what you're
when you
missing is
look at
that
the
he
kitchen,
said,
but when you look at the
but what
kitchen,
he said was
hold on,
he didn't
but
offer
when
to
you
clean
look
the
at the
kitchen at
kitchen, the
all. Like you're
kitchen
missing
looks
that
the
part.
same.
But what you
So
miss
so
is that she's saying that he never cleans the kitchen.
yeah, like that was
To
crazy. Like
itemize
what?
your activity
I
does
never
not
said
change the
that.
fact that
Yeah, yeah,
he
yeah.
didn't
I mean,
clean the
I was
kitchen.
just
I
giving
said
an idea.
generally.
So my next question, right? My next question was this, right?
This
Because
is this
Not
question
another
for me.
question. She didn't even answer the other one though. So let
Is
me get
this
to this
what
other one though.
is this
all
So
right.
question for me?
so with that dude you was talking about, right? Is y'all both changing the tires together? Y'all both fixing the cars? Y'all just literally side by side doing everything evenly?
Well, now you're proving my point. You guys are still speaking to jobs that you may do once a year. I said bi-weekly, yearly, monthly.
What do you do? I mean, what do women do? I mean, my bad.
You
What
know
the
what
heck
women
they
do.
do?
Mowing the
You know
lawn
what
is
women do.
not once,
So
there's
unless
other
these women
things.
up here that are so eager to disagree with me want to say that they don't do anything every day. We do a lot every day. Now, I didn't never say that there aren't men
A
because I
lot Queenie want to come up?
hold
Hold
on,
on.
but I said that there's plenty of great men that I fuck
Bobby, I'm
with.
gonna switch you.
And they don't feel triggered by what I'm saying because they know they're great and they're confident in who they are. And as far as cleaning the kitchen goes, that's fine if you clean the kitchen. Hashtag I'm happy for you. I'm sure your wife is grateful too. But generally, we have a lot of men that think I go to work, she can clean the kitchen. So even if you have that guy that where both parties are working and they both do the cleaning, it usually isn't 50-50 on the
It sound like y'all
house.
be picking bums, huh? That's what y'all be doing.
Are you trying to gaslight me?
So
Like
so
Oh
so
my
I
I'm
mean,
god,
asking.
I
not with
haven't
the
I
I'm
haven't
asking the
seen
question. Do
gaslighting.
y'all? Because that sound like a straight up bum. Like who the heck is
No,
doing
I
that?
don't. These are just stats.
This is well, okay, but this is why marriage rates are low.
Dang, now the host is gaslighting her too. Jesus.
Nobody's
But
gaslighting
it's
her.
okay, host. You're the
Gassing
host. You
light,
get a pass.
lights.
So
Where
why didn't
did
you just
I
say that I was on?
go?
Why didn't you just say I was on a panel of an echo chamber and you didn't want anybody to disagree?
It is not an echo chamber. We just trying to
It's
understand each other.
given. It's given. I keep
It's
being interrupted.
giving.
I
I
keep
see
getting
why they call you
interrupted by
girl,
you. I
boy. You
keep
sound
getting
like you.
interrupted by
You
your
been
minions.
growling, boy.
The
Let's get
only
on.
one that
Hey,
doesn't
Queenie.
like
Hey,
to
look, Queenie
debate
might
is
be
you.
might be on your side. She been in
Heidi, you
she been in the
girl,
comments roofing like
you
crazy.
in
So
here
go ahead.
hoping to get picked.
What
Yes,
You in
I'm
happened?
here
a pick
hoping to
you,
get picked.
girl. Yes, yes. Whatever you say.
Yeah, and just
You
say
know me.
that. But that
You
doesn't
know
have
me.
anything to do with my opinion. I don't know why
It's
you keep
okay.
interrupting me. I did not.
Exactly. So if I contradict your opinion, what's
How did you contradict it?
Okay, please. Okay.
you
All
get
right.
mad every time somebody debates
Oh, wait,
you?
y'all, please stay muted. Okay. Um, Look, sometimes when y'all are talking, the reason why it feels like you may be getting interrupted is like you just gotta land that plane. There's other people that want to speak also. So just make your point, and then so that we can speak.
Well, I can feel that, Rachel, if you're a mod. But if you notice, I've been on mute, not interrupting people.
I'm.
And the host said he wanted to ask me a
You also
few.
the co-host too.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, whatever. I'm
I
not
mean, it
looking.
doesn't. It doesn't matter if I'm
I
a
know. I
mod.
mean, but let's have an honest conversation. I sat on mute for like 20 minutes. I
You
waited my
did. You did.
turn.
I get that to you. I
And
get it to you.
even then, I didn't interrupt.
Okay,
Everybody else
co-host.
keeps interrupting me because they don't like what I say. Like, but
Okay, we'll
as much
respect
as
you,
I didn't
co-host.
like, look, it's happening right now.
I
But
know.
what I'm
Look, I
saying,
ain't gonna lie. Double
no, I'm
O,
not talking
she
about you,
interrupt.
Rachel.
No,
But what
I
I'm
know.
saying
Double O,
is,
she interrupts everybody. Don't take it
yeah,
personal.
no, but it ain't even her. ID, hashtag, like people just keep. What I'm saying is, I've been
I
chill.
do, but with you guys, it's not
Look,
intentional.
look,
With
look,
her, it
look,
is.
y'all are witnessing it. But what
Yeah,
my
because with
only
you, it
point
isn't.
is,
Okay,
my
double
only
O,
point is,
please. Okay, so y'all, for real, I really do want to hear the conversation. And honestly, girl, I don't think, I mean, for me, I can only speak for myself. I'm not interrupting, or I'm really just trying to gain clarity. It's not because I'm against you, or I am open to these perspectives, but I really don't like to be arguing back and forth and all that stuff.
right.
Yeah. But
I'm here with
Queenie,
that,
Queenie came
Rachel.
up, huh?
Hold on. So Rachel, I respect that, and I've heard many of things that I don't agree with, but that's my point. I didn't interrupt. I waited my
Right.
turn.
I got you.
Yeah, I think you gotta. The thing is, like, if people want clarity, just like I would want somebody to stop me in the middle of what I'm saying, 'cause we not trying to talk at each other, right? 'Cause that's what a lot of people on this app tend to do. This a room of trying to build some type of form of understanding. So sometimes you might get a question, just like I asked you in the middle, right? Because you said that a benefit, and you said, "Oh, the patriarch." I said, "Hold up, now we got to all be on the same page." So I asked you, "What was the patriarchy?" And then so you can give me that, and then we continue, to the rest of it or something. So we just like to build, understand with one another. That's all it is. I don't think
No,
it's
that's
for.
fine, honey. But I literally got hit with like four questions at once. Like when you asked, like I had the initial when you had me address this response. Initially, I had hashtag and lovely both firing questions at me, and then when you asked me mid sentence after you asked me one question, you asked me about the patriarchy. Patriarchy. I had other people saying interrupted me. It's just a lot. Like, but I'm happy to agree to disagree. That's why I didn't interrupt y'all.
And I think that was the thing, Ger, is that a lot of us do ask questions because we actually want to hear other people's perspective. So I think a lot of the things that you were bringing to the table was something that we were interested in wanting to expand on.
Yeah, but I just can't answer four questions at
No,
once.
I get it. I get it.
I think
It's
you
just
you
really
over
like,
exaggerating it though.
Yeah,
It did
just
not. It
tell
did not
them.
go like that. It didn't
I'm
go
sorry,
like that.
baby.
I tried to tell them.
No,
No,
I'm saying
I wouldn't say that because yeah, some people do be jumping, but I think in that instant, it was I only asked one question, so you had
But
time and
you guys are
everybody.
gonna act like Heidi didn't interrupt me like three or four times.
Yes,
Are we
she
serious right
did.
now?
Yes, she
Okay,
did
that's what I'm
earlier.
saying. Like I was like answering. I was trying to answer hashtag, and then lovely like it's hashtag barely finished, and then I was answering lovely. But thank you, lovely, for like admitting to it. I appreciate you. And then I was like talking to you, and Heidi just kept going in, and there was a point where Lava Girl came in. Like I just been like this is a lot. But I'm happy to have this conversation. I'm comfortable with my stance. I just let's talk one at a time.
Yeah, we just trying to understand your stance. That's all.
Yeah,
But I
but I
got you.
just
I got
can't.
you. All
I
right.
I just didn't. Okay, so I guess my next question, which is kind of like a derivative from the first question,
After your
was
question, we gotta get some more people in. But go ahead.
okay. Is it possible to improve one's relationship? I don't even know if I could say skills to you now. Is it
You
possible
better
to
say talent.
improve? Is it possible to improve on your relationship, or I don't know what that skill or talent like? Is it possible to improve on that?
On the same relationship or like the
Just period in general. Like let's just say it's one or it's five. Like, can you
I think
improve on your
skill can
relationship?
work in one because that's
Skill.
like you. I think skill can work in the same relationship because
Got it.
you're kind of learning and getting to know and you're practicing. You know what I mean? But different ones. My last man may be different than you. Like, you know what I mean? My skill may not work there, but my natural talents that make me maybe more a better communicator or some shit like that might make me do do well with the next partner, but skill is going to work better with the same partner, in my opinion.
Oh,
Got it.
so skill. So there. I'm just confused. So it does take skill.
I don't want to talk to you anymore because that's
Oh
not
no,
my
I'm
my
asking.
mentality.
I'm asking.
double.
No,
I'm
I
asking. No,
just feel
I'm
like you're
serious.
obsessed with me.
That's
No,
double O seven
Yes.
right there. Forget double O four.
okay.
Yeah, you're
No,
like
I'm being.
obsessed with me.
Like,
I mean,
and
if
I'm
that's what you
just
want to
and it's
believe,
okay.
if
I'm
that's
just
what
done
makes
with
you, if
you.
that's
Lava
what
I'm
girl,
just
helps
I
done
want
you.
to
with
see
you.
what her point of view is now,
Yeah,
man.
she can talk, but I'm not
See
it.
what she got.
She won't want her to
Go
talk
ahead. Let her
after.
go.
Go
Let her
ahead,
go.
Lava.
Wait, me? Are you talking about that question that was just asked?
Whatever you wanted to chime in on, go ahead. Then we gonna get pour in
I don't
after
think
that.
her whole opinion about the like skill and whatnot is true. Personally, I just don't think that's realistic. Like, you can improve. Like, you can improve regardless. Like, whether you got the skill or the talent. And to act as if people are not like innately born with that ability, I think people are born with the
What
ability
ability?
to like form
Oh, cause she about to
relationships.
cuss me out. So used to talking to girl. Wait, I was just in the middle of talking. Don't ask me. I was talking to her, but go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, with the ability to like innately form human connection. Like, I think that everybody's born with that. Whether you put effort into like, making it strong connections or not, that's up to you. But I do think that people are born with that regardless. So I don't know too much about what her point was there. But that's really it. That's all I had to say real
I
quick.
hit you with that. It was like that.
Oh, because dude, I love a good
I heard you and I
I'm
was
still-
busting up. I couldn't.
Yeesh. Let's get okay.
Can
But
I
overall,
speak on the
just in
dating?
reality, y'all, yes, the answer is that yes, it do take skill. It's not no thought behind it. There's a reason why it gotta take skill. That's the reason why so many people freaking single to this day because they're not putting no type of work. They're not learning themselves. It's literally it's like even with
Is it skill
emotional
or wisdom?
all that for real. Like you really have to like kind of you got to learn it, you got to study, you got to keep on applying it too. So yeah,
Yeah,
it is a
I
skill.
agree. I
It's like
agree.
Well,
it's
you
no
have to
different
learn from your mistakes.
like a sport though. Like it's like you
Here,
literally have to
here.
yeah, the dang near kind of master it a little bit, just like
I
y'all do those,
I think
like
what
y'all
you're
do
trying
them
to
in
say,
degrees and stuff. You know that takes skills too.
it's kind of like a muscle. Like, you have to work out that muscle if you
There
want
you
it to be
go. There
there.
you
Yeah.
You know what
go.
I mean?
There you go.
Like, you have to put in the effort to like have it be worthy, but you're still born with said muscle though, you know?
I
You
think the
have to,
more you
it's
know
pattern. It's
yourself,
pattern.
the easier it is to
Oh,
relate
have a
to other
pattern.
people. And the people that
Yes,
don't
that
know
part.
themselves
That
well,
part.
the people that don't know themselves well have hard times forming relationships with others.
Yes.
Can I ask
You
Because
know?
they
though?
can't understand other people if they can't understand themselves.
Absolutely. That's
Yep,
what I
yep,
think
yep.
it is.
The poor man in there.
Can I ask you something quick, host?
Okay, quick.
It is quick. Have you already like kind of made up your mind about these answers?
No, hashtag just ask me the question.
No, I mean like the
Oh, you
prompt.
talking about these ones right here? No, I'm not like no. I mean, I got my own answers, of course, but I still be listening for other people. So
Still want others' perspectives.
yeah, other perspective.
Yeah.
That's what I do. So
And
let's
you learn
see if
from
somebody can
like
change my mind.
debate.
You feel me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not stubborn,
I
but
want to speak on the third one. Is that cool?
yeah, we will get there. We ain't even got there
Okay.
yet, but I gotta get poor man in. Then we gonna start right on that third one. Then
Now
I
you
did want to, man. I do want to
I
ask
didn't want
something.
to, man. I do want to ask something.
Never mind, but go ahead, poor man.
Oh well, shit. Yeah, the first question I was about to say: are women less tolerant and never mind. Yeah. Well, women want men to be women. Yeah, they want guys that act like women. That's the issue. Men tolerate too much. That's why they are desperate. Yeah, dudes be tolerating women that act like men, and they don't have any standards or duties for the women that they want to be with, and that's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Women should and shouldn't. Women shouldn't you? Yeah, women should be patient. That's part of the feminine virtues. But they don't have that now because they think
Wait,
that
you reading
because
that?
divine
The
right
oh
brings.
yeah,
You reading that? Yeah, my bad. I was reading the prompts up and down. Unless you want me to answer something else, I
No,
can
we
answer
just doing
anything
the
you want me
first
to.
two. We
No,
was
we
just doing
just
the
doing the
first two.
first two.
Now you actually do sound like the
Okay,
almost
yeah.
like that dude from the poor man podcast.
Yeah,
But
okay. I just do the first two. Women, are they less tolerant than? Yeah, that's because they want to date women and they think that men are going to become women. And if men refuse to become women, which we will never be women, they think because they can work in the workforce and pay bills that means that they can live on their own and eventually wait for a man to become a woman, and we never will be. Men tolerate too much. Yeah, absolutely. Guys tolerate too much because they pussy. They're insecure. They think that a woman gonna come. They tolerate BS because they want a woman, but you shouldn't tolerate BS just because you want a woman because that's pussy, off the bat. And I'll answer any questions that regard to that too. By the way, that's
For
So what do
sure.
you mean what women want men?
Women want men.
Is that you that has that echo?
Is that you that has an echo?
Oh,
Question.
it might be me. I have.
Instead of asking him a question, why don't you let me be able to answer the prompt?
Oh,
What the
Oh,
heck?
another co-host.
I took it off speaker now, so it shouldn't be that.
Babe, is it okay if she asks the question, or do you want Imperial to answer the prompt?
Yeah, go ahead and get that question real quick. Then the period you got it.
I just was wondering, like, what does he mean
Is this the
by?
real Poor Man podcast? Cause they sound just
Yes,
like him.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah, from YouTube. Yeah.
That is
Yes.
him. What the heck? I got to add him. I be watching this stuff on YouTube. That's
Bruh, I
crazy.
watch your stuff all
I
the
want to
time
say his
too.
voice sound just like him.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's me.
When the
Yeah,
heck you
I'm on
start
my
getting
way
on
home
YouTube?
though
I mean
now.
TikTok lives. That's
He
crazy.
been doing
Yeah,
TikTok
I do
live.
debates on TikTok lives and I record them now for content, extra content. But I ain't
Okay,
recording
yeah,
all these
I
just
be
for
watching your stuff like crap. I've been following you a long time ago. That's
I
crazy.
appreciate that game for sure.
For sure, man.
I definitely gonna
Um,
go watch him now after his replies. I
nah,
was
I'm
leave
about
me
to
like,
go
alone.
right now. Go look him up right now. I want to see
Yeah,
what my man is
he
watching.
good. He be having his take on like different things and stuff cause I be watching a lot of different content that's like his and stuff. Whatever. He just got his perspectives he put on there and stuff. Shoot, he's somebody that I kind of try to I ain't gonna say in that way, but I try to do things like that a little bit. That's why I'm doing these lives so much and stuff. So I be
Yeah,
like,
that's the
man,
best way. That's the best way
yeah,
to do it. You
for
gotta
sure,
hey,
for sure.
content creation is thugging, bro. You gotta goddamn me shit, you gotta just post and go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I be doing.
post
That's
and go.
exactly what I do. Cause I'm like, yeah, I feel you on that for sure. Hey, right. It's good to. I mean, nice to meet you, though, man. That's crazy. But
Um, I also want to say with the whole why men are desperate. I think just like women can be, they can be codependent, and some of them don't even, they still have that umbilical cord with their moms, and they they're like mommy boys, you know what I mean? And it's like, damn, they can't even grow up still living at mommy and daddy, and it's like it's a codependency up at that point, and they try to seek for happiness and love in a person, but it's like they're not even happy with themselves, and they struggle with being alone. And that goes with women too. I mean, I've gone through that too. Hence why I'm single by choice, and I'm very spiritual, and I'm just grateful with where I'm at now. But I think men also struggle with that codependency as much as women do.
Stop
Drama Bob.
that.
all right, who next?
All right. So, first off, I'm going to say, ladies, I don't know if y'all know that gentleman that was just next to me, but all y'all got clipped. He's getting ready to clock all y'all. He going to pull up your social medias. He's going to run everything he can on you. He going to make you a YouTube sensation.
Dang, he made up sound like he was a.
Dang, we about to get out the hood.
Hey,
Nah,
We're
like,
about to get our
like
life changed.
Moving on to
no,
the east
no, he,
side. Right,
no, that's not a
make
Yeah,
us
good
yeah,
example.
y'all should check
better.
him out though. I've been watching his content for some years.
Right,
What kind
so
of
have I.
content
Babe,
does he
can you change
do?
your
He
goal?
do just like reviews. He like you know how like if popular things come out, he'll do like a review on it and do like a reaction videos to it and
Oh
stuff.
shit. Okay. Where is he
Yeah.
located at? Do you know?
No, I don't know all that.
Um,
I
Look,
just
if my baby
follow.
watch him, he's probably not gonna cater to feelings.
Yeah, he don't.
Just so y'all know. Just,
Okay.
but
Nah,
hey,
he
Kev,
ain't.
can you change your goal, your gift goal?
Oops. Okay, I got you, baby.
Yeah, because it's stagnant again.
It's
Dude,
getting hot in here, so let me get some spices going.
perspective
But
now.
yeah, nah. So Kev, I was in here earlier. I didn't even get a word in edgewise to even be able to look at the prompt
Go ahead.
because you had them three better boxes in here.
This dude always, I saw that show whole thing. This dude he always try to gaslight.
Who's
Well, not
who's
gas.
the who's the bitter? If you wanna
He be
be
try to.
direct.
Okay, so there were two dudes in here and one chick in here that was being bitter as hell. They
Who?
coming from a place of hurt and trauma.
Oh yeah,
Are
he was
you
hearing me
speaking
from
on
earlier.
anybody in the panel
Oh,
or
he's talking about somebody from
They
earlier.
ain't, they ain't in
Oh,
here no
okay.
more.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you want me to critique all you, I can, because I've been listening. And Kev, no, I'm
Critique
good.
or
Go
debate.
ahead.
Nah, I'm good for shutting everybody down. I'm chaos
Okay, go ahead.
incarnate.
Go ahead.
But let me get to these prompts because that's a little more important.
Okay.
Women are less tolerant and then are more single. Since single by choice is a phrase that women say, yes, you ain't single by choice. You single because no man wants to deal with you. That's just simple. And we ain't gonna go any further than that. Second one, men tolerate much than okay, Kev, you're gonna have to reword these, bro, because without my glasses I can't see shit. So
Oh my gosh. All right, I got you. Men tolerate too much. That's why they are desperate.
in all honesty, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, yes. We tolerate way too much. And as far as the desperate part, we're only desperate for the fact that y'all bitter boxes got more ding-a-ling running through you than we got oxygen running through our lungs. Go ahead with the third one.
We done now. That's the only two we left off with. Let's get the you if you want to expand on it before I go to the next person.
I mean, the only expansion I can give is the fact that they're loose. That's it.
Who's loose? Like, what do you mean by that?
Hit dogs holler.
What?
My boy be fishing, boy.
No, I'm just asking a
Or
question. Now we're
maybe
hit
you're
dogs
just little.
hollering. Like, what?
Maybe you're not packing.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Wait, are you bilingual? His imperial?
I speak 4 different languages, sweetie.
Okay, maybe camaroncito de maruchan. It's not even the shrimp from the bag. It's the one in the little maruchan soup.
Oh, really?
Oh my,
Yeah.
she had to make sure she kept it personal. So she said, "Let me change my language for you real quick."
Nah,
I
she
hope you
ate her
heard.
little one too.
Yeah, you know
He
which
did too.
time.
He said hurt dogs like what?
No,
That's yeah.
hit dogs holler.
Cause she
Not
asked
her.
the question.
Like,
Hit
No,
that's
holler.
not hollering. I'm
Yeah.
confused. Like,
no, that wasn't why. You see, y'all falling straight into the trap. The trap is set and you fell for it.
Okay, what
Every
was it
time.
then?
The
What
trap
was
is
it?
simple. Every time a man says something, y'all want to belittle and berate, like you just did, talking about how my dick is little.
bro, you started
You
with
did
the
that to
belittling.
her.
Like, what are you
Sweetie,
talking about? You
sweetie,
started with
Matching
the
look,
energies.
belittling.
on my best day would be your worst day, and guess what?
Oh,
Just because you have to have a strap on doesn't mean that I have to. Okay?
you might need one though. How do we know?
Yeah, you just might not
Oh
know.
Like,
wow.
you can make these
Or you might
like
know, but you're
Do me
these,
a
these
insecure.
are
favor.
these
Do
are
me a
not
You
facts,
favor.
my
probably
guy.
need it
Like,
Tell
more
me
what do
what
you
than
your body
me.
mean?
count is and take that weave off and see your natural hair. Then we can talk.
Oh, I'm looking at my natural hair right now. Actually,
Okay,
thank you.
chontis.
Cam up then.
What the
You
hell?
know what? You
I
know
don't
what?
need to do that
Maybe
for
it's
you.
not small. Maybe his belly's just big and he can't see it.
My gosh.
I will never understand men who get on a woman's level. It's like, I don't know,
Get on a
emotional
what do you mean by get on
intelligence
a
Here we
woman's
is
And you
level?
know what?
Yeah,
Normally,
here we
emotional
go. I'm getting ready to
intelligence
go
in a
in. I'm getting
man
ready to run
is
the fade on
lacking
all of them.
nowadays. Hold up. And I'm not trying to come at you like that because that's not my heart. I have a very pure heart with everybody on here. I love all
I was
people.
gonna say this,
I'm
this.
not that type of person at all. I'm very mature. But the type of emotional intelligence that men are lacking nowadays and don't respect a woman because you came from a woman. Keep that in mind.
That don't mean
You have
diddly
lacked
shit.
fatherhood in your life, and that is just,
Bullshit. My
I
dad was
think you need to heal your trauma, sir, and not talk to a woman like that or any
my dad was
woman
in my life my
because I'm
entire
sure your
life.
mom would not
I don't
want
want to
you
hear that.
to be
My
talking to
mom
a
would
woman
cuss you
like
the
that.
fuck out.
Then
So
you
Then
would
your
yeah,
come
mom
to
is the
me with
problem.
a
She would
healed.
condone your BS
no,
instead of
That
because
be
cussing
the
you for
problem.
because
being
shut
No,
the fuck
that be the
out
disrespectful.
problem.
for
They be
one
having
reason.
moms who let them act like
Yeah,
this.
they
That be the
condone.
whole
And I
No,
say,
problem.
oh,
Hey,
my
okay.
mom
Imperial
didn't
got
let
the
me act
energy
like
he was looking
nothing.
for. When you go
Like my
fishing, you
mom
get
Yeah, I
it.
can
got the
never
Listen,
let me
energy,
walk
I
but
outside
the
acting like the way
energy
he
It
that
just
acted
y'all
right
comes
want,
down
now.
to
y'all
lack
ain't
of
ready for it.
fatherhood, and I'm sure he did not
I
have
got
a
one of them
father
Look,
either.
to
look,
teach him how
look.
to
First
treat a
off,
woman.
you don't even know nothing about my mom or my
you
father.
said
First
your
off,
mom would tell a son.
Well,
That's
we
what
know
you
enough
Mama.
about
know.
how they
right?
raised you by
But
the
she
way
would
you
tell
acting
y'all
right
Condone your
all
now.
this by the
BS.
So,
way y'all talking, by the
Oh,
way you
mira, mijito.
acting.
Oh, mommy coming to save
No,
mijito.
she wouldn't save me.
Oh,
She
okay,
let
get
me
off the
handle my
titty. Get
own.
off the titty. Did you
ooh,
grow up
I've
not
with
been
get
a
off
off
my
the
titty?
mom's
titty.
titty since I was 2. Get the fuck on somewhere.
I don't know. I
Oh,
think
so it's
you
giving
might still be.
motherless. That's why he has all this
Oh, so now we're
animosity.
Like, see,
cussing.
look, here we go. This is what I'm
Hey,
talking
you
about.
started it. I'm gonna end
See,
it.
no, I didn't start it. I just called it out what it was. The
Oh well,
bullshit and
I'm calling
fuckery
you
that
out on
y'all
what
been coming
you
with.
on you. Your mom never. Your mom didn't
My
show you
mom was a great
accountability.
woman, so why are you talking about the dead? Why don't you shut the fuck up and stop talking about the dead?
Well,
Oh,
R.I.P. to
Leave that
her,
the
Okay,
fuck
but she
so
didn't
alone.
the
teach you
second
Before I
prompt,
anything.
actually,
when
before I
should and
actually,
shouldn't you
before I
be
actually pull up your
patient?
information
Good
and prove
one.
that you
Right
is
at this
a
moment, I'm
hoe.
being very patient because my patience is my virtue.
V, you
Hey.
fine. I ain't worried about you. You on point. The other two, on the other
Okay, do
hand,
I
they
hear
ain't
a
so
hurt
the
fucking.
child
other
hollering?
two,
A
baby,
hurt child
bye.
hollering.
Baby, I ain't your baby. First off, go
First of
talk to that
all,
nigga that you
you
Okay,
play in the
right.
well,
street
well,
with on a daily
Weirdo,
basis.
bye. I
well.
was trying to be nice at first, but
Go
weirdo,
play with
bye.
Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm not Pookie or Ray Ray.
All right,
So
so back
First
to
of
it, back to
Well,
it,
all,
well,
back
Kev,
well.
go
to it,
ahead.
back to
And
it.
then when you shouldn't be patient, I don't know. I think you need to be patient in every area and aspect of life. Like, honestly, y'all, if I'm being for real right now and vulnerable, I've been getting gang stalked by a corn star for the past 3 years, and I'm finally
Whoa.
working on the police report. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I was not patient with it. There was so much anger and resentment towards me, or internally, not forgiving myself because I allowed them to take my power away, because they were trying to unalive me. And I'm telling y'all right now, I'm so grateful for it all. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but at the end of the day, I'm becoming a better human being that can still love
Mm.
all people because trauma exists and she lives in trauma, but that's her choice, not mine. And at the end of the day, I still gotta learn to forgive her because she lives in trauma. And even though she
Ooh.
begetted trauma in me, I gotta learn to be patient with the process, patient with the police report, patient with myself, patient with people, because at the end of the day, y'all, you really don't know what someone's going through behind those closed doors. You really don't know what someone's going through behind social media, because social media is a facade, in my opinion. Unless you're vulnerable and honest about who you are and what you're going through and what, the debt you're in, the things you're working on, the things you're struggling with. So I think that's why I say patience is my virtue, because there's just a lot of things I've gone through in life, good and bad. And it's definitely my best friend right now, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'll land my
Okay, she
point
done
there.
squeezed my follow out her. Okay, she done made me follow her now. Okay, she preaching.
Thank you for sharing that, V. I love your authenticity.
Yes. Like that.
Yes,
Yep.
we
Thank
love
you,
Honestly,
that.
y'all. Appreciate
That
you.
can
was
I answer
deep.
too?
That
Can I
was
answer
good.
too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Personally, I think everybody should be patient with everybody because everybody's just another person. Like at the end of the day, you're gonna require that same patience that you need to give to the next person. You just don't realize it in that moment. So you should be patient with everybody. I know myself though, I have more patience for children and old people. People in the middle, like y'all are too grown to be acting that type of way.
Mm.
That's when
Not gonna lie,
it's
like
harder.
and there's a big difference between like having patience too and letting people flat out disrespect you.
Yes.
So like down there where he out of the blue decided to call people loose and whatnot, and then started to play victim when people
Yep.
matched his energy. Like you're being weird, and you should be addressed accordingly.
Not you calling for him again, man.
I mean, he can say whatever. Like
We trying to
I
change
don't
the
care,
topic,
but I'm
man.
just
So,
saying, like that's a great example of someone who does not require patience because
so
he's
what
too
about
grown.
him saying
And
lose goose got you?
huh?
So what about him saying lose goose got you? If you not loose.
I just don't know why he said it in the first place. Like that's a weird thing to say on a
No,
panel.
well, he
Yeah,
said a
listen.
hurt dog. She had a
Yeah.
question, and he said a hurt dog will holler instead of answering
Yeah,
her
he did mess
question.
up. So that's the part. Okay, thank you. All right. All
Yes,
right.
so that's why I was being disrespectful to him.
I
And
thought y'all
with
was
Gert,
patient
I
though,
no
man.
no no.
I said
Well,
hit
can I say?
dog will
Yeah,
holler.
there's patient, but there's difference between being patient and a difference between like being like you
I'm
know, I'm
starting
not
to
gonna
think y'all
allow the
like it.
disrespect.
I'm starting to think
No,
Yeah.
y'all like it though,
what?
because y'all could have just went on and answered the question. Y'all gonna go back and try to start him back up again.
No, no, no. I was just
I
No,
think
we're
reiterating
just
like what
using
it's
this
a
as an
fine,
Gert.
a
example.
Yeah.
fine
I'm just
example
saying
that
this
these
is a
women
prime
women
example of
love to get tortured.
no, hold on.
No.
Kev, what I'm saying is that was a prime example of times where you do not have to let people be disrespectful to you because they are adults. They know what they're doing, and you do not have to give them patience because
No.
they don't deserve it when
And
they're
you
being
thought
disrespectful
he
to
not
you.
gonna respond after that. That's
Well,
crazy.
no, because you know what? No grown man should be coming out disrespecting a woman,
Now,
nor should a woman be disrespecting a man.
True,
So
true,
it's
true.
like, how are you going to require respect when you didn't give it?
True. So you got
Well,
to realize sometimes it's some people on this app that will purposely. Somebody start
hashtag,
what?
I
What?
think
Shut
that's
up.
you. Hashtag.
who has that
No.
echo?
What were you saying? That some people purposely what? Sorry.
Some people, because you don't know,
Some
he could be a troll for all you know. You don't know. You don't got to respond to everybody. I don't know why y'all act like y'all got to
Yes,
respond to
that's
everybody.
what I wanted to say is like technically like he when he first started, he was speaking in generalities and he wasn't directing anything towards anybody on the panel. So technically he wasn't disrespectful to anybody on the panel until y'all kind of fed into it.
No, I literally said, "Can I ask you a question?" And then he said, "Hit dogs don't holler."
Yeah, don't I
That's
mean
Nah, you ain't say it
but
like that.
but you don't have to you if you not a hit dog because you know what that saying is.
exactly. But my thing is, that's when that
But
he said that
he
to me
responded
because
to
he
her
wanted to be
directly.
disrespectful. If he would have
Yeah.
just said, "What's your question?" we would have never got into that.
Okay,
Like,
but
what was the need
what
for
is
him
so
to say it?
disrespectful? What is so disrespectful about him saying a hit dog will holler?
No,
Because
because
he was referring to her
That
being
was his
loose.
answer to you.
yeah, because he prefaced it with me being a quote unquote loose. Like, who are you? I don't know
But you're
you.
He
not.
didn't say you.
No, no,
But
no, no, no.
that's okay.
Babe,
I'm not.
Hold on,
here,
hold
look,
on, hold
But
guys,
the
on.
He
thing
guys,
is,
got you
I
with the
Okay,
fishing bait, man. He
Hold
I
fished
on,
it
need
hold
to
on,
out
hold
for
say
on,
you.
hold on, hold
something.
on,
can I
hold on.
ask
You
something real
Hold
good.
on.
quick?
Everybody, hold on one second. I was speaking in general. I was not speaking towards anybody in particular. The fact that y'all took the bait
Right.
gave me the ammo because Kev knows I set this stuff up
So you
all
were
All
the
the
time.
fishing.
time.
You were fishing
Yes,
then.
you're
yes,
kind of a
Exactly. So you
sadist.
Right.
were
He's
disrespectful.
yes.
kind of a sadist.
You
Hold
were
up, we need to get that
disrespectful.
checked out, bro. He's a sadist.
Like
Y'all,
on God, like
If he
he's
gets
being
intimate
honest.
with
Y'all
women all the
You were
time,
being
like he's a
y'all
condescending.
took
weirdo.
it.
How
You
Y'all
could
were
he
took
be
being
it.
hold
condescending?
on,
He
condescending.
don't
hold
know
on.
nobody up here.
No, hold on. Here's
You
the thing though.
answered to her
Here's the thing,
specifically. There was
guys,
no
and this goes
Now
like
assumption.
hold on.
for everyone. Like
Let me break it down.
I've been
Let me
on so
break it
many
down.
panels, and I'm just gonna say sometimes it's just best not to like, get into it because at the end of the day, we can't give our power or
No,
energy
I
so
know.
much
And I
into it.
typically
And
don't,
we
but
just
No,
today,
gotta
I
you
don't know,
don't.
let
I'm
it
on
No,
be
BS.
you don't. That's
because
cap.
we don't know
And
each other at the end of the day, and the people you're gonna like, you're gonna eventually follow and be cool with or conversate, whatever. But
Yeah.
just let it be. Like it's so much.
Preach. I like her, man. Preach.
I
right.
need to
Go
be
ahead,
in
sis.
on her
Well, okay,
She
but
the
level.
only
can
one that
I
didn't
like?
respond.
He
I
said,
was
"Go
trying to
ahead,
still finish
sis.
the prompt.
Go
The
ahead.
prompt
Go
though.
ahead."
Go ahead.
Head. I
Now,
can't with you
see,
guys.
okay, so let me finish breaking this down. Kev knows that when I usually pop in his lives, I'm one of his original mods. I usually pop in, I want to stir the pot a little bit. I want to see who's gonna come out of character based off of how I act. And then I'm gonna change it up and I'm gonna show you how I actually act. I just want to see what's going to trigger you because when Kev sets up all these prompts, he usually triggers a lot of people because they're not able to hold themselves and be accountable for their words or their actions. So, ladies, I give you a lot of respect. I commend you because you did give up a little bit of power, but you came and reeled it back and you realized, oh shit, he's trapping me, and I even said it just to see what you were going to do. So understand,
All
I'm
right.
not.
And you know what? and cool, because now I'm gonna show you who I really am. You know, at the end of the day, that is you. That's the other side of you.
So you really are
That's
a
you.
loose goose then, huh?
No, no,
Oh
no.
God
damn,
damn,
that
You
sucks.
responded
That
to
Yeah,
that.
God
sucks.
damn.
You
saying.
know what? I'm gonna really show you that I'm
Dude,
flipping.
what was that for?
No,
Like, what's it
Yeah, no.
for?
Yeah.
Damn.
yes,
Listen,
loosey goosey, whatever it
Not
means.
Lucy, double O loose.
Oh
Loosey
hell
goosey,
no.
whatever
It's
you,
not
You know
double
whatever
they're
you
O
O.
mean.
They're
loose.
O. They're
Damn.
not a zero.
Hey,
Damn.
Okay,
look,
so
hey,
last
look.
prompt. Can I answer the last prompt real quick? Because I'm about to go to bed here soon.
All
That's
right, all
yeah.
right, all
Okay.
right.
That's the
Can you
one I want to
really
answer
can you
too.
really love without being patient, forgiving?
I
How
got you,
important is
nobody.
it? I've experienced this firsthand. So I mean, honestly, that goes hand in hand because you gotta be, in order to be patient, you gotta be compassionate, you gotta be understanding, and then obviously forgiveness is going to come in place. In turn, is an act of being patient, and it also helps you be impatient with like being able to let go of resentment or anger or whatever because it's a process, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very
Selfless.
important because if you can't learn to forgive, first off, when you forgive yourself first, you're able to forgive other people easily.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
you can't, when you love, that's a selfless act. You can't think it
Yep.
twice. You gotta just let it go. Forgive yourself because you forgive yourself first, and then you love yourself for acting out or whatever it is. And then therefore you're going to eventually forgive the other person because love is love, and love has cured everything. Hate has not cured nothing, and I don't even like that word. For me, it doesn't exist in my vocabulary. It's too strong of a word. But love will always win at the end of the day. And I land my point there.
Hold on, let me give y'all this too though, since you said it, because I always you said this how I look at learn about love. Would make a lot of sense. So I use this. I always tell people this. It's the 7 principles of love. So the first one, and you already mentioned about 4 of them already. So this first one is selflessness. The second one is concern. The third one is understanding. Number 4 is compassion. Number 5 is forgiveness. Number 6 is mercy. And number 7 is patience. Y'all write that down, young grasshoppers.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm. Nobody. What you got for me?
I wanted to talk about that last one as well. When I seen it, and I like the fact that you got the whole accountability room up in here. I respect that.
Appreciate
Um,
you, brother.
so can you really love without being patient and forgiving? And how important is it? Well, I couldn't have asked that question no better. The only thing I would have changed was to put men in front of that.
Mm.
And the reason why I say that is because a man wants to be a leader. You know what I'm saying? He want to be somebody to, follow direction and take order and all of those good things that come with leadership, right? He want to run the, be the captain of the ship. So as a result of that, I don't know one captain, and I'm not even a military man, but my grandfather was a part of the military. My father was a part of the military. My uncle was. Like, I know guys around me that were in the military, and some of them had leadership roles. So as a result of that, I got to think about it because I even had to ask him. I had to ask my dad. I said, Dad, did you love your troop, the people that you was around? Was them like your brothers for real? Like, did y'all have that type of bond? He was like, Yeah, I love every last one of them. So to be a good leader, you got to have love, right? And you also got to have that patience because everybody's not going to always do what you want it to be done the way that you want it done, even when you ask for it to be done a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
So as a result of that, you got to make room for error. There go your patience because if you say you love this person, you see what I'm saying? You're going to give them room to breathe. You know what I mean? Because, you done tripped up a few times in your life and you done dealt with some things that you didn't get the first time. So why shouldn't you expect that from somebody else? Again, it goes back to good leadership. Um, the last part is the forgiving part. That's the hardest thing and that's why I said it should be men in front of that.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of men don't know how to forgive properly. You'll forget it, you'll suppress the shit out of it, but it'll bug you. You won't let nobody know it's bugging you, but it'll bug the shit out of you.
It'll nag at you, it'll itch you to the point to where you start moving different. You don't even know why you're moving different. You know what I mean? And forgiveness is in my opinion, the most important part of, that love thing and loving with leadership and leading with love and all of that good jazz. Like that's the most important part because if you can't forgive somebody that you say you love, you don't love them. That's just my opinion on it. And I land there. I appreciate y'all's time.
Okay, okay. I like that. I like that. Dynamic is back. I see you, brother. What you got? And I got your name right too this time. You gotta mute it, unmute it on here now.
Dynamic, what up? You back to cause more chaos?
Hey, this nigga fell asleep in the box. I don't know what's going on. I will not forgive him. Say no talking.
What up, cousin? What's going on with you?
Cuz in the
What's up?
building. What we about to
Howdy.
what we
What's
about to
happening?
argue about today now?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out
He's
right
I don't
now.
know.
I'm about to start some
Gotta get our
shit.
light skin on.
You know what I mean? What is LSC in the building? What's happening?
you been all
What's
right?
going on, paddle? I hope everybody good. What's happening? What's happening?
Wait, can I ask you a question?
What you got, Lava?
I shouldn't even be laughing. This is not a joke. This is a real question. Um, what is this notion that women are more single than men?
Wait, say it again. Women are what?
I said, what is this like with that top prompt? I said, what is this notion that women are more single than men?
So with that, I was being so the reason why I put the prompt like that, you notice I put less and more on there. I only just put women are less tolerant and they are more single. So I noticed that they're less the way they being so less tolerant is causing them to be so much more single. That's what's basically what I'm getting to about that.
Okay, so you're saying like women who are less tolerant are more single?
It's a big reason why they're single nowadays.
Well,
They're
yeah.
tolerant.
I'm not trying to say like that's the only reason or nothing, but
Not the only reason though.
well, yeah,
So
if
there's
you're less tolerant to
But
bullshit, you're
you
gonna
know where
be
this
less
came from
single.
also though is because I realized just how women always come in with the mindset of what I'm not gonna do and what I'm not gonna take and all this other stuff. And I always I notice that, and then I see men. That's why I came with the second one. Man, they'll sit there getting smashed on, beat on, simp and pander and all this other stuff, knowing they not happy, sitting in the car all day and all this other stuff. But they so desperate they don't want to leave. They don't even want to speak up. That's why nowadays when you say something, they be like, "Hey, you're insecure" or something like that. But that's the world that condition these dudes to be that way and stuff because they can't even speak up about their woman. Like, oh, that booty sticking out too fat. I don't think you should be doing all that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, that's what I do. Whatever, stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I'm getting to with both of those. That's the angles I was coming from.
Don't you also
It
think
sounds
that the women that are single nowadays, though, because I'm 31 and I'm literally
Oh, you young buck.
I am young. I
Oh,
am. I'm a kid at heart
she
for
said
sure.
it like she's old. She's like, I'm
No,
31.
no,
That's
no.
right.
I'm
She said
young.
with a chest
I
out.
love I love my age. Honestly, I've never been at peace and happier with myself
I
though
love
because
your age too. About 8 years ago.
girl,
She said,
no, but like
I ain't
honestly,
trying to hear.
you're talking
Let me
about
feel
your
like the
mindset,
oldest up
right?
here for a
but
second.
hold up. Let me tell y'all. Like, I feel like the older I get now, like, I know what I want and I don't want to settle for less. Like, I feel like if you're not worth my energy or my time and you don't bring nothing in the table because I am independent, then I want nothing to do with you if you're still living in mommy and daddy with no car and,
Ooh.
like, you know what I mean? So I feel like if women in their 30s already, they just know what they want. I don't bring no one at my house unless you're deserving of it or we go on a date and court the right way cuz I want to get
Yep.
married. So there's standards there. I don't think, it's not about women being less tolerant. I just believe it's like they know what the heck they want in life and they want to start a
No, they
family
don't. No,
and
they
all that
don't.
stuff. Well, I
I'm
do,
tired of
but
y'all tying every woman together. You sound like a woman that know what she want and all the other stuff. I don't believe majority of people don't know what they want.
yeah,
Exactly. It's
because
not
I
a
don't,
I would
gender.
not
believe
tie
me.
myself to these undisciplined type men and stuff. I can't say, well, most men are this because I am. I
Yeah,
can't do that.
yeah,
You know what I'm
you're
saying?
right. You're right. Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not clubbing. I'm not. No, I've been sober
There
for
you
going to
go.
for 8 years this year, and I read books. I have habits in place. I
But
love
that's
Mhm.
like
to.
average though. That's average for somebody who's in their 30s. Like you, first of all, you should be
Come on,
reading
man.
books.
Don't be trying to
No,
downplay,
there's some
man.
30-year
What type
olds
of
that
people
are
do
out
y'all
Lava,
there
know?
lava.
Like
There's a
wilding
bunch of
out.
30-year-olds still
30-year
clubbing,
olds
don't
out
read
Right.
no
there.
the only
books,
people who I
working
still
on
see out in the
cars.
club, hold on. The only people that I still see out in the club be 30-year-old men. I do not see these 30-year-old women. And if they are going out, it
What the
is like
heck?
a
I seen
break
somebody
from their
grandma in the
day-to-day
club
life.
before. What the
There's nothing wrong with going out and having a good
Or
time
even
though.
if
I
Like
they're not
that's
at
still
the
different.
got
club,
it.
they're out in the streets.
But yeah, so I was
Well,
just,
What the
how old
but
are
heck?
I
The
you,
was just,
man?
summer.
I was just trying to put that out there because I'm like, no, like, I mean, it is by choice, and I am so at peace with myself without having to seek validation or seek love or happiness in
There
a
you
man
go.
because I have it.
There you go, man. They preach.
But that's
Uh,
literally what I was saying. Like, hello?
you said
You can say
hello?
it in a more long-winded
Hello?
way.
You want me to bring somebody up here? I'm about to bring where old girl at?
Wait, what is the person on the bottom referring to? They keep saying the same thing.
What? Who? What?
If y'all brain ain't logical, then y'all
Don't
conversation is
mind
trash.
them. You don't know when people be trolling.
No, I know. I'm like, what the heck?
Oh
No,
my
because
gosh.
I'm
That
just
could be
like,
what you
what
call it
the heck
backup. You
do
done
they
fell for it
mean?
again.
No, I was just like, what? No, I'm not. I'm just like, what the heck? That didn't even make no
Is
sense.
Man,
Dynamic ever gonna like wake up though?
I don't
Who?
think he
Like,
waking up. It's over. Yeah. I just got him here until somebody request of me.
Hey,
Who fell
cousin.
asleep? Oh,
yeah, homeboy fell
I'm
asleep.
trying to hear what Cuzzo trying to say tonight.
Facts.
I'm trying to see
Hey,
this light skin battle.
No.
light skin battle.
see, see, this ain't. Listen, we ain't battling tonight.
We ain't battling tonight. We
Chilling,
smooth.
we
We just
chilling.
got our moments.
You know. Hey, that's the thing, though, right? We got to make sure that we get the right information out. So even if we can be boys and we still check each other. That's how it go.
Yep.
Ain't nobody. It ain't no echo chamber. If it
That,
ain't right, we ain't rolling with it. So
what
that's
did
how we
you say
do it.
about my brother?
Uh, but yeah, so I think just to that answer, yeah, it's more about the preferences. I think that number one, that prompt on top is just about more preferences. And the reality is just because men don't have as many options. The average man doesn't have. He ain't out there like that. He ain't that dude. The average man is just throwing whatever to the wall and seeing what sticks. And so he will tolerate all kind of shit that he claims he won't because he now finally has an opportunity. Now, men who are blessed in whatever ways, if they're attractive, if they got money, or whatever the case is, and they have options, then they are just like the young lady that was speaking just a minute ago. They are very picky on what they mess with. They don't settle because they don't have to. And there are more women who don't have to settle than there are men. So that's the reason why that dynamic is the way it is, I think,
Mm-hmm.
on the top. As far as the men being tolerant too much, and that's why they're desperate. I mean, I just kind of explained that.
Yeah, you
Um,
did. You did kind of tie
and
that too. I was listening
yeah,
to it. Like you
yeah,
did
yeah,
both at
yeah,
one time.
yeah, and it also comes too with discipline. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't grow up with a really solid foundation of discipline, you are not going to be tolerant. You're going to be impulsive, and impulsive people, they don't have problems controlling and regulating shit. And like someone said earlier, I think my brother said that earlier, life be lifing. And you can't control the only thing that you can control, the only thing that we can control is our output. Period. You cannot control what no one else does. Not your kids, not your
Mhm.
spouse, nothing. You can influence people to do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
You can influence people to treat you a certain way, but you still are at the mercy of if they're going to do it. So we don't control anything other than what we put out. And if you don't have regulation, you don't have discipline, you're not in control. So guess what? You really are not in control or of what's going to come to you. And so it's hard to be patient. It's hard to have tolerance. It's hard to be, have discernment and all of that if you don't even have that for yourself. So,
Okay.
that lack of discipline, and a lot of people, I think we in an age where, every generation says, hey, I don't want to be like my daddy, or I don't want to be like my mom. I'm going to do things different. We different now. And I think every generation goes through that. And now we got to the point where those people who grew up with, I'm not gonna do that to my kids. They gonna be my friend. I ain't gonna have these, this soft parenting type shit. Sometimes that works, but let's be honest. We are starting to feel the results of the rebelling against discipline. And now we're seeing people who have not had in their younger years a really strong sense of discipline. And now this entitlement. And when you have entitlement, that's when you got all your expectations. And then those expectations are geared and set up to be disappointments because nobody is going to be exactly what you think they are. And so now we're living in that age of where these are the grown people that's, out here with the loudest voices, and they're complaining about the shit that they can't control. And people are jumping on the bandwagon because that gets likes. And just a big cesspool of, I expect, I need, I am, you ain't. Okay. That's just it. And people have not realized that. And so you'd have less tolerance, and everything comes at an instant. Everything is microwavable nowadays, right? Everything is, I want my shit now. I ain't gonna read a book because I can go to Google. You got people that will believe some 30-second bullshit because they don't want to get the 2-hour truth. And that is part of the whole prompt. You know what I mean? And you start seeing that. That's why you don't have people that can forgive, because they can't sit down long enough to actually reflect on themselves and forgive themselves. Because that's what forgiveness is for. Forgiveness is for you. It ain't for nobody else. We say, I forgive you. No, you forgiving yourself for thinking whatever it was, evil intention or not, against that person. That's what you're forgiving. You're not forgiving them. See what I'm saying? They did what they did. That shit is over with. You are the one harboring whatever that is. And so that forgiveness is for you to get and dissipate that in yourself. But we can't sit down long enough with ourselves to even get that. So I don't know. That's just my little, I'm gonna stop ranting. Get off the soapbox.
Nah, he did you. I feel you on that. All right, I think my baby asked something, and then we gonna get Anwar and then Sir Bro. What up, Broderick? You came back. What up, my brother?
What's up with it, man? Been a minute,
Good, all
bro.
right?
Good to see you doing good, man. Doing your thing. I feel you.
For sure, man. You still out there in Hawaii?
Yes, sir, Ski.
Hey, aloha, wee. So, all right, I don't
You
even
know
know
they
that
call
name.
black people popolos out here. That's what we popolo.
Called up Popolos.
Popolos, yeah.
Yes. Yes, we do.
But go ahead, babe, and then Anwar, then get my boy Broderick in.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay,
Me or
so
him? You said sir. I
Come
don't
on,
know.
I'm sorry. Okay.
that was perfect
Oh,
timing, right?
dang, there was another sir. My bad. Okay, so cousin, just to clarify, you stated that there are more women that don't have to settle.
Yes.
Okay, so I disagree with that. And I say that because I think there are more women that believe they don't have to settle. And that's because they over inflate their actual, what they actually bring to the table. A lot of the times when they talk about what they bring is monetary. It's about their skills, their jobs, and stuff like that, instead of really looking at what they bring as far as qualities of a virtuous woman, such as I put in the chat, honesty, compassion, self-control, a lot of other things, right? I think a lot of people think that they are deserving of all of these things when they haven't really put in the work and haven't really earned it. So I think a lot of people are, yeah.
Right. Okay. So when I agree with that. Right. But what I meant by that is women have more choices. You have more available, you have more willing participants ready to do whatever you want to do. You will have more than a man will. That's what I mean.
I agree with
So
that.
like you know what I mean? Not to say that it's
I
even
don't agree with
just
that.
or that it's right. But if you got 10 men and 10 women, and do you think that all 10 men, just on average, right? And you can take them from wherever you want to take them, that those 10 men, all of those 10 men can just walk out and be like, you know what? I can go out and I can go get me a woman.
How
Right
me
now.
and cousin
You can't.
agreeing
You
with that,
can't.
and
If
everybody that
we're
ain't agreeing
Now,
with
on
that's
You
crazy.
average,
can't.
on
if we're
You
talking
average,
in
can't.
terms
You
of
can. You.
actually looking for a relationship, I don't think they have
Oh
that.
no, not that. Nah, we just I
Right.
think they
I'm,
just saw
I'm saying
choices.
in general, the things that men look for as far as what interests them in you know, in women are, it's a shorter list. And that's partly due to how society has been set up, right? Because men and women who are about their business, like we talking about, you know, we know virtuous men, virtuous women, or honorable men, virtuous women. Like, yeah, we have standards. That's not, I'm not talking about that because obviously then that now that changes, right? But I'm just talking about on average, the average person, the majority. If we look at the 51% of people, right, that's all I need to be the majority. So 51 around in that area or above, most men are not honorable like that. We are average looking, average height, average. Those dudes don't have. They can't just walk out and just pull chicks. You get what I'm saying? Like they
I get
are
what you're
going to be
saying.
more. Yeah, they're
I
going
don't.
to be
I
more
don't get
I
it.
get what
successful.
you're
To
saying, but the
yeah,
topic is about women choosing to be single. So it's we're talking about relationships. So that's why it didn't correlate for me. Because it's saying the reason why they are quicker to leave a relationship is, and I thought you were saying that because they have higher standards, or what was the other lady, seven, what was her name, I forgot her name, but um
Zero 7.
yeah, but you guys were talking about how they don't have to settle, you get what I'm saying? So
right. But like it's a subconscious confidence that, like, let's say for instance, because the reality is there's not a lot of men who will fit your preferences. Okay, let's just be honest. There's not a lot of honorable men that is checking all of the boxes. So in
Right.
reality, you don't have a lot of choices, right? So like what you're saying. So I agree. But what I'm saying is that women know that at any time, or they have that idea that at any time, you could go out and get some services or some help from a man at some point, somewhere, right? If you said, oh, you know what, I'm gonna not worry about this man having this much money or this man doing this. Like if you settle, break down your little preferences just a little bit, there's somebody there and they're
Yeah,
willing.
I believe what
Now,
I'm hearing y'all
right?
saying it. Y'all saying
So,
the same
so
thing right
right.
now.
So yeah,
But
exactly.
she
On the
said the
men and
mind
on
see
the other
women
side,
believe.
we believe we don't like we will be like, yeah, I want a woman that's this, that, and the third, and they ain't got no body count and all this other shit. All of a sudden, let that woman walk in the room that looks really good to him, and she don't have hardly none of that shit that he just said, and she on him no. He gonna fuck all that other shit. What's up, girl? You get what I'm saying?
See,
Because
He's
this the
gonna
problem.
be
yeah,
That-
so
they
they
That's
gonna
a,
settle
love
rather
for
at
her.
first
You get what
sight.
I'm saying?
that's the problem right here with black
It is
men,
a problem. You're right. Go
because
ahead.
it's
Go
a
ahead,
problem
sir.
with black men majorly, because I know our counterparts, and I'm gonna talk about the white boys, man. They not thirsty like that. Like if they say what they say like what they like what they like. They not out here trying to chase tail just because a woman show him interest, right? The fact is, right? If you set your standards of what it is or what you want, and there are some black men that do this, right? You say, hey, I don't want a woman who's overly promiscuous or has been or whatever the case may be. Even though we get on these panels and go back and forth, not to say that the women will go back and forth with the men on this panel, but there are panels where they go back and forth and it's getting real heated debates. Like, who are you to tell me what I can and can't do? Who are you, you know what I mean? But the problem is like, no, we got to set the standards and we got to be held accountable because, as you say, the women that are quote unquote delusional in the fact in that you could say, oh yeah, they have more options, right? They have more options, but in their mind they don't. But they don't have those options because of what they feel that they want in a man, and they have this finite, uh, uh, very small window of a type of perfect man that they're looking for, and they'll never find it. And that's why I didn't agree with a lot of what Kevin Samuel said. I hate that I have to bring him up, but he had it's
What?
kind of a broken clock is right twice a day, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's how I felt about
Everybody
Kevin
be going on
Samuel.
my boy here now. You ain't gonna be no Kevin slander up in here.
Well, it was a lot of stuff I didn't agree that he said, but it was a
Yeah.
lot of things that I did agree that he said, right?
True.
One of those things that I did agree that he said and would talk to a woman about is their expectations. Even based on like I talk to women where they feel like, especially if a woman was overweight or something like that, she felt like she didn't have to lose weight to get a man, and she didn't want to have to lose weight or change anything about herself to get the man she wants. Right? I think that from a male perspective, obviously, when it's something you want, you'll work for it to get it. Usually, right, in a normal circumstance. But for some women, it don't make sense for them to do that, right? So I think that's the part that we're really having a conversation about is really the mindset on both sides.
But you're speaking on the physical aspect, because that would be like saying, that would be like the women that get BBLs because they think that a man's not gonna like them, if they don't have a butt. Like you're talking about the physical aspect of it, right? I don't think it has
It's
anything to
it's
do with physical.
it's a combination
Everybody
because
don't want to see no extra rolls and stuff. That show a lack of self discipline and all the other stuff. Like it's a lot, and it's literally an attitude that come behind that that physical appearance. Sometimes a lot of, especially when it comes to like being overweight. They just show the lack of discipline that they have.
I mean, there's
Show
ugly
that they
men
might
too,
not have
though.
a care for themselves, and they might be more addicted to their food than actually. It's just, it show a lot too when it comes to that.
But
I
there's
yeah.
mean,
ugly men too. Like,
I'm gonna jump
She
in.
can't control her eating habits. How she gonna control her? Go ahead. Anwar, I think you saying
I'm just jumping in for a quick second, good Jeff. You don't mind?
your stuff sound low too, brother. I don't know what
same.
you.
Sound
yeah, I
low?
can't hear him. Yeah.
Let me put the phone up close. I'm sorry about that, guys. Can y'all hear me a lot better
There
now?
you go. There you go.
Okay. I'm agree with my brother at the top and sister girl right next to him. I kind of agree with what they said. They hit on some points there, but I hope, please, y'all don't jump down my throat. Please, I'm begging y'all, don't jump down my throat.
Can't promise that.
Pause, man. Pause.
I know,
All right, no diddy.
I know, but I'm just asking. I'm just saying. Nowadays, I'm just, uh, I'm just gonna keep it real. It's a lot of lames out there nowadays, bro. I mean, when I'm looking around and seeing brothers, it's a lot of lames out there. Even when I was growing up, brothers was lame. You know what I'm saying? But it's just a lot more out there now. You know what I'm saying? They don't, they don't talk it how they walk it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they don't. I mean, they're talking a good one, but they don't walk it. You know what I'm saying? So it is a lot of lames out there, and when you got a lot of lames out there, they giving all these females compliments and going out their way to make them feel like they this, and in reality, they not. You know what I'm saying? We all know they not. You know what I'm saying? Because I done had some bros pull up with me like, bro, when you see her, oh, you going to be there. I'm telling you, she bad, bro. She pull up and my mouth just dropped like, seriously? You serious about this? Like,
Bro, you hit on a great fucking point, bro.
I
I
mean,
ain't
you
gonna
serious
lie. Like,
about this? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So
yeah,
it's just a lot of lames out there right now that's pumping a lot of these females up that should not be pumped up. I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. You can even go to my page, right? You can go to my page, check me out. I'm not saying I'm the baddest dude walking, but I had my choice at the pick of the litter when I was growing up, and I still got my choice at the pick of the litter growing up. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, right now, even though I'm settled down right now, but I had my choice at the pick of the litter. Literally, I did. So, you know what I'm saying? I walked it and I talked it the way I walked it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't play around, and I didn't pump up a female ego just to make her feel good. I let her know how I felt. You know what I'm saying? And it was a lot of females that came on to me that I was nowhere near attracted to. And I let it be known, baby girl, you ain't my type. And I just don't think this gonna work out. I mean, unless you're willing to be a late night booty call when I'm lonely, Other than that, we ain't gonna be seen in public together, So, if brothers really get back on their game, and started pitting females and letting them know how it really is and how they really are, you know what I'm saying? Putting them back in a place the way that we used to do it, I think it'll be different. You know?
Yeah. The only problem is the fact that it's on a public platform now. So like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
game you talking
No, no,
about, a
no, no,
woman to
no.
hear
But
you say that
but
publicly,
what I'm
right?
saying is,
They
no,
gonna
no,
get
no,
shamed by their homegirls.
no,
They
no, no.
can't listen
But
to
what
that
I'm
and
saying
hear
is
it.
in public, because most of the
Well,
time we meet in public. I mean, I don't
see,
know how
but they see
y'all
that's
do
the
it
issue,
nowadays.
right?
I ain't never met a chick online and
Right. That's what I'm
dated a
saying. So
chick
you come from
online.
the same. We cut from the same cloth.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
used to go to
So
the mall, holler at a girl, get her
yeah,
number, and have
yeah.
to
You know what
talk
I'm
to her
saying? We
like
all
that.
out
So
face to face. You know what I'm saying?
if we was on some 13 type shit, you know what I'm saying? We could talk to her face to face and give her
Yeah.
the opportunity to respond and have a conversation. But
Mm-hmm.
now, right? We dealing with the YNs now who lived through COVID and couldn't talk to nobody. They couldn't be in person with nobody. Imagine the kids that was going through adolescence or puberty during that time, during that couple year process, and now today they are the ones that are 18, 19, 20, 21. They are the ones who lived and breathed nothing but social media pretty much their whole life, right? This is their whole life. This is how they live.
Yeah, yeah.
It's different
I
than what
see
we
that.
did,
I mean,
right?
believe me, I
So,
see
so,
that.
so,
I know you're not
we got to
lying
give
when
them a
you
little
say
bit
that.
of grace because
But I
it's
can't
because of
give
that
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 much
made
grace. It's
the
still
lame
getting
niggas
punished.
that you talking about. What made them lame and afraid to approach women is what they seen on a daily basis. You got to understand, we come from a time. In order for us to have seen a pair of titties, we was under the bed in our daddy closet or whatever, looking for magazines or whatever, or the booty talk tapes. You know what I'm saying? We had
Yeah,
to do
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It wasn't that easily accessible because we had a cell phone, right?
I mean,
So the fact
feel
that
what
it's
you're
easily
saying,
accessible for them,
but
it is ruining their need. We used to have a need to be able to communicate with women. We had a
yeah,
need for it. We had to do it. In order to see something in person, we had to learn how to talk to a woman. We had
yeah,
to learn how to talk to her respectfully. And then also be able to even get what we wanted.
yeah,
These young men that we talking to, we got to, as us as OGs, bro, we got to change our approach if we really truly want to help them. This is what
I
I
mean,
do on a daily
I be
basis. You feel me?
believe me, I be trying. I'm glad I got sons, and I tell my sons,
Yeah, I got 3 boys, bro. I got 3 boys.
yeah, me too. So I tell my sons the real, you know what I'm saying? This is how you really get at a woman. All that online stuff, man, that ain't that. I mean,
But
and
you
be
but you got
honest,
to understand it though. You can't just
and
tell them,
let's
oh,
be
it
honest
ain't
with each
nothing.
other.
No, it
Let's
is
be honest
something.
with each other,
You just
right?
got to tell them how to navigate it.
Yeah, yeah. So let's be honest, right? A lot of these dudes, they be talking to a chick online for months and months and months, ain't seen her, went out with her, and they be like, "Oh yeah, this is my girlfriend." How in the hell that's your girlfriend and you ain't even seen her? You ain't even seen her yet.
See, that's what I'm
So
trying to tell you. You got to understand
you know
from
what
their
I'm saying?
perspective too. If you're
So,
gonna try to
but
teach them.
but all I'm saying is, I'm just like I said, I'm just keeping it real from my point of view. I'm not trying to shame nobody. I'm not trying to denigrate nobody, no female, nobody. But you know what I'm saying? It's just still so many lanes. Okay, we not in COVID no more now, and y'all still being lanes. So I don't understand that no more. I can understand the COVID situation. You know what I'm saying? I can understand that. That was only for a few years. So it wasn't like a decade. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a 5 year thing or
Yeah,
nothing.
true. But you're an older dude now,
That
bro.
that
When
was
you
a
was in
few.
high school, how long was a year to you? Like, bro, that was a long time. Like, you got to understand these people that we talking about. that really influence the masses at this point now. I mean, look at the people that we got that run social media now. These kids ain't even 25 years old. You hear me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if you really trying to influence and spit game to the young ones, bro, you really got to understand what they
To be
going
honest with
through and
you,
what it is that they
a
about.
lot of them, I don't even try to waste my time on them because they gonna be who they gonna be regardless. I waste my
Nah, I
time.
disagree with
I
that.
waste
I
my
don't
energy.
believe. I don't
You know.
believe if I spend some
So,
time on a young boy, I don't believe I wasted my time
no,
doing
no, no,
nothing.
no. What I'm saying is,
Everybody got value to me.
see, okay, me and you different, so we got different thought processes. So what I'm saying is, when I do try to sit them down and give them the game and give it to them, you know what I'm saying, the way that you supposed to give it to them, you know what I'm saying. From number one, I'm from the Bay, you know what I'm saying, where pimps and players come from, right?
Yeah. My girl
So
from the Bay, she from Benicia, dog. Vallejo, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
okay, you from Vallejo. Okay, okay. Oh, well, we right around the corner from each other, man. I'm right in
Mhm.
the know, bro. Even though I'm, you know what I'm saying, I'm from that town, but I'm right in Pinot. So we right around the
Yeah.
corner from each other. But you know how it was when we was growing up. You know what I'm saying? You had to really walk up on a chick and you had to spit some matter, you know what I'm saying, in order for
Phew.
her to get interest in you. And half of the time, if you looked it right, you didn't even have to say too much or nothing. You know what I'm saying? But nowadays, dudes, dudes is just letting females just run all over them. To me, that's what it seemed like. It seemed like they just running buck wild out here, and it ain't nobody fit nobody in their place. Ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it
Man,
sounds to me
getting
that
these
you
women
done
in their
tried
place.
to do
You know what
this
I'm
and
saying?
teach the
So
young dudes what you know. You try to teach them what you know, and
yeah,
then you kind of get a little
I truly
frustrated
try.
with them because
I
they not
truly
seeing
try
it how
because
you
a lot of
see
them
it.
come to me for advice a lot of times, and
Exactly.
I try to
But
give
but
it
you
to
gotta
them.
have the patience, bro. You gotta have the patience and the understanding
But my
of how
patience,
deep in the
but
trenches they
see,
are, bro.
see, you
They
gotta let
deep,
me
bro.
speak without cutting me off. See, you know,
My bad, my bad, my
say
bad.
nothing to
I'm sorry.
nobody when
My
they
bad.
speak. I never open my mouth. What I'm saying is, yes, I do. I try to take my time. But if you ain't gonna take my advice and try to run with the advice that I'm giving you, and you still gonna try to do it your way, then I'm wasting my time with you. I'm wasting my time with you. Period. Point blank. I would do the same with my children. If I told my son, and I tell my sons the game, and I seen him doing it the same way constantly over and over and over again, I come at him again. Look, that's not how you do it, young bro. Do it this way, man. Do it this way, and I guarantee you, you'll get different results. Just try it, and they don't even want to try it, and they want to do it. I'm not gonna waste my time on you. I'm gonna go to my other two sons. You know what I'm saying? The ones that want to listen. You know, the ones that want to be a sponge and suck up the game. So that's
So,
all I'm saying.
so
It
can
just,
I can
it just
can I when
nowadays
you
a
done?
lot of brothers ain't sucking up game the way that they should be sucking up game. A lot of
Whoa.
brothers, you know what I'm saying? This internet stuff done I don't know. It done got people. I just don't know nowadays. I just be on it. I be so entertained by the internet, even though I don't
Right.
really do a lot of these lies. But I be so entertained by the conversations I be hearing because and then a lot of these females that be talking, I can get any man I want, or I'm this, I'm that, you know what I'm saying? 10 years later, where you see her at? In the cat line buying cat food. You know what I'm saying? Because she got three house cats and no man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just keeping it real. A lot of brothers are truly lames nowadays. They not pitting it down the way that they should be pitting it down. You a man, that's a woman. And I'm not saying a woman ain't, you know what I'm saying, got a voice. A woman ain't got purpose. I'm not saying none of that. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some smart chicks out there. Very smart, very beautiful chicks out there. But y'all coming at them wrong. Y'all coming at them in the wrong way. Y'all coming at them like y'all little boys and y'all grown men now. You're not 15. You're not 16. You 22, 25 years old. Come at them like a man. Don't come at them like a child. That's all I'm saying. It just a
Yeah,
it
but you
just a
don't
lot
have the
of
be
young
all end all definition of what a
it just
man
a lot.
is. Number one, that's why I was trying to tell you, bro. Like
Yeah,
you have your perspective and what you stand on because of how you was raised and how you came up. What I'm telling you is that it
you cut
trying
off.
you really trying my bad. If you really trying to teach the young niggas, bro, that's coming up, you gotta understand they plight.
I do. I got 3 sons, bro. I got 3 sons in 3 different categories: 128, 122, and 113. So you know what I'm saying? I'm dealing with 3 different boys,
Can
dealing with,
I say
Can I?
something to that,
Can I?
Anwar,
you know what
real
I'm
quick?
saying? Yes, ma'am. You can.
Um, just some people can have children doesn't mean that they understand them. There's
Yeah,
a difference
yeah, yeah,
between
yeah, yeah.
having
A lot of
children
people.
and going through different, like, they're all, their mentalities are different, and of course they're going to be different. It doesn't even matter if they're close in age. I have 4 kids. I have 2 boys and 2 girls. My kids are all adults and they are back to back and they are completely different. And I have to approach them different.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't just
Same
give
way I
up
got
on
to
them
approach
when
all
they're being
mine is
hard
different.
headed.
Before my daughter.
I never give up on my kids and say, oh well, this one's not listening, so
Nah,
I'm just gonna address the ones
listen.
that are
I would
listening.
never. I never gave up on my kids, but I'm
But
gonna give up
okay,
as far as
Anwar,
keep trying to
you
give. Keep trying to
can
get
I
them
say
information
something
that's gonna
that
help
you
them.
said earlier
Let,
that
let me say this, okay. Let me just say this, right? And I'm being real with you. Before my daughter passed away, right?
oh then
I felt my daughter had more game than my boys did, and I'm being real about that. I felt my daughter had more games than what my boys had, for real. Because when I told her stuff and I put her on and stuff, she took it to heart and she rolled with it and she ran with it and she seen the results out of it. And she was like, Dad, thanks for that. I like that. I like what
what
you told me. That worked. You know,
what did you tell
whatever the
her?
situation might be, huh?
What was it that you told her? What advice did you
I
give her
mean,
that?
just games. How a dude should treat you, how a dude should approach you, how a dude should come at you. If a dude ain't doing A, B, and C, you know you need to run. You know what I'm saying? You need to say goodbye to him. Let him go. Goodbye.
Oh,
You
okay,
know what I'm saying?
so
Because
not more game, but more
when my daughter first started getting into boys,
standards. That
you
you
know
taught her standards, not game,
you know who her
right?
first date was? Me. Because I wanted to show her what a man should treat her like. And if a man ain't treating you like this when you go out with him, man get in your car and you come and bounce and dump his number. You know what I'm saying? So I that's what I showed my daughter. I showed my daughter how a man should treat you when you go out. Period. Point blank.
Okay, so
It shouldn't be.
I
It
would
shouldn't
just
be.
come. So
It
you
shouldn't
taught
be
her
nothing else
standards because when
about
you
it.
said game, I thought you meant like like she was getting more like, I don't know, attention. That's why. So you meant
Oh
standards, not game.
nah. I don't
Like
want my
you put
daughter to
her
be.
on
I don't
game.
want my daughter
Okay,
to be.
okay. That's what I just
I don't want
asking.
my daughter to
Okay.
be known around town as sleeping
Yeah.
around. So hell no,
Okay.
I didn't give her that type of
Okay.
game. My
Yeah.
daughter
Okay.
got different game from
You
what
put
my
her
boys
on game.
got.
You didn't teach her games.
So
You taught
what
her
I'm saying.
standards.
So
Gotcha.
yeah, I wanted her
Okay.
to have stand. I wanted her to know what a real man. You know what I'm saying? That's really
Yeah.
if he really like you, he really interested in you, then he should be treating you like this. If he ain't treating
Okay.
you like this, leave him alone because all he want is you know what I'm saying is what's between your legs. So bounce,
Yeah.
So
bounce, bounce
can I
fast.
say something real quick? Can I say something real quick? Because I've been listening for a minute, and just to bring it full circle, just to let you know, I'm from the Yay too, so I'm Oakland
Okay.
all day long in the middle. So
From
you
the
already
Yate
know what we do.
area.
What part you
Yes.
from, my brother? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I'm from Oakland.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's where I'm from. What
Yeah.
part of
Okay.
the
So
town?
yeah,
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
man,
what part of the town you from? West or the
we was in
east?
the Dubs. Hey, we was in the Dubs, man. I'm talking
You just
about
in
East
one of the
Oakland.
dubs?
We
Okay,
moved to the West later. So
okay.
yeah. Okay. So yeah, you know.
Okay. Go
Um.
stupid. Get stupid. Or you want to
Hey.
get hyphy?
Hey. So, but here's the thing, right?
But
Because
you know
this
how
is
we
what,
did it
just
out
to bring
here,
it
and
back
you
to
know
what
how
we were
we
saying
ran out
before, right?
here when it came to women. So if you from the Bay, you know how we did it. You know how we ran, and you know what I'm saying.
Right.
You know our style out here. You know it, right?
Right.
Because
So
you
here's
from
the
the
thing, though,
Bay.
right? But this is what I'm
And a lot
saying.
of these brothers, we be trying to get us game. A lot of these young brothers, we be trying to pass that game down to them. They still won't take it and run with it. A lot of them just to ignore it and keep doing the same thing he's doing, and he's still failing at it. Instead of saying, "Let me try what OG said how to do it. Let me try it that way one time and see if
Right.
that'll work." A lot
Because,
of them
but think
just
about
hard
this, though,
headed.
right? But think about this. Because when we grew up, right, like every generation has a little sense of rebellion in them,
Yeah,
right? We know that. Okay. That's first. But when we grew up in the Bay, you had opportunity. It was because everybody was out there doing something. You could go down to the mall and you can see things happening. You can go
yep,
over there to the turf You see
Yep.
things happening. You can go over there to the strip. You see things happening.
Yep.
You've had opportunity to see all of this shit working at the same time to where you can make a decision. And even us, like like you said before, you had your pick of the litter. I listen. I grew up. It was a whole different level. So I never went through these plights and all these shit that these dudes be talking about. I
Yeah,
never
I
got
never
disrespect,
went through
right?
it, so
So
I don't
I get it.
understand it.
But I also have to realize I'm not everybody. We
Yeah, I
are
ain't either. Me
lucky.
either.
You get what I'm saying?
And
We
you
are
only
some
get up
people
with
who
so
came
many.
up
You know what I'm saying?
right.
You
So
only
when
get up
now,
with so many before you gotta throw so many to the side. I mean, that's just
but
like the army
but
do it
here's
the
the thing
same
though,
way.
bro. But what I'm
They
saying
only
though, but listen,
educate so many before they
but
gotta, you know what I'm saying, ring that bill. You gotta go. You know what I'm saying?
but what I'm
You ain't
saying though
yeah.
is this is where it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is patience. Because even us, once we got something, OGs used to tell me shit, and I'd be like, all right, it didn't register until I was 27. Like I finally I got, oh shit, that's what that motherfucker was saying. Damn.
Right,
I
And
right.
then it
guess
hit.
for
That
me,
is
I guess
listen,
it
hold
was
on,
different for me
bro.
because everybody I hung out with was a lot. When
Oh my god.
when you a teenager, it's a big difference when you a teenager and you hanging out with 18-year-olds. So everybody I hung out with was older than me, way older than me. You know what I'm saying? My best friend right now, my best friend in the whole wide world, I was only 15. He was 19. You know what I'm saying? He my best friend in the whole world.
Right.
So I always hung out with older dudes. So I sucked up what they was telling me. I sucked up, you know what I'm saying, what I was seeing. But I always made it my own. I didn't do exactly what they did. I made it my own because I'm my own man. You know what I'm saying?
But
And
but
and,
what I'm
and that's what
saying,
I
but
teach these kids. This
but
I'm telling you this, put a twist on it, how you want to put a twist on it and let's see how it works for you. So next time I see you, I should have some good news, right? So
but
a lot of these kids, like I said, they don't want to listen. A lot of them don't. A lot of them they sit there, that sound good, OG, that sound good. Whoa, 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 whoa. You see them again, they kicking the can down the street with a sad face, like, I'm like,
and
did you do anything I told you to do?
but here's the thing,
So
right? But that's the thing I'm saying. That's not your you did your part, right? But
yeah.
what I heard is, well, I'm giving up on that because
No, I
you're
said
not
some
listening.
people I gotta
Hold
give
on,
up on.
bro,
The
come
shit
on.
that
I
real.
gotta be able to. I gotta be able to land. I gotta be able to land.
Yeah, my bad.
So when you say that, that says okay, you have to understand. Like my book, like
Yeah.
like bro was saying earlier, this is a different time where it's a different mentality. And yes, I agree with you totally. There's a lot of what I would call gang goofy. You said it. It was it's a lot of that. But at the same time, where I agree with you and I disagree with you. Where I disagree is we can never let or give up on the upcoming youth. Okay, we
Nah,
cannot.
nah, nah,
Right.
nah.
So hold on, and I don't know if you said that. I'm not saying that you meant, but that's how it came out. So I'm just
Okay, well, feel
recapping
me.
from
I
what we
didn't mean
heard.
it like
Right.
that.
So
I meant
so
like
so let's
certain
clarify that
people you can
because
deal with.
right.
Like
Let's clarify that
I used to
because
coach a
whether
basketball
they
team,
are
right?
whether they are stubborn or not, it's our job as OGs with wisdom to understand that people need to develop their own wisdom. We can
Yeah,
give them the information, but wisdom comes from doing. Wisdom comes from experiencing it. And
yeah.
until
I
they
agree with
do
that.
that, they're not going to get it. So we could tell them and we got to plant that seed and then you got to let it grow. So that's
Yeah,
one. So we,
I
we
agree with
can't,
that.
but we cannot stop planting the seeds because I think that's what part of why we in this situation now is because a lot of our age
Dang,
group
I
a lot
agree
of
with
our age group
cousin.
stopped. A lot of our age group dropped the ball on passing the information that we got. So what I'm saying is we have to take some ownership on that. We got to take some accountability
You
on
gotta
that part and say,
realize
you know
too,
what?
a
Damn, I got
lot
to
of
do a
them
better
out
job
here.
at doing that. But
Okay, now
here's
let
the
me say
problem.
this.
But here's the thing where I agree with you.
Okay.
Where I agree with you and where I say fuck these niggas, to be honest, is these old heads. If I got to sit up here and tell you as an old head, what's your excuse? I understand why these young dudes are wayward. I can understand why they have certain these things because they listening to to these podcasts and fresh and fit and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
They are getting bad information. So I can see how they are having problems and confused. But if you 40 plus, what the fuck is your problem? I don't have no remorse for you. I ain't got no
Oh yeah,
patience for
I
you.
ain't got no report. I
That's
ain't
what
got
I'm
no,
saying. You
I ain't
see
got
what I'm
no
saying? So
remorse
that's where
for
I
you.
agree with
Hey,
you.
that's
I
what
agree
I'm
with you with
saying.
the old heads.
You should
Like
have it
that's
right.
what I'm giving up on them. Like I'm not talking to no old heads no more. Like at this point,
The
you
lost
niggas is
cause.
dang goofy. You lost cause. You that
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I agree with you on that one. But for the youngsters though, I think we still gotta put that carrot out there, bro.
And I'm agree with you on that point. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that point. But some of them, right? Like I said, right? It just like in the military, right? You got you got people that go in the military and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. They got in their mind, but when they get on that field and they gotta do all these obstacles and all this and all that and all this and all that, and they can't keep up with the rest of the group and you got the drill sergeant seeing this, and he giving him chance after chance after chance after chance after chance after chance. It's like, okay, you got to go ring the bell, bro. Go pack it up. You got to ring the bell. You got to go home because you ain't gonna be because you gonna slow the unit down. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. I don't mean everybody. I don't mean give up on them. I do not mean that. So if I said it and if y'all took it in that way, I said it wrong. That was my bad for
Yeah,
saying it
yeah,
like
that's why I had asked you earlier
okay,
because
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I
So
had. Yeah, and
that
then
was my fault
yeah,
for saying it like that. No, I don't want to give up on no youngster. All I'm saying is certain people, and you all of us on this panel know that. Certain friends,
everybody has
certain
a yeah
people,
a certain point
yeah, at a certain
because
point,
you'll drain yourself
enough is
too trying
enough.
to help
Now, I done
somebody
gave
that's
you
not gonna
everything that I
listen.
can give you. I done showed you everything I can show you. I done tried it. I didn't even hooked it up for you where you ain't had to do nothing but go over there and just say hi. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much, and you screwed that part up. You know what I'm saying? So at a certain point, you gotta. Some people gotta be thrown to the wayside. I mean, that just life and that's reality. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm giving up on all these kids. No, no, hell no. I would never do that, bro. They're my little black brothers and little black sisters. You know what I'm saying? That's the future. You know what I'm saying? And I want the future to be bright for us. I want the future to be super bright for us. You know, I don't want us in this hole that we've been in for all these years. I don't want that. So what I'm saying is, like I said before, if I said it wrong, I said it wrong the first time. So let me try to say it
Yeah.
right the second time.
No, we
Some of
understand
these young
how you meant
brothers,
it now.
after a
We get you.
while, you done gave them everything you can give them, and they still mess it up. excuse, me. excuse me. They still screw it up so many times. So it's like, bro, I can't do nothing with you no more, bro. I done put the ball in your hand at the 1 yard line, and all you had to do was just step over that line, and you couldn't even do that without dropping the ball. So what else more can I do for you now? You know what I'm saying? I mean, at a point, all of us know that. At a point, even with friends, you gotta say enough is enough, bro. I can't even deal with you no more, bro. You too stupid for me, bro. You constantly doing stupid stuff. You constantly got us in stupid stuff. You constantly got us in drama. Constantly. It's a constant with you. It's like that. So that's what I mean when I say sometimes you gotta just let some of them go to the wayside, and you gotta just work it out on your own. So that's what I meant to say by
Yeah,
that.
you
You know what I
clarified
mean?
that though. We do get you.
Yeah.
Can
So
I say
y'all,
something really quick
thank
though,
y'all.
or
Forgive
not?
me
Can I?
now. So
Yeah,
forgive me
can
if I
I
said
say
it the wrong
something?
way the first time, you guys. So forgive me for that if I said it, like I was just giving
No,
up on them. Nah, it
you're
ain't. It,
good.
it ain't nothing like that. 'Cause I got three sons too, like I said, and I look at them all pretty much the same. You know what I'm saying? When
Right.
they bring their friends over, I'm gonna look out. I'm gonna look after your child like I
All right,
would.
and where you about to start another whole 2 hours again? We got you. We get
Also,
you. All right, we got to get Go ahead, eight. Double O
User
four.
hasn't
Then we gonna
spoken
get
yet.
user in after that. Yeah,
Who's next? Sorry.
you can go user after you. You can go
Oh,
ahead. Use about to say something.
okay. No, what I was gonna say, you know what I think the younger generation is lacking, to be honest, it's not just the social media, it's a combination of everything. It's where it's how can I say it? It's a The main thing that I think it boils down to is trauma, to be honest with everybody. It's unhealed trauma. It's you know, they're not doing the inner work, the healing process. So they're unhealed, and hurt people. It becomes a cycle, right? So you have all these unhealed traumas, and then you end up in trauma bond relationships, or you run away from relationships because you're too scared of getting hurt because of things that happened in the past. And now, instead of taking accountability, they're making it an excuse to become the same person that hurt them. Because to me, that's an excuse. Because if you give somebody the power to change you, that means that that was really you the whole time, but you were just playing the part. Because there's no way that somebody's going to change the way you are and change your where your heart is at, or how you know that you're you as a person, because they hurt you, and then you're going to match the energy. Well, then you're not better. You can't be pointing fingers. And it's just that I think that's what's really going on. Somebody hurt them, they have all these unhealed traumas, and then it's you know how can I say it? They're not breaking their pattern, because everything is a pattern. Everything is a pattern. If you pay attention, even the way we react when we're angry, we already know it's like but people don't take the time to see what those triggers are, so that they don't get to that point, because it doesn't just go from 0 to 100. There's like level most of the time. I know there's times that it can go, but again, that's because of the trauma as well, because you're already in fight or flight mode. You already had, and then there's just, how can I say it? Sorry, I'm getting tired. But yeah, it's the lack of accountability, and the pointing fingers and just wanting to be the victim, because I myself didn't realize I was playing the victim role, because I'm always like, oh, well, he did this and he did that, and blah 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 blah, and I never did that. I would never, if I do that. And it's like, I how could you do that? And it's like, well, hello, he did that because I stayed. Had I not stayed, he wouldn't have been able to do those things. So I played a role. I decided to stay. And I'm like, dang, I really was freaking being the victim, because I was taking no accountability for the fact that I chose to stay. Nobody forced me to stay.
All right. Did it get quiet or what you done?
Yeah, it's more of a
Okay.
heart posture
Oh,
thing.
user, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree that you have to leave when, like, you're in a bad relationship, and to take accountability, because I grew up around people who didn't do that. And what that does, it drains you. And I think it's important
You
that.
lose yourself.
Oh, wait, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not your fault. Double O be jump. Double O.
No, sorry, I just
Stay
throw
on
my little.
mute,
I'm not gonna.
girl.
I just throw do it. This little
Damn.
side remark. Sorry,
Throw
I
it
just.
while on mute.
I'm gonna
Go
look at
ahead,
the
user.
comments.
Yeah, I think that it does get really, it drains you. And I think that's important that the young people know that. But yeah, that's my current thoughts.
So you can do a couple of them prompts too, cause you ain't really talk that much though. You want to do the first three prompts? We on the first three.
That's directed to you, user.
User, yeah.
Okay. No, somebody else go.
Oh, you said
User,
you
how
listen.
old are you?
Oh my god, I'm 20. Do I sound
Oh
like
shoot, you just made the mark. So okay.
Oh, she a baby.
Yeah. Do I sound 13? I know
Yeah,
I
you
do.
You was close.
the first 20-year-old that's willing to listen more than talk. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, Who was that next? Lawrence.
Yes, Lawrence. Hi, Lawrence. Welcome to the panel.
How y'all doing tonight? How y'all
What's
doing?
up, man?
Well, thank you.
Uh,
Yeah, for me.
let's see. Let me know if you guys can hear me. My signal's been a little weak, so
Mm-hmm.
We can hear you.
let's see. You guys can hear me? Okay, cool. Okay, so first prompt. I'm a bit confused. I have to ask for some clarification here. When you say women are less tolerant and they are more signal, do you have a specification as to what you mean by less tolerant? You mean like less tolerant in general, like overall,
Yeah, especially when it comes to
or
a
like less
relationship.
tolerant of certain
I don't think
things?
they tolerate too much. That's why they're willing to leave.
Okay. Um, I would say overall probably because there's no there's no let me say this carefully. There is no incentive to be, if that makes sense. There's no incentive to be tolerant, and not that there shouldn't be, there should have to be, because being tolerant should just be something that you should be capable of, but there's no incentive in today's society to be tolerant of anything that men go through. I mean, like, there's nothing beneficial to doing that, and it's not really good that we live in a society that doesn't show any sort of like real confidence benefits. There's no like there's no charge to be. You know what I mean? Like, men, if a man does something, it's like, oh well, he's just a crappy man. You know, that's kind of like the narrative that kind of gets drawn whenever a man is or behaves a certain way. Hold on a second. I'm like trying to figure out my keys and stuff.
Yeah, we hear it.
Yeah, that's my thing about the first prompt. I don't think it's because women don't have the capacity to be. I don't think it's because women aren't capable of it. I don't think it's because women shouldn't be. I think it's just strictly off of the fact that it's not encouraged, it's not incentivized, and it's not taught. Like, I mean, you're taught to care. Women are taught to care about themselves and for their own protection and their safety, and they're told that if they don't do it, then they're gonna get hurt, and that's just kind of how it is right now.
Yeah, so they what I reason also why I put that down because it's like a lot of women will leave at the sign of not. So somebody said something funny though. I think they put in the thing. They like, yeah, man, they in the relationship for you. Yes, I forgot how that went. And they said the women they're in a relationship to be happy. I was like, well, so it's like basically what it is with that one is like, as soon as they have any type of sign of unhappiness, even like the way society push it out, hey, um, they even tell them not to settle for less, and that's like, so if you're not happy, then you basically get on. They kind of push that out in many different forms and stuff. Like, oh, if you can't get this and get that, they tolerance they not, even with the they're not willing to wait to help I ain't gonna say help a man grow, but just go along with the ride and stuff or whatever. It's some there might be some pookies and they might give, but that's different. Them the ones that really ain't looking for relationships. They both using each other for the most part, but they just not willing to kind of sacrifice their time or anything. Like they want the man to be ready now. There's so many different things or whatever. But I see my baby hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just thought about how most men are very simple, and it doesn't take much to make them happy, as opposed to it takes so much to make a woman happy. So it's very easy to test that woman's patience if every single day there's like it's just not enough.
Mm,
So it makes sense that they would be less tolerable.
mm. Okay,
I want to give
okay.
some pushback on that.
Not to my baby. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
nah, I saw my hands are ready to eat for everybody.
It's okay. I welcome it. He's been very quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been very quiet because I've been waiting to set up another one. All right, so if that's the case, that women go through so much and have to tolerate so much
Hmm?
on
I
every
don't,
day because men aren't where they're supposed to be as far as women are concerned, right? Then why are you not just dating a woman? Because you know that that woman ain't going to do what a man's going to do for you. Because
Wait,
they're
who
going to
said that?
eventually get tired and be like, no, I'm not doing this until you kick rocks.
Unfortunately, it
Who?
sounds like you may have listened to respond and not listened to understand. Um, Nowhere did I say that.
Not you. This is in general.
Oh, but it was in response to what I said. So you say you
No,
were
no,
giving
no.
a
This is in
pushback.
response to you and Kevin. Because
Yeah, what's the pushback against? Like what statement?
the in general of how you put it and the in general of how he led you into it.
Yes, but what statement? What is it?
All of it. Both sides.
Both of them. Both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Because the way that it sounds from your perspective, since you want me to single one of you out of the two, is that women are just perfect and they're God's gift to everything.
Hmm?
Who said that?
A bit of a
Who
stretch. He's trying. He's trying.
he ain't trying though. I guess I give it to him, right?
How
Because
did you
I'm like,
get
where did
that?
that
How did
come
you
from?
get
Who
that,
said that?
bro? How did you get that out of that? I'm just wondering.
Even cuz
Wait,
I'm like,
he
wait,
said
what?
he spoke
Because
four
I'm
different
stirring up
languages.
shit.
I think his bilingual got in the
No,
way.
no, no, no. I'm
I'm
stirring
His
up
so
shit
bilingual got
for
in the
no
confused.
reason.
way.
I'm very confused.
We all are.
He literally said something that every man could literally agree with. he said,
I
he
I I,
said,
I
Right.
thought
they're
I didn't
perfect.
hear I didn't hear Rachel one time say anything about women being perfect or higher or incapable or even going through more than what men would. I didn't hear none of that. Did I miss something?
I'm
I think we
stirring up
all did,
shit.
brother.
What part of that don't y'all get? I'm up here to
I don't think
make
everybody.
people have brain problems. Because at the end of the day,
Oh,
look at it like this.
okay,
The
big
reason,
brain. Then can you say, like, can
hold on,
you
hold on, hold on,
reiterate what
hold
they
on,
said?
hold on, hold on, hold on. The reason why I'm doing that is because more than half of this conversation, and I'm not just talking about you two, has been where women are able to make choices based upon how they feel and not based upon the facts of the situations that they put themselves in, where men have to go based off of the facts of what they put themselves in and not their feelings. Because if men went off of our emotions, y'all wouldn't stand a chance because we would be destructive in every way, shape, and form just for the fact of we're not controlling ourselves. We're not doing what we're supposed to.
I
I
That's
don't.
mean,
like that's like the example I'm gonna use and get mad, come out of bag, peace, be still, whatever.
I think you
and
are
let
too
let me help
easy.
you out, Imperial. Let's see if we can agree on this, right? Do you
Okay,
believe women, uh, they're very hard to satisfy nowadays?
unfortunately,
Up there you go. That's all she said. That's what she basically summed up and said.
right, but unfortunately, and
Yeah,
that's
so that's all she was
because
basically saying. She
Right,
was
but unfortunately, okay.
yeah, because you realize that that's why and that's the reason why to make them. That's why she was saying is more why they not tolerating too much because they ask for so much stuff and men can't meet those requirements, so they feeling like they probably gonna get somebody that can reach it. So they like, no, you're not giving me too much. On to the next. You know what I'm saying? So
it's more or less the husband store.
I mean, I don't think that women like would want, I mean, this is just for me. Like I wouldn't want money and go through hell because I grew up with people that had money and weren't good partners. Like it's just I think that in
I don't
itself,
believe that. Go ahead and
no,
send me a
no, no. I think
dragon.
that in
Send me a
itself ends
dragon then.
up ends up um ends up blowing up in your face. I think that's what it does.
Hey, but I'm trying to see if I believe you. You say you grew up with people with money. Go and send a dragon real quick and see what you're talking about.
No, no,
No.
no.
Almost got her. Sheesh.
All right. So the other reason why
Get
I'm
that cash
I didn't
app
grow
up.
up
Three.
stupid.
now the other reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is for the simple fact that I sit and I'm on multiple panels with multiple men and women that are six figures or better in their income. And we sit and we talk about certain things. And the people that most likely fall into the trap are Western women that think that they're more than what they are, physically and monetarily speaking. And that's the problem. As men, we know what we are. We're not going to say we're tens when we're not tens. If we're a four, we're a four. If we're a three, we're a three. If we're a six, we're a six.
Oh, I'm glad you cleared it up. I was like, what the heck? But you're right. You're right. I feel you on that.
Right. So, and women, y'all can't say that because I guarantee you, if you take your makeup off, you put on something that isn't body tight, and you just wear your natural look, your natural self, fresh out of bed, and then you go and ask somebody to judge you based off of your appearance, you're not going to get the rating that you want to make your ego feel better.
Ain't that funny though? They sit there throw all that makeup on. I'm a 10 now. Like, hold on, wait, what?
See that, but then it goes
Oh
back.
wow!
But
Hold
it
on,
goes back to. But then
cousin,
it
hold
goes
on.
back to what we were saying before, where there's always going to be a man who says that she looks good.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So
Right.
regardless, so then, and the reality is, maybe she is a 10 to somebody.
True.
And now we don't want to say that because what we have is we have some suckers who can't do things, who will validate. Let's
True.
say for this example, this validate this lady that's a 5. She's just average, right? But to him, she's a 10
Mm-hmm.
because he ain't never had a chick. So he goes and gasses her up, right? And then we say, all right, so now another dude that has more options that say, hey, you really a 5. Well, guess what? I got 12 dudes in my inbox that say I'm a 10. So guess what? My reality is I am a 10. And then, so then the question, the real question comes into who are we to say that she's a 5? If these other dudes, to them, she is a 10. So at the end of the day, the point is all of this bullshit is subjective. Okay.
That's true. That's true.
And
I mean,
and,
that's true.
and as we break this down, there are gonna be delusional women, just like there are some delusional men. We can't change that. And ain't nothing we say, ain't nothing we try to check these women, we try to check these men. Guess what? This will always be that. And I got to the point where I'm like, you know what? It don't matter what she think. It shouldn't matter to any other us what other women think. As long as it's your woman, that's who should matter to you, what she thinks. But we so caught up into telling these women to try to break them down a peg that what are we really doing? Because in honesty, we suffer more when we're alone. Women have networks of friends. Y'all always make jokes about the cats, and we talk shit about it. But at the end of the day, guess what? They can be all right because they have good ass friends that they'll do. They got whole networks. They be chilling. When men get upset or when we get lonely and we don't have women, we get violent and upset, and it's not good for us. So if we really want to be honest, if we really want to say that, because when you came in with this is the thing that threw me off. When you came in with it, well, if these men are so bad, then why don't you just date women? So then I can say that same thing because all these podcasts, all these dudes is talking all this shit about these women. Why aren't they gay?
I had the same
See what
question.
I'm
I
saying?
just
So we can't say that because that's not reality. The reality is we are all complaining about the things that we don't like that we have not made adjustments to. That is what I've deduced it to. So when I see these podcasts, most of them dudes are cornballs. They never had women. They got on this platform because they are talking about the shit they couldn't do. Now that they got a little fame, now maybe they got a little following, now they got some backing, now they may have a couple of women, right? Because of that. But now they're acting as if they are the fucking gurus of life. Because now, no. And then they play this role to prey on these younger men who don't know any better and so they can prey on those rejections. These younger men that don't have women, these younger men that are incels, these younger men that maybe they don't have the opportunity. Now they like, yeah, bro. See, all these bitches ain't shit, and then these young dudes, yeah, and so they feeding this because they are getting the money and support from these young men. They know they bullshitting. They know what they saying ain't right. And so now, because it's popular, we got old heads jumping on the train, talking this bullshit when we know what the real game is. But we don't want to say that because it's popular, because we want to be now competing with these youngsters. And that is also knocking our credibility down, because who the fuck are you, old ass nigga in the club, still trying to compete with these youngsters? What are you doing? You're supposed to be the OG, right? We're supposed to be the voice of reason. We're supposed to be the logical ones, but yet we talking the same bullshit as a 20-year-old. Come on. And then when we even try to break it down, we start throwing examples and we start repeating the rhetoric, because any successful relationship does not predicate on what the masses say you need. Let me repeat that. Any successful relationship does not predicate on what the masses say you need. That means that you have to figure out what the fuck is good for you. If you are a man and you not a leader, quote unquote, so the fuck what? If your wife is happy, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I agree.
It obviously works for you. You have to, but no, we have to now. No, fuck that. I got to be the. Yo, what I'm saying, what I'm starting to see, it is so many people with microphones. That's where the tariffs need to be on, to be honest with you, podcast equipment. But that's a whole nother time. But what I'm saying is there's so much bad information and so much information telling people they need to be married, they need to be in relationships, they need to be that. But then at the same time, in those same podcasts, will tell a man, no, ain't no benefit in marriage. Don't you do this, don't do. Well, what the fuck are we talking about? You say that the value comes from having a relationship, having a woman be married. But then you tell dudes don't marry them. Then you say, okay, be submissive, be this, be that, be the third. But then you complain about everything that is submissive. We say we want feminine women, but when they do feminine shit, you mad. Feminine, but don't be emotional. Feminine, but don't be this. Like, come on. This rhetoric got to stop at some point. And I'm just saying it because it's like, bro, if you sit up on these internet long enough, and Imperial, I know you know what I'm saying. You hear this shit every day. And it's the same shit. Ain't nothing getting better. Why is that? You know why? Because it's bullshit. All this shit that these niggas talking about. All of these shit that these women talking about ain't shit. Okay, well then just be that for you, boo-boo. And see how that work out when you're 60 and you know what I mean? Just see how that work out later.
And
we were talking about patience earlier. Right?
You're 100% on the money. And
I agree with you 100%, bro.
that's why I wanted to say.
Count, I agree with you 100% on what you just said. For real, for real.
I think Lawrence wanted to slide in too. That ain't sound right. Oh, but go ahead, Lawrence.
Yeah, what I was gonna say, because cousin was hitting it not right on the head, and what I was also gonna say was what ends up happening with a lot of these people is they're looking for lifestyle. They're not looking for a relationship. All these women complaining about men not being this, that, and the third. They're complaining because they want a lifestyle that they can't find, and because they're looking for men. They're looking for men that can give them lifestyles of luxury, lifestyles of this, lifestyles of that. And then also men are looking for lifestyles of this and lifestyles of that. And I want the woman to look like this. I want the woman to have big old bitties and tig old bitties and big old butts and do this in the bedroom and do that in the bedroom. And I want her to make me look good and yada, yada, yada. And then the women are like, well, he needs to buy me this, take me there, do what that. I need to eat this. I need to not ever worry about that. These are lifestyles. These aren't relationships. They're lifestyles. And people are seeking lifestyles.
But what my man Oaktown said was, I mean, like really that set the coffin on almost everything for real. Because a lot of these dudes that do be on these podcasts, they'll be the loneliest dudes in the world for real, and they trying to give out relationship advice and it ain't got nobody to go home to.
Yeah, because it's lifestyle, man. I talked to this one dude in this other
Real.
life, and
And
he
then a
made it
lot of
very
people
clear.
fix that. He got to be 6 foot and he got to make 6 figures. He got to be this and he got to be that. You can make it. Why don't you make the money yourself and treat yourself to that lifestyle? So I
Yeah,
mean, hit it right on the nose. I mean, you hit it right on the nose for me.
yeah, and this is the other thing. I was asking this in the question. There was two men who talked exactly like Imperial did, and the other thing, and I asked them very clearly because this is a very revealing question for all these men complaining about the kind of women that they are dealing with and the kind of women that exist in the marketplace. I hear Western, I immediately think, okay, you're complaining. So let me ask you this. What kind of woman are you looking for? You know what the two men said? This is what they said. One of them said, I'm looking for a hoe. And I said, there it is right there. If you want a hoe, then yeah, keep doing what you're doing. That's how you get a hoe. I mean, hoes like money, so I mean, that's what you get if that's what you want. And then the other dude said he wanted a virtuous woman, and so I continued the conversation with him, and I said, okay, so do you agree that money is the best way to get a? Do you think money is the best way to get a virtuous woman who probably doesn't prioritize money? And he said, no. And I said, okay. So then you understand that that's not the goals that you need to be focusing on when it comes to looking for a virtuous woman. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, so can we agree that it may get you the attention? It may be a first glance attention, but it's not going to sustain the relationship. And he's like, I can agree to that. I was like, okay, cool. Then we found some common ground here. And that's the difference. It's like what you prioritize is going to be the ground that you build off of for your relationship. If you prioritize money, your whole relationship is built off of money. So if you ain't got no money, you ain't got no relationship. The same thing if you like I built it off of you putting it down in the bedroom. Okay, if there ain't no bedroom talk, then there ain't no relationship. But if your relationship is based off of more than just those little things, then you have a real relationship. But don't lie to yourself and say you want a relationship when all you do is want a home and all you do is want a sugar daddy. Don't lie to yourself now. Just be honest.
Because I don't know if my man from Oak Town ever seen, because I own a tow truck company, Easy Towing, and we got the Bay pretty much on lock, pretty much. I mean, AAA is still number one, but we got the Bay on lock. And my girl was with me when I was, what I'm saying, a street dude, like straight a street dude. And I'm happy that I stayed with her because she wasn't materialistic. She, little stuff made her happy. Not all that Gucci bag and buy me this and take me here and do this. And I'm happy about that. What I'm saying? That's one thing I was happy about.
Facts. Oh, I know ED. That's you? What's up, man?
You know what I was gonna say too? It again, everything you guys said, it goes back to people lacking accountability. They're wondering why they're finding these specific men or these specific women, and and it's like, well, you chose them, and then you're complaining that everybody's the same because you see the red flags. Even if somebody tries to lie or whatever, you can see it. And some people do have really strong discernment, and what it is that they just ignore it because they haven't done the work on themselves, and then all it is they want a body, or they want somebody to complete them. They want a person there so that they're not lonely. That person is not going to fix anything. That's just going to give you a companion. And what it boils down to is these people are not ready for a relationship. And that's why it's not working out.
All right, y'all. All right, it's getting close to the time. We about to last call. Go ahead and tell
And
them
I
what
just
y'all
want to say this:
got.
a lot of people nowadays is they not they not they lacking accountability because
I don't know if he heard what I said though. So anybody else last call?
And he
yeah,
just
I
repeated what
call.
she said.
No,
Yeah.
I say, hey, it's been a good conversation, man. I appreciate everybody.
For
You know
sure,
how it
bro.
is. That's all I got.
Hey,
Thanks,
we see
Paul.
your fan base, man. That's what our next. Well,
Oh, if we, but yeah.
ID, thanks for holding out and staying with us.
ID.
Yeah, it's Isaiah. You know what I was gonna say earlier when Gur was in here? She
Mm.
like I what like
Are
I
you gonna
typically
summon her
don't
again?
do things like no, I typically don't do things like that. But today, I don't know, I was just feeling petty. I usually don't. But it's like I come on, don't be
Usually don't.
condescending.
That means once a month you limit it to one.
Yep, you
You said
already
I
know what
usually
time it
don't.
is. You already know, no, because usually, honestly, I just ignore it. Like one time, this girl was so mad because she didn't agree with what I said, and she's like, "I don't like you," and she was just like, she started bitch, and that time I was feeling petty too, so I was like, okay. I was like, I just started mocking her and it started pissing her off more. Gert was getting so mad, and I'm like, what in the world? I was just matching her energy because she was being rude to the lady down at the bottom. And then she's like, oh, well, like she came in here and somebody asked her a question, and she was like, oh, the host can ask me something, but you're not da 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 da. So it's like she came in here trying to run the panel, but only to her,
Yeah.
like whenever it applied to her. And she even was rude to you. And I was like, what the heck? Didn't she tell you too? The host can ask.
Yeah, I think, some people they just have a tonality about themselves where see they can't even see outside of themselves how people are receiving them.
Well,
She
yeah,
so
like she
I
was
I could tell
rude.
that she did not see herself as being rude or disrespectful. So that's why I was like, um
Accountability. Because she saw
yeah, but I
everything
mean,
else.
technically, was she though? Like, if you just break down her actual words, was she? No, but um, the tone that she had with
Well,
people
she was checking
is a bit
everybody.
abrasive.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
That's why I was like, okay, we'll co-host.
yeah. I don't feed into people like that. They
I
really
usually
have a
don't,
lot. They have a
honestly.
lot of insecurities. Like I said,
Yeah.
I feel bad for people like that because you can tell in probably every aspect of their lives is always conflict.
Yeah. Yeah, because
So
like I said, I mean, I try to avoid conflict as much as I can, but it's like, I mean, honestly, I have a lot of patience, like, but I still like this is something else that I worked on,
girl,
with
you
boundaries.
was in conflict with two people today. What you talking about?
I told you I've been on my BS today.
It's
I'm on my bullshit today.
okay.
I'm being
Just one of
accountable.
them
I typically am
days.
not. Yep.
Okay.
It's Shark Week.
Yeah. All right, I got you, girl. I get it.
I'm telling you, I have I'm a Taurus, so it takes a lot to get me
Uh-oh.
there.
Uh-oh. You gonna
But
wake
when the
Kev up.
when the horns
You
come out, whew,
Oh
Kev
man.
don't want to hear nothing about horoscopes. Hold on. Let me put that.
Right,
okay,
where
okay, okay.
Where's it at?
Yeah.
right here.
Hey, I was just listening. I can't lie. Once I start hearing, you could tell once the accents start getting thicker. That's when you knew it was like, oh.
Okay, spicy.
Facts.
Yep, that's when I was like,
Facts.
okay, she about to go off because I can hear that accent getting thicker.
Right.
It's not
Now,
an. You
so
know what though?
so I can blame me being a Scorpio for all my problems.
When did I blame that? I did you not hear the part where I took
Uh-oh.
accountability?
Yes, I did. I'm over here.
We only got 4 minutes left, just to let y'all
I'm just
know.
causing
And
shit.
it's just gonna exit.
No, I'm just
Oh,
talking
okay.
shit.
There's a time on this.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
know
getting
what.
ready to cut
Oh,
in.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me and my
at
baby
five at
time.
5 o'clock, baby.
The time is what the time is. Look here, y'all ain't knowing.
Yeah, this is my first time on here, but I followed you, Rachel, and because you had
Yeah.
some very valid points. I like a lot of like
Oh,
you
thank
hit
you.
the, but Rachel and cousin
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah,
toothless
thank you.
but ruthless. I don't know what the heck he had going on.
Well, I'm just gonna be honest with you. You caught me on a night where I'm just on bullshit.
Oh,
I
okay,
look,
That's
all
every
right.
night, dude.
Dang,
he said I'm not really like
we
this,
gotta.
y'all.
Hey, we gotta plan this out so we could it be on our on every like a monthly thing.
Not
Yeah,
y'all planning
nah,
your cycles.
nah. See,
When you're
I'm
Wow.
on
on.
your myriad, make sure it's when I'm,
Cause you know
Nah,
men got cycles too.
they got a
yeah. You
myriad.
want to know what our cycle's called? It's called We Don't Give a Fuck.
Right. Women
Whatever your preference
want
is.
to, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever you want to call it.
Double O.
You know,
I like
It's
how y'all left the
Isaiah. It's
design and
not
stuff.
that
It's
hard.
zigzag in here. I like that. That's like that.
The what? Oh, the zigzag?
The zigzag. Right. I peeped that. All
Oh
right, y'all.
my God.
So I'm out there thug thizzle. Gabe, you ain't got nothing last call. Babe, you got some?
No, I just want to say wonderful chat tonight. As always, my baby always comes with the great conversations, you know, the good questions. I love all of y'all. Cousin, it's always awesome seeing you in that hat.
and you know this.
If
Imperial,
he
good
ever
to see you again, Ivy. Nice meeting you, honey. I hope to see you again.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Like I said, I mean these are good topics that you can always learn from it. And it's just good to see different perspectives and sometimes you learn from it and sometimes you don't even like that how do you say it? That light bulb doesn't go off until later, and you're like, "Oh, dang. I didn't really see his point." But, it helps to have these different perspectives.
Yeah, I hear you making another hat over there. I heard that spray paint and stuff. Boy, watch it. It better be a Superman hat again. All right, y'all. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, you guys have oh, dang, you guys have a good morning. See?
Yeah, good
Y'all have a good
morning.
one
Yeah.
now.
Good
For
All
sure,
morning.
for
right,
sure, for
bye.
sure. All
Bye.
right.
All right, babe. I'll talk to you later.
All right, babe.